Point of order, Mr. Gilnew.
Can I call you? I was here yesterday when you'd made your remarks around the announcing of significant issues in the floor of the Assembly here. Following yesterday's sitting, it became clear that it was being reported that the DUP leader yesterday in the Great Hall here had indicated that the Minister for Communities is going to be making, to quote, a significant announcement in relation to sub-regional stadia. Would the Speaker agree that, in keeping with that, a significant statement should be made on the floor of this House?
Absolutely, I'd agree with that. Moving on to members' statements, and I call Patrick Largy.
McGee has achieved more growth in the past year than in the previous decade. This proves that when we have Sinn Féin ministers in place, ministers who truly value the North West and its people, the potential of our region is unmatched. Let me be unequivocal. Sinn Féin choosing the economy portfolio has been a game changer for regional balance and for the McGee expansion in particular. Since my party took up office, the McGee Task Force has been established to develop and to oversee a comprehensive plan to reach 10,000 students by 2032. Student numbers have already increased significantly and are set to reach their highest level ever at McGee this month. Conor Murphy and Keith Archibald have driven this progress forward, and I want to commend them for that. I also want to thank Ulster University for their perseverance and their continued commitment to McGee. Sinn Féin and the Department of Economy will continue working to drive these numbers up and to reach this target. Because while these numbers are positive, they are only the beginning. Derry is turning a page to a new chapter and looking ahead to a future filled with hope and prosperity. And with Sinn Féin in the driving seat, pushing this forward and delivering real change, the North West will reach its full potential.
Paul Frew.
Contacted today by a number of teachers absolutely appalled by the stances of some of the teachers' unions and by the commentary and wording of the Justice Minister Naomi Long when she said, and I quote, "Open season on bullying of young people, not just from other peers in their class and other members in the same classroom, but actually by people within their classrooms, teachers and others who may actually now be in a situation where they feel enabled to take their own ideological position and work it through the classrooms." Mr. Speaker, I am appalled by that language, that commentary by the Justice Minister Naomi Long, and so are the teachers who have contacted me this morning, appalled and angered that the Justice Minister would say such a thing. I call on the Justice Minister to apologise. A slight on our teachers who have spent many long nights and days agonising over how they support vulnerable children in their classrooms and schools, how they grapple with children who by the very nature of their young years are confused, how teachers help and support those people, those young people, but yet our Justice Minister thinks that they are bullies. Enough of this nonsense, enough of this language. I call on the Justice Minister to apologise to those teachers for that slight. We want our children to be safe in school, so do teachers. We want them to be engaged in school, so do teachers. We want them to thrive in school, so do teachers. And we want parents to have the confidence that all three of these measures will be met. What do parents think when they hear Naomi Long, the Alliance leader's commentary today, this morning? What should they think? This isn't about anyone's ideological position, whether it be Naomi Long's or Owen Tennyson's. This is about the law.
And common sense.
This is about the law that has been defined and clarified by the Supreme Court, the highest court in this country. And we have a Justice Minister who balks at that, who turns their face away from that, and who slights our teachers, insults our teachers who have done commendable work over the years dealing with vulnerable people. I call on her again to apologise for this slight on our teachers.
Andrew
McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak today on the prolonged closure of Tullymore, the National Outdoor Centre in Bryansford, just outside Newcastle. And I suppose really it started, like to say, my own personal connection. I attended courses there as a teenager. I gained a number of qualifications there after my university, and and I went on to pursue a career in the outdoors. And also, very personally, I met my wife there, so I did, so it's lots of good memories. And I'm ongoing now to introduce my children to the outdoors and activities and getting outside through the centre, but I can't do that at the minute because it's closed. I mean, I suppose in the first instance, my thoughts are very much with the staff who are no longer employed, but also all the staff that have been associated with the centre over the years. It was established after an atrocity in the Cairngorms. It further, provided training for outdoor pursuits and other incidents such as the Lion Bay tragedy. And also, I think it's so important as well to highlight the connection between outdoors and positive mental health and physical well-being. These connections are well proven, and more should be done to encourage getting young people, adults, everyone outside. I think not all sport is played on grass pitches marked out with whitewashed lines. So I think that's such an important thing. Again, Tullymore was an integral part of the outdoor pursuits landscape in Southdown, and unfortunately Southdown has seen the number of centres reduced quite substantially over the last number of years. So it really is imperative that the centre is, and those that Sport NI, the Department of Communities, look at ways in which a model can be operated that sees its opening as soon as possible. Again, it regularly hosted community groups, regularly hosted local schools, regularly hosted schools from right across the area in Northern Ireland, as well as providing training for some training courses for instructors, and that then has a knock-on effect of being able to take on people outside in a safe manner. And again, as I think we've all seen, the growth of outdoor pursuits and outdoor activity, not least after the COVID pandemic, and getting people outside and the role that played. Thank you very much.
John Burrows.
Could I, on Emergency Services Day, pay tribute to all the men and women of the emergency services across Northern Ireland? I'm proud to be wearing my Police Federation tie today, which was a gift from them. Our emergency services do tremendous work for all the people of Northern Ireland. They put themselves in harm's way, and that comes with a great sacrifice. The things they see and hear and smell cannot be unseen or unheard, and they live with those human beings for their entire life. The brain never forgets the trauma, and often it is triggered in the most unexpected circumstances when you come across something in daily life and suddenly it takes you back. I'm reminded of a colleague who was at the Oma bomb, and I know he was very touched during the inquiry recently, and he shared with me that body parts passed him that day, and he actually saw a watch on someone's arm, and his child, on a deceased person's arm, and his child then asked for that same type of watch, and he did everything he could not to buy that type of watch as a Christmas present, because it would remind him every day of the sights that he saw. And I think it's so vital that we support our emergency services, that they need properly resourced, they need fair pay, but also they need our support. One of the reasons that motivated me to come to this place was because too many of its members are involved in instant judgments on a clip on social media about the conduct, particularly of our police officers. They see a 10-second clip and come to an instant judgment. Members of this House have condemned them when actually they had no context. Judge, jury and executioner. We had, of course, the debacle at Alma Road when Sinn Féin senior members demanded a young constable was thrown under the bus, an act that really should have resulted in more consequences, not just for the Chief Constable who bent the knee to that demand. I'm glad we have a stronger Chief Constable now. We have an alliance party, I'm afraid, whose minister has been disastrous in her leadership of justice. Yeah. Disastrous. And I'll say this, you cannot stand up and support the emergency services today whenever they are being assaulted and spat at, and the Minister has proposed consultation and made a proposal that we downgrade assault on police from a prosecution to a ticket that's like a speeding ticket.
Shameful.
Shameful. That will only increase the attacks on our police service, and also those who served before. The gallant men of the Royal Ulster Constabulary, George Cross, and the gallant women. I will always stand for them. I will not allow history to be rewritten or unwritten. I do want to look forward, and I want to pay tribute to all those who are out today serving the people of Northern Ireland without fear, favour or distinction of who they are. And I pay tribute to them today.
Mark Durgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow is World Suicide Prevention Day, a day when we reflect and remember the lives cut short by suicide. These aren't just statistics, but sons, daughters, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, friends and neighbours. But this executive seems to have become desensitised to that fact. In 2023, 221 people died by suicide. That's an 8% increase on the previous year. That's 221 more empty seats at dinner tables, 221 more families shattered forever. And yet, this devastating loss barely registers in this chamber, let alone sparks the action that it requires from the executive. We live in a time when the lost art of human connection is more evident than ever, and I worry deeply for our young people who are drawn into phones and algorithms that don't just entertain but exploit their insecurities and vulnerabilities. Algorithms that feed them content designed to make them feel smaller, more self-conscious, more alone. Research shows us that heavy social media use is linked to higher rates of anxiety, depression and poor self-esteem in young people. And we must work with other legislators to regulate these platforms and safeguard the vulnerable. So technology is a relatively new factor in this multifaceted issue, but we must also face the shameful reality of political neglect. Suicide prevention is shamefully absent from the programme for government. Strategies like Protect Life 2 and the mental health strategy were launched with great promise, yet remain chronically underfunded, under-scrutinised and under-delivered. And while we delay, the crisis deepens. Suicide rates are 3 times higher in our most deprived communities, in places like Derry and Strabane, where poverty, housing collapse and lack of opportunity weigh heavily. Mental health and addiction services are either buckling or disappearing altogether. It's a shameful and oft-quoted fact that the number of lives lost to suicide since the Good Friday Agreement has now surpassed those lost during the Troubles. Bombs and bullets no longer do the most damage here in Northern Ireland. Mental illness, substance misuse and suicide do. These are preventable deaths, but tackling them requires urgency. It requires us to look beyond sticking plasters and commit to early intervention, sustained funding and urgent cross-departmental action. Thank you.
Cathal Boyle.
The appetite and desire for change has grown across this island among people with various backgrounds and walks of life. We have seen directly through our party's Commission on the Future of Ireland the positive vision people have for Ireland. Whether you're in Katy or Kildare, Armagh or Athlone, Tyrone or Tipperary, many of the issues facing our communities are all the same. I believe, Count Corlia, the duplication of public services on an island of this size is in many instances inefficient and therefore not effective in delivering for the people we represent. We have seen in recent years the growth in cross-border trade together with greater collaboration in infrastructure development and health service provision. But these are only glimpses of what is possible in the event of Irish unity. Consolidating infrastructure development across the island would lead to more coordinated planning, leading to greater connectivity and boosting trade for businesses. On a visit during recess to Leinster House, I took the opportunity to engage with our TDs and senators about the challenges we face and the opportunities that exist to overcome them. It is no secret to anyone in this House that we in Sinn Féin believe the interests of the people on this island would be best served in a new Ireland, and it is our desire to achieve this goal through referenda as set out in the Good Friday Agreement. We need to be ambitious and look towards the future to invest in infrastructure, and this vision is not coming from the British Government. We need to do things differently, and Irish unity will allow for that. Projects such as the A5 and the All-Ireland Rail Review will enable us to spread wealth, jobs and benefit the economy as a whole. It is time to plan, discuss and prepare for change. It is time for the Government in Dublin to establish a Citizens' Assembly or assemblies on Irish unity to prepare for our future. This is a decade of opportunity and we must seize it.
Keith Buchanan.
To reflect on the 1st of September, Orange Victims' Day. The 1st of September was picked due to the horrendous crime on the 1st of September 1975 when 5 innocent men were slaughtered in Tullyval in Orange Hall 50 years ago last week. At the weekend I attended an event in the Apprentice Boys Hall, Mr Speaker, in Londonderry, moving tributes reflecting on those murdered brethren, 343 men and 1 woman. We hear from the First Minister for all, about violence against women and girls, which indeed is a major issue. Nobody's doubting that fact. But how can the First Minister quote violence against girls, women and children and in the next breath say there was no alternative? That doesn't make sense to me. I would like to read, Mr Speaker, some quotes for this book. A 39-year-old married father of 2 children was murdered by the IRA. He was shot as he served customers and died in his wife's arms, a reserve constable in the Royal Ulster Constabulary. Where was the violence against women and children and girls there, Mr Speaker? I could go on, Mr Speaker, and I will, because I have 3 minutes and I intend to use it. Murdered by the IRA when a booby-trapped car bomb exploded under his car as he drove along. The 56-year-old was married with 2 children. Violence against women and children. The 37-year-old married father of 4. I'll continue. The 28-year-old married father of 1 was shot by the IRA in front of his wife and 4-year-old daughter as he arrived for work. Every one of these here, this is only a little book, but this is thousands of lives destroyed. Thousands of lives destroyed. 343 orange men and 1 woman, and this book covers only some of them. Mr Speaker, murdered by the IRA at his farm whilst leaving milk cans out for collection. His wife was pregnant at the time, and he also had a 1-year-old daughter. Another gentleman working on his farm when 4 masked IRA gunmen emerged from an adjoining farm where they had taken hostage. He was shot at least 8 times. His body was found by his 80-year-old mother. He had no connection with the security forces and was killed for simply being a Protestant. Another gentleman, 49-year-old, married with 3 children. 64-year-old married, murder along with his wife and daughter. Mr Speaker, we hear from the party opposite, and it is as clear as looking through a window, the hypocrisy we hear day and daily. This is the facts. You can't take away from those facts. Absolutely can't take away from those facts. And I would say to the perpetrators of these crimes, you may have escaped justice in this world, but you will certainly not the next. 100% you're sure you will not the next. And every morning you wake up, think about the eyes of the victims that you murdered, and you've seen their eyes. And every night before you go to bed, you think about what you did. Sleep well.
Steve Aiken.
The stopping of the MV Matthew in Irish territorial waters in 2023 by the L.E. Yates, supported by the Irish Ranger Wing and aircraft of the Irish Air Corps, is to be commended. The seizure of 2.2 tonnes of cocaine was a significant drugs haul, but adjudged by the changes in illicit drugs price across Europe, regrettably had little or no impact on this invidious trade. But the real question is, why do the cartels think that smuggling cocaine and other drugs through Ireland was such a low-risk activity? There are over, as reported in the Open, around 100 suspect vessels on the high seas in the Atlantic or the adjoining seas. However, grey shipping is much more prevalent, used by everyone from rogue states to criminal gangs for the transmission of arms, waste, drugs, smuggling people, damaging or cutting fibre optic cables and gas lines. Much of this grey fleet is routed through Irish waters and airspace. That is because of the 880,000 square kilometres are not under any surveillance, are only covered by one offshore patrol vessel that hasn't a gun, and one maritime patrol aircraft with no anti-surface or anti-submarine capability at all. These are ungoverned spaces, subject in reality to no, despite Irish claims, to any jurisdiction. If you cannot guarantee security over these regions, you cannot justifiably claim sovereignty. This is a significant matter to us here in the Northern Ireland Assembly because there is little control by the Irish authorities, and Northern Ireland has become a path to our open borders to Europe. Whilst the EU worries incessantly about sausages contaminating the European single market, there is nothing done about dealing with this influx of illegal drugs and trade coming through our borders. And this is because Ireland freeloads on defence and security, spending an abysmal 0.3% of its GDP on its armed forces. It is also noteworthy, as the rest of the EU, most being members of NATO, are heading towards 5% of their GDP on defence. If this process continues, Ireland will grow significantly as every narco-terrorist, rogue state and other terrorist port of choice. At least some members of the Irish Oireachtas get it. However, but we have thankfully an outgoing Irish President who lambasts the EU, the UK and NATO for higher defence expenditure. The country he represents, while at the same time the country he represents goes cap in hand for air, space and maritime support from the very nations to stop the use of Ireland's waters by criminals and others. Mr Speaker, there must be a better way, and it's about time Ireland grew up and joined NATO. Thank you.
David Loughlin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As this Assembly returns from the summer recess, I want to look ahead with a simple but urgent message. What we have here isn't working. For too long, the North West has been left behind when it comes to infrastructure and regional development. Nowhere is this clearer than in Rail. Despite decades of underinvestment, the people of Derry have responded with ambition. In the last year alone, we have almost had 1 million journeys made to and from the North West Regional Transport Hub, the second record-breaking year in a row, lifting us from 17th to 7th busiest railway station in Northern Ireland in less than a decade. And this is the railway station that some people and some parties in this institution wanted to close down. But let's be honest, as remarkable as that growth is, it masks the deeper truth. Our rail system is still failing to meet the needs of our people. We have limited timetables, long journey times and no proper all-island connections. And the worst part is that a proposal from Translink to upgrade the rail services in the North West has been sitting on the infrastructure minister's desk now for far too long. Every time we ask for an update, we get the same recycled answer. It feels like Groundhog Day, and I ask the question almost every single month. This is now blatant discrimination against the North West. It must be sorted, not as a favour, not as an afterthought, but in the interests of regional balance and basic fairness. The evidence is clear, the demand is there, and the people of the North West are ready. Campaigners such as Steve Bradley and Into the West Group have been tireless in making the case for this upgrade. Yet government is standing still while our community is crying out for change. It doesn't have to be this way. We can build something better, something new, a modern, green and connected transport system that finally gives the North West a fair share it has been denied for too long. And that vision must include greater rail connectivity right across this island, linking our cities and communities in a way that supports growth, opportunity and sustainability for all. This has to be our ambition in the months ahead. The cost of delivering an equity of service to the people of the North West should be on the Infrastructure Minister's agenda, and it should be delivered. Tinkering around the edges is not good enough. Delivering real progress needs to happen. Thank you.
Colm Gildernew.
Ceann Comhairle, I wish to once again regrettably rise to address the issue of ongoing vandalism and destruction of road signs in the South Tyrone area, dual language signs with the Irish language being targeted. It's very disappointing that this is continuing to be the case, and it's a very clear attack on our culture. It's also true that activists have for many years campaigned to promote the Irish language, a language that is shared across these islands, in fact, the Gaelic language, an ancient language, and it's a slap in the face of those campaigning for that. But it's not going to deter anyone from campaigning or for continuing to promote the use of and the visibility of Irish language. I would call on people to use their influence to stop this ongoing criminal and hate-driven damage to public property, which is what we're seeing. The PSNI recently have indicated very clearly that they will be investigating these as hate crimes, and I think it's regrettable. Over recent weeks, we have seen numerous signs across the district once again vandalised. It needs to stop, and the PSNI need to take serious and critical action to ensure it does stop, and to send a message to those who are at it that it's not going to be tolerated.
Jonathan Buckley.
The helpless state of the UK and Ireland surrounding uncontrolled and illegal immigration has been continued to be exposed. Over 50,000 entered the UK illegally on small boats in this past year, with 1,000 arriving on Saturday alone, costing the UK taxpayer billions of pounds annually. But it's not just the UK government that have been hapless in their approach to this subject. There are parties in this chamber that are part of that gathering. Sinn Féin, the SWLP and the Alliance Party all voted against the DUP's motion calling for the UK government to take strong action on illegal immigration. Those parties are against taking action on the issue of illegal immigration, against taking action on the issue and the proliferation of HMOs, against taking action on illegal immigrant hotels, and against action on the abuse of public services by those that enter this country illegally, placing pressure on our public services, housing, our health service and law and order. And I hear you shouting rubbish. It is not. The facts are clear. And I hear Sinn Féin talking about the national conversation happening across community. There is a conversation happening, whether it's on the streets of Newry, whether it's in the streets in Belfast or Portadown or elsewhere. People are coming together to call out what has been a dereliction of duty from nationalist parties such as Sinn Féin and the SDLP and others such as the Alliance, who failed to deal with this issue, who failed to stand up for constituents because why? They have zero lived experiences. Now we have the issue. Now we have the issue about the legality and the law that permits those to come to this country and stay without deportation. Those that have come to this country and in some cases been part of horrendous acts, sexual acts of violence against women and against children, but yet the law, and it is once said in a Charles Dickens novel, what did he say? The law is an ass. Well, when it comes to the interpretation of the European Convention on Human Rights, indeed it is being interpreted as such, because we have a growth of the barrister politician class, those that will not stand for one single vote, but yet put laws and adjudicate upon laws in this land which defeats the purpose of having strong, controlled borders. Mr. Speaker, it's time that parties got real on the issue, stood up for all of our citizens, ensure that we have safe and secure borders, a place that is prosperous for all, and be assured that the Democratic Unionist Party will continue to do just that.
Timothy Gas. A couple of minutes, Mr. Gas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to take this opportunity this morning to reflect on the immense contribution the loyal orders and the marching band scene made to the cultural life of Northern Ireland over the summer months. Every year, the streets of Ulster resound to the music of marching bands who have spent the winter months reaching a standard unmatched anywhere else in the amateur world. Bands give people an identity, a pride and a sense of achievement whilst nurturing their musical talents. A fact that often goes untold is the contribution bands make to the economy. Uniforms alone can cost £1,000 or more, with no grant support, money straight into the economy of Northern Ireland. Alongside that, we had the Loyal Orders, who this year staged 19 major demonstrations in the 12th, bringing tens of thousands onto the streets to celebrate a living tradition in the glorious sunshine. All of that happened despite usual attempts to blacken my community through lies and mistruths. That was seen most clearly when a Lloyd Cumber was demonised for 48 hours by the BBC for daring to challenge the GAA's links to Republican terrorism. Some media have since apologised for getting carried away in the hysteria. Yet the BBC, the source of much of that misinformation, only offered a grudging correction hidden away online. The media double standards are glaring and need to be called out. Republican culture events are endlessly promoted and defended. Loyalist culture is endlessly maligned. And I would appeal to those, including members of this House, who wrongly rush to condemn the lodge in question, to do the honourable thing and apologise. Mr. Speaker, I make no apology for speaking up for my culture in the marching band scene, and I will continue to do so while given the opportunity in this House.
Thank you, Mr. Gaston. Point of order, Mr. Gaston.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, yesterday during the urgent oral health question, the Minister for Health stated that he was not aware of any cost for primary care or for general practitioners in relation to the gender identity service, and that GPs would simply refer into CAMHS as they do for other issues. However, a recently released Freedom of Information response from the Department, obtained by the Christian Institute, clearly details ongoing discussions and planned costs for GP involvement in Phase 2 of the service, including the development of a specific training package for shared care arrangements, additional payments for extra duties such as blood monitoring, and an addendum to the business case to address GP reluctance without full commissioning. This directly contradicts the Minister's assertion and that he had no awareness of such costs. I asked you, Mr. Speaker, to direct the Minister to correct the record at the earliest opportunity, so that the Assembly and the public have accurate information on the full financial implications of this service. Yesterday he said he'd be happy to look at the facts I had to back up what he said. I have shared with you the FOI, and I would be very happy to share it with the Minister of Health to enable him to come back to this House and correct the record.
Thank you, Mr. Gaston, and we will happily look at that. Point of order, Mr. Given.
Yesterday, in an interview with Cool FM, the Alliance Party leader and Justice Minister made an extraordinary attack on the teaching profession. She suggested that on the basis of a common-sense policy that I set out in May and reiterated yesterday regarding transgender issues, that some teachers would be part of an open season of bullying of young people. This accusation was made in response to a position that I believe reflects the views of the vast majority of people. Biological boys should not use girls' toilets or changing rooms. They should not participate in competitive sports with girls. In addition, I suggested neither pupils nor teachers should be compelled to use pronouns other than those which reflect biological sex. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate some members are going to find this difficult, but let me repeat what the Justice Minister said so that you can give me advice as to how I can hold her to account in her role as leader of the Alliance Party or as Justice Minister. And this is really important, that this Assembly knows how to hold people to account, Mr. Speaker. The Justice Minister said, "I believe it is abandoning young people who are vulnerable, and I believe that it is potentially going to have an open season on bullying of young people, and not just by other peers in their class and other members of the same age, but actually by people within their classroom, their teachers and others who may actually now be in a situation where they feel enabled to take their own ideological positions and work that through the classroom. Shameful, Mr. Speaker. Could you advise me in understanding whether these comments were made in her capacity as Alliance Party leader or as Justice Minister, so that this Assembly and I can hold her to account and that I can properly address my formal communication that I'll issue later today, calling on her to retract these comments and apologise to the teaching profession for this outrageous attack on their professionalism.
Order. Order, members. In terms of this, as Speaker, I'm responsible for what people say in the House, not outside it. What any minister says outside of the chamber will come under the ministerial code and should be raised at the executive as opposed to this House. If the minister had raised it in this House, then members would be in a better place to challenge her. But in respect of this here, it would fall under the ministerial code if there is an issue around what the member has actually stated. Move on to point of order, Mr. McCrossan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering, could you just review the comments made by the Education Minister? I think he's misled the House. He said he was talking sense. I think most of us would find that hard to believe.
It's order, members. It's not a point of order, as the member well knows. I have received notice from the Minister of Education that he wishes to make a statement. Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In March this year, I stood in this Assembly to launch Transform Ed NI, my new strategy for transforming teaching and learning. The strategy set out a bold and ambitious vision for educational reform in Northern Ireland, informed by what works best in education systems across the world. Unlike too many other strategies across departments, the publication of this strategy marks the start and not the end of the process. This is not a strategy to sit on a shelf, but to be implemented in practice as well. That's why we're backing this vision with action. In April, I published the strategy's delivery plan. Today, I'm delighted to update the Assembly on the implementation of Transform Ed and to look forward to the year ahead. At its heart, Transform Ed is about ensuring that every child and young person, regardless of their background, has access to an excellent education. The intent is clear and urgent: to build a world-leading education system. The strategy represents a decisive shift in how we approach teaching, learning and equity in our schools, perhaps the most significant change in education in many generations. We are not simply tweaking the edges of policy, we are reimagining the foundations of our education system. Make no mistake, Transform Ed is a break from what has gone before. It places the classroom at the centre of reform and recognises that the quality of teaching and learning is the single most important factor in improving our children's outcomes. Transform Ed focuses on 5 key areas: curriculum, assessment, qualifications, school improvement and tackling educational disadvantage, all underpinned by a relentless focus on supporting effective teaching through significant investment in professional learning. Let me outline the progress that we've made to date. Over the past 6 months, we've laid the structures for meaningful and lasting reform. We've established an international ministerial advisory panel, bringing global expertise to Northern Ireland. These world-leading thinkers are helping us benchmark our ambitions against the highest performing education systems. Alongside this, our local academics group will provide critical insight rooted in research and evidence. Their work ensures that our policies are grounded in what works, informed by data and shaped by the realities of our classrooms. And crucially, we have created primary and post-primary principals panels, giving our school leaders a direct voice in shaping reform. Together, these structures form a powerful coalition for change, combining international insight, academic rigour and frontline experience. They are helping to ensure that Transform Ed is not just ambitious in its goals, but effective in its delivery. If we want to build a better future, we must begin by investing in those who shape it, our teachers. And to quote Mackenzie's famous maxim, no education system can exceed the quality of its teachers. As Minister of Education, I want to reaffirm my pledge to supporting teachers at every stage of their careers. From initial teacher education to ongoing professional development, we must ensure that every teacher has access to the resources, training and support they need to excel in their profession. A world-class education system begins with world-class support for educators. Central to the Transform Ed strategy is therefore a commitment to invest in a comprehensive approach to teacher professional development. After many years of limited progress, we have made significant strides forward in this area in recent months. In May, I launched the online Teacher CPD Academy for post-primary schools. The Academy offers on-demand courses, expert insights and practical resources grounded in cognitive science research. 145 of our 190 post-primary schools have signed up for the Academy, and over 6,000 teachers in Northern Ireland will benefit from this programme. In June, my department launched the Transform Ed Teacher Professional Learning Fund, a £31 million investment over 3 years, providing schools with dedicated per teacher funding to support high-quality, evidence-based professional development. This fund empowers schools to purchase professional learning tailored to their specific needs, fostering a culture of continuous improvement. Alongside the fund, the Making Best Practice Common Practice programme is enhancing access to educational research. The new monthly Science of Learning newsletters is bridging the gap between research and classroom practice, offering accessible insights that educators can apply immediately. We've also funded over 100 schools to host 50 research-informed conferences, bringing together practitioners, researchers and school leaders to share what works and why it works. This month, we launched a quarterly research publication for teachers edited by Queen's University and a new leadership newsletter for principals. A high-quality induction programme is essential to ensuring that our newest teachers enter the profession with the confidence and the support they need to thrive. Working with the Education Authority, my department has developed a major expansion of the induction programme for early career teachers. We're building a rich programme that supports continuous improvement. And in the months ahead, we will extend the online Science of Learning professional development programme to primary schools, develop a new professional qualification for headship, roll out bursaries to support membership of the Chartered College of Teachers, strengthen the provision of school-to-school support through a Leaders of Education programme, and develop a new professional learning programme for existing experienced principals. To our school leaders and teachers, I say this: you are the foundation upon which we will build a better future. Transform Ed is a commitment to invest in you and in the profession of teaching itself. I want us, Mr. Speaker, to work together to build a culture across our community where education is truly valued and teaching is rightfully regarded by all as an attractive, high-status profession. That is why I also plan to introduce student bursaries to improve the uptake of initial teacher education in subjects which are experiencing teacher shortages. Curriculum form is key to my Transform Ed agenda. Curriculum is the backbone of all education, a roadmap that shapes what pupils learn, how they develop thinking skills and how they prepare for life, work and citizenship. In June, Lucy Crehan published her strategic review of the Northern Ireland curriculum, a major milestone in our reform journey. It is a landmark report that sets a clear, ambitious and forward-thinking vision for the future of learning in our schools. The review report and its recommendations provide a comprehensive assessment of our current curriculum and set out a compelling case for change. A case for a new curriculum framework based on 5 key principles. A framework that is purpose-led, knowledge-rich, continuous and coherent, specific and focused, and flexible and inclusive. In July, my department published its formal response, accepting many of the review recommendations, including a new curriculum task force to drive forward reform. The task force terms of reference have also been published, setting out a clear mandate for modernising and aligning our curriculum with international best practice. And over the last number of weeks, I have appointed a task force advisory committee that's made up of leading educationalists from across the British Isles to lead this work. I am delighted that leading educationalists Christine Council is chairing the task force, with Lucy Crehan continuing her involvement as the Deputy Chair. Christine brings unparalleled expertise as a globally recognised thought leader in education. She has advised successive United Kingdom governments and most recently helped to lead curriculum review in Flanders. This term, the work of the Curriculum Task Force will gather pace. Building on the success of the inaugural Transform Ed School Leaders Conference, 2 curriculum conferences later this month will bring together school leaders and senior teachers from across Northern Ireland to explore the concept of knowledge-rich curricula and the impact such approaches can have on pupil outcomes, inclusion and tackling disadvantage. Recruitment will also start shortly for the subject advisory groups to support the reform programme. Teachers across Northern Ireland will be invited to join these groups and shape the new curriculum over the next 12 months. Assessment reform is also well underway. An independent review panel chaired by Tim Oates has been established and is actively progressing its work. They'll be issuing a call for evidence and a teacher survey later this month. And my department has worked with SWAH to put in place for the first system-level sample assessments in literacy and numeracy for pupils in years 4, 7 and 10. A representative sample of participating schools have already been identified and the first assessments will take place in March. This new approach aligns Northern Ireland with international best practice, mirroring approaches used in countries like Finland, Canada and Singapore. It will provide a clear, evidence-based understanding of how well our pupils are developing essential skills in reading, writing and mathematics in each key stage. It will also allow robust measurement of standards over time, enabling a much more authoritative picture of to be established on our overall educational performance than is currently possible. The insights gained will play a vital role in shaping policies and interventions that support high-quality teaching and learning for all children in Northern Ireland. We are also accelerating the development of computer adaptive assessment through SWAH, with a record 522 schools participating in the September 2025 pilot. These reforms will ensure that assessment is meaningful, fair and aligned with learning. Looking ahead, next week I will launch a public consultation on the future policy direction for GCSE and A-level qualifications in Northern Ireland. Our proposals are guided by a clear and ambitious vision to create a more streamlined, learner-focused system that prioritises depth of understanding over quantity of assessment. We intend to reduce the number of examinations that young people are required to sit and, wherever possible, remove controlled assessments. This will ease the burden on teachers, freeing up valuable time for high-quality teaching and meaningful learning. The message is simple but powerful. More time for deeper learning, less pressure to teach to the test. We want to empower teachers to inspire, not just prepare and enable students to truly engage with their subjects, not just memorise mark schemes. Turning to school improvement, at the heart of any education system that truly promotes social mobility is a simple but powerful principle. Every child deserves access to a good school. Yet in Northern Ireland today, that principle is under threat. Due to prolonged industrial action, many schools have gone without inspection, without the external scrutiny, support and challenge that are essential to driving improvement and for safeguarding children. This is not a minor administrative issue. It is a systematic failure that puts standards and equity at risk. We cannot continue with the constant threat and reality of disruption that is unmatched anywhere else in the United Kingdom or Ireland. Northern Ireland stands alone as an outlier. Every other jurisdiction has clear, enforceable legislation requiring cooperation with school inspection. We do not. And that must change. We are now preparing legislation to ensure that the statutory arrangements for inspection are not only robust but enforceable. This is not about bureaucracy. It is about accountability, transparency and the right of every child to high-quality education. And over recent months, we have completed a public consultation on this legislation, and I'll bring the bill to the Executive in the coming weeks. This is a critical step in restoring confidence, raising standards and protecting children. Let us be clear. Do we as a society believe that schools should be inspected? If the answer is yes, and it must be, then ask yourself, should that inspection be voluntary? Of course not. No serious education system in the world leaves inspection to chance. We need a legal framework that guarantees consistent, independent oversight of educational quality, child protection and safeguarding. In parallel, we will launch a consultation on a new school improvement policy, one that provides tailored, evidence-based support to schools in all circumstances. This is about building a system that is fair, rigorous and focused on what matters most, the life chances of our children. Talent is universal, but opportunity is not. Excellence in education is simply not possible without greater equity. Narrowing the gap for disadvantaged learners is central to Transform Ed. We've now completed a public consultation on legislation to raise the participation age to 18, and I will bring this bill forward in the autumn. On RAISE initiatives, they're also underway, including a new Reading with AI research project to explore how technology can support literacy. Plans are well advanced for holiday revision schemes and a primary science of learning programme. These evidence-based initiatives are designed to close the attainment gap and ensure every child has the opportunity to succeed. As we move into this new academic year, our focus will be on deepening, accelerating and scaling the implementation of Transform Ed. Key priorities include supporting schools in implementing the TPL fund and accessing a wide range of enhanced professional learning opportunities, advancing the work of the Curriculum Task Force and engaging stakeholders in curriculum reform, new strategies for literacy, numeracy and school improvement, progressing legislative work on inspection and the age of participation in education, beginning the work of qualifications reform and expanding the RAISE initiatives and evaluating their impact. To conclude, Transform Ed is a blueprint for excellence, equity and empowerment. It sets out a bold, coherent and evidence-driven agenda, one that will not only transform education in Northern Ireland, but allow us to learn from and ultimately outpace the world's best. In recent months, we have made remarkable progress that I believe is without parallel in recent years. But let me be clear, this is only the beginning. Reform is not a threat, it is a promise to do better, to be better, and to serve better. Transform Ed is that promise. A promise to every child that their education will be ambitious, inclusive and life-changing. A promise to our teachers that they will be empowered, supported and valued. And a promise to our society that education will be the foundation of a more prosperous and a more confident Northern Ireland. I want to thank all those who have contributed to progress so far, particularly our school leaders and staff. Your commitment is the engine of this transformation. Together, we are not just imagining a better future, we are building it. Too often in the past, change has come at a glacial pace. Not so this time. Our children only get one chance. With Transform Ed, we are delivering that change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, you paint Transform Ed as a world-leading reform agenda, but the reality on the ground tells us a very different story. Teachers are demoralised, classrooms are overcrowded, schools are underfunded and crumbling, and school inspection has been paralysed for years. Given that the Department for Education has been run by 3 different DUP ministers for almost 10 years, how can you, Minister, credibly claim that you are building a world-class system when the basics of funding, staffing and accountability are in crisis? Isn't this strategy little more than a glossy distraction from the fact that children and teachers are being failed every single day by DUP ministers and this disastrous executive?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member should raise his ambitions and get to the challenge of the horizon that I am setting him. Let us make every school a good school. That's what Transform Ed is doing. It is transformational. Don't take my word for it. Go speak to your principals. I had principals, hundreds of principals, that attended the inaugural conference for Transform Ed. We surveyed the principals. We had overwhelming satisfaction in terms of what we are doing and support for what we are doing. So the member on behalf of the opposition, and I get that it is a place where you can luxuriate on the back benches, not take responsibility for trying to make changes in our society, and you want to speak against all that is wrong. Others step up and take responsibility and govern to make this place even better. That's what we're doing in the education system. Transform Ed is the blueprint. We've published it, but we're also delivering upon it. And I would say to the member that speak to those who actually are engaged in this within the teaching profession. They have given it its endorsement. They're excited about what we're doing. And I encourage the member, who can get quite excited at times, get excited behind this plan, because I believe it'll make a difference to your constituency.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement. It outlines a statement that the message is simple but powerful: more time for deeper learning and less pressure to teach to the test. Something I imagine everybody here would be supportive of. If that is your view, are you content that for much of P6 and then into P7, our children are taught to the test? And was this not an opportunity to do something about that approach to delivering teaching and learning in our schools that really is there just to facilitate academic selection rather than the best outcomes for our children?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the default position for those who, and I note, not one word of criticism about what we're doing in Transform Ed. I'll take that as a compliment and an endorsement from the committee chairman. Not one word of criticism as to what we're doing in Transform Ed. The default, though, then, for people that rather than talk about teacher professional learning, investing in our teachers, delivering a world-class curriculum, is to go back to academic selection. A circular debate, and I say to the member who is chairman of the Education Committee, you can do so much better. I know you can. You're better than resorting to going round in circles about academic selection. Let's get engaged on Transform Ed. Let's utilise the Education Committee to get behind this plan, because this plan is going to be transformational for every single child. Or you can go round in a circle about academic selection.
Pat Shane.
Thank the Minister for that statement.
The Minister says in his statement that we're going to benchmark against some of the highest performance education systems elsewhere. If we benchmark it against the education system in the south of this island, the evidence shows that we are lagging miles behind them. There are far more young people going to third level education in the south, and there are far fewer leaving school without qualifications. And our big problem here is the long tail of underachievement that we have. Bob Salisbury, one of a well-known educationalist, once said we had the longest tail of educational underachievement in the whole of Western Europe. Now, in comparative studies that have been carried out between the systems north and south, one of the big differences that the spotlight has been on is academic selection.
Mr. Shane.
And until this egregious practice is ended that damages children and the system, education here isn't going to be reformed. Would the Minister not accept that and accept the evidence?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member is right around benchmarking internationally. That's why we participate in PISA, which is an internationally recognised system of assessment, and that is where we are able to benchmark. And he is right. The Republic of Ireland, in a number of areas, is outperforming Northern Ireland when it comes to education. England is outperforming Northern Ireland in areas whenever we benchmark at PISA as well, particularly when it comes to literacy. So that's why we're making the changes that we're making, because we have to look at what's happening in the Republic of Ireland. It's why part of my International Ministerial Advisory Panel, I have a very influential individual who was part of the education system in the Republic of Ireland, because I will take best practice from wherever. I've no constitutional objection from learning what the Republic of Ireland are doing and saying, how can we improve and then do better to try and compete? But we are competing not just at a Northern Ireland context, a school in your constituency compared to the school down the street. Whenever corporations are taking decisions to invest at a global level, a key part of their decision-making factor is going to be how educated are their workforce. And therefore, we have to compete at a global level. So Transform Ed is very much about making sure we can improve the educational outcomes for all of our young people, and benchmarking at an international level is something that is very important, and where I can learn and I engage with my counterpart in the Republic of Ireland. We share what we're doing in some areas because we are better in some, but the Republic are better in others. How can we collectively make sure that both jurisdictions are benefiting? I'm going to continue to do that.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his statement this morning, which is incredibly welcome. And I know he reflected to the member for West Tyrone about the statement in Transform Ed in broad terms, but the sector, I'd have to say, and I concur with the Minister, is right behind this. The Minister has already reflected that. There's so much I could pick up on, but I just want to touch on the Teacher Professional Learning Fund, Minister, which I understand is 31 million over 3 years. And I think you'd probably agree that actually, and certainly the sector would agree with me, that TPL has been substandard in terms of Northern Ireland for a while, and so this in particular is incredibly welcome. Can you tell us how this TPL fund will roll out?
Well, can I thank the member for his comments, and he's echoing what I hear from my principals, who are really enthusiastic about what we're doing. One of the schools in my constituency hosted the conference only last week, and the principal was greatly encouraged with how that conference went in terms of sharing good practice amongst different principals who attended that event, something that we have been able to provide some funding towards. The Teacher Professional Learning, when it comes to TPL, is a £31 million investment. It's going to be over a 3-year period, and that will provide schools with dedicated per-teacher funding to support high-quality, evidence-based professional development, and our department will ensure that the training that schools will be able to engage in aligns with what we are taking forward by way of knowledge-rich curricula, and all of that will make sure that the training is in line with the policies that we have been setting out. So this will run over a 3-year period. I think it is hugely to be welcomed. Many teachers will speak to us all, but say to me they want to continue to identify ways in which they can improve their practice and how they can best develop their pedagogy in terms of the way in which they are teaching the material that they have to cover. So it's about giving them more time, but it's also about giving them better support so that they can be even more effective in terms of the teaching practices that take place in our classroom.
John Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the Minister for that update. Would the Minister agree with me that education under attainment in boys is a particular issue in Northern Ireland, and that a more balanced workforce in terms of attracting more male teachers in the profession would help provide positive role models in the education sector? Is there any international best practice that would help us attract more men into the teaching profession in Northern Ireland?
Well, the member does raise an important point. Males are underrepresented across the teaching profession, not just in terms of teachers, but also then when it comes to the various different management levels within schools. And it is important for young people to be able to have those role models, whether it's female or males. And I very much would welcome a higher level of young males wanting to come into the profession, because I do believe that would have a positive impact. I think all of us could cite teachers that made an impact in our own lives. I know it was a male teacher that had to deal with an all-boys class, which I was one of, who were maybe a little bit more disruptive than others in the school, but it was that teacher who very much was able to guide us, and I certainly can trace back some of his contributions in helping to correct the errors of my way whenever I was at school. So I agree with the member entirely that we want to encourage higher levels of young males in particular coming into the profession.
Danny Baker.
Former Controller. Minister, you referenced the RAISE programme in your statement today, a programme that has been flawed from the outset. Can I ask why you referenced it in relation to Transform Ed? when it was initially meant to be a 2-year programme? Has further funding been made available by the Dublin Government?
Well, the member's entirely wrong. It's not a flawed scheme. In fact, I would commend the member to engage with the West Belfast Partnership, who have developed their own strategic area plan. I have had a look at the plans that has been developed by his own constituency. I would commend it to him. It is hugely impressive. So we have received, the department's in receipt of all of those local area plans. The RAISE programme is about tackling educational underachievement and trying to help people, and the schemes that are being developed, community-based, led by community organisations, I believe will be transformative. So I think move away from the big P politics. I get that at times members want to have a pop, but actually these plans will make a real impact, and I commend West Belfast for the work that they have been doing to develop the plan, and I encourage the member to become more familiar with it, because the sooner we can get funding out into his community, the better the outcome for his constituents.
Guy Middleton.
Minister for his statement and commend him in the work that he's doing with Transform Ed. Minister, in your statement you mention the review of the curriculum and the potential of that moving forward and gathering pace. I'd be grateful maybe if you could provide some more detail as to how that pace is going to be gathered.
So can I thank the member for that question. I referenced Lucy Crehan, who I appointed to take forward the strategic review of the curriculum. And that was published, and I responded formally in terms of those recommendations. Within that review, it outlined the way in which we need to have our education system around a new curriculum framework which is built around subject disciplines and strong knowledge-rich content, and to establish the curriculum task force in leading the development and rollout of that new framework. So that work is very much underway. The task force has been appointed. They are already at work. We've appointed the members to that, and it's being chaired by Christine Council, and Lucy Crehan will be the deputy chair. We also have the Task Force Advisory Committee, which I have appointed leading educationalists from across the British Isles. So they are being tasked with the work of taking forward the review of Northern Ireland's curriculum. That is looking at every single subject, but it's also to try and ensure that there is consistency in terms of the curriculum, but there's vertical coherence when it comes to the way in which we deliver that curriculum, right from primary 1, P2, P3, so the various key stages, and how you layer on then knowledge and building up your knowledge of those subjects. One of the complaints that members, I'm sure, will get from principals, that a post-primary principal will indicate that dependent on the primary school will depend on how far they've covered a particular subject area, and they will say to me, have to start from scratch in some subjects, because some children are coming with a much higher level understanding of the subject content compared to others. So we need to ensure that there's consistency across all of our schools in the delivery of that curriculum, but that we layer on that curriculum year on year to build up the knowledge. So this is going to be really important when it comes to the outworkings, and we've asked them to do this in 12 months. This is a very ambitious target, and that over the next 12 months we will have a reformed curriculum. Then we need to move into the implementation phase of all of that, and that will take time, but we need to get the foundation work all carried out, the new curriculum completed, and then we will move towards an implementation stage.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the statement. Minister, you've been clear that this is an evidence-based approach in Transform Ed. I hope your use of evidence, though, isn't selective, because you've already made it clear you're going to ignore the evidence around academic selection. But I want to ask about educational underachievement. So we know from research that improving pastoral support and emotional well-being is crucial to tackling educational underachievement, especially for boys and young men. So how will Transform Ed actually help schools and staff to improve pastoral and emotional support?
Well, part of the schemes that have actually been identified in the local area plans for RAISE deals with a lot of the pastoral supports, attendance, what are the underlying issues to do with why young people don't attend school. So there are good proposals contained within the RAISE schemes. That's why it's important that we get funding rolled out and we actually get that underway. So tackling educational disadvantage, underachievement is very much part of Transform Ed, because we need to have a curriculum and an education system which is accessible to everybody. So some people will say that a child almost write them off, won't realise their full potential. Every child can be given a really good education if we can get the education system working effectively. So pastoral support, of course, is part of what schools do. We provide funding, particularly through targeting social need funding, £75 million. There's the Extended Schools programme. We had the Fair Start, of which there were various schemes identified and supported through that process, and we want to make sure that we have better regular attendance. But I would say to the member that part of the challenge on school attendance and making sure pupils come in, the way in which COVID was handled was appalling. The lockdown of schools was appalling. We are living with a legacy of those, and the Members' Party campaigned vociferously to shut down our schools. And we are seeing the ripple effect of denying children the opportunity to be in a classroom. So if the member is going to challenge me on what I do for pupil welfare, where was the concern for pupil welfare when it came to keeping them out of schools? It wasn't there. So the member, if she wishes to continue to challenge me, and she's entitled to challenge me, but I love the kind of pity me approach that the member takes. She'll have a pop at me, but whenever I respond in kind, plays the victimhood card, she really needs to step up and actually not be so precious about people that challenge her.
Mr. Speaker, is it appropriate for the Minister to make what amounts to misogynistic comments in this chamber? It is an absolute disgrace that he just distracts and attacks, doesn't bother us, but people see through it, and it is an absolute disgrace that a Minister would act like that.
When it is not remotely the case. The member.
Order. I'll review remarks of the speaker, of the member in the calm of day. Moving on to the next person, Cathy Mason.
Minister, in the back of an industrial relations agreement earlier this year, you committed to a workload review, and that was in recognition of the huge burden that our teachers have been carrying. Will that workload review consider the implications on teacher workload that is within this Transform Ed programme?
So a really important question. It was the outworkings of an industrial agreement. Work has been undertaken by Paul Sweeney, who was the former Permanent Secretary in the Department of Education, and we have a trade union representative on that as well. So that work has very much been underway. There's been engagement around workload. I expect a report to come in the autumn, whenever it comes forward to me, in order for me to engage on some of the recommendations that will come. It is my belief that they will make recommendations that will help address workload. But decisions that were already taken, for example, around controlled assessment, is already relieving the burden when it comes to teacher workload. So we have harnessed SWAH in terms of the computer adaptive testing model. They are going to be helping us to ensure that we have assessments taking place, but in a way that does not add to teachers' burden, but indeed reduces teachers' burden.
Bill Brownlee.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for coming to the Chamber with this. I'm extremely excited, not only for the education system, but also for Northern Ireland moving forward. I think this will be a game changer. But could the Minister provide an update on statutory assessments, both for 24-25, but also for this year moving forward?
Well, can I thank the member for the question around statutory assessment, because that again is something that's really important to provide us with the information that we need to help improve our education system. So in 2024-25, in that academic year, we saw a return of end of key stage assessments for the first time since the COVID-19 pandemic. Assessments were based on teacher judgment against the levels of progression in communication and using mathematics. Notably, nearly 3 in 10 pupils are not achieving at the expected level in literacy and numeracy by the end of primary school. So that's a significant concern, particularly as these foundational skills are essential for pupils' future learning, well-being and life opportunities. It's also a stark reminder of the challenges that we face, and it highlights the urgent need for a renewed focus on literacy and numeracy across our schools. That's why I'll publish a new literacy guidance for schools supported by a targeted programme for teacher professional learning. The insights gained from the 24-25 data will inform the wider review of assessment and will play a vital role in shaping policy and interventions that support high-quality teaching and learning for all children in Northern Ireland.
All right, Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Minister. I welcome your statement today. Minister, maybe you could explain what your 10-point plan is. Thank you.
Can I thank the member for the question in terms of the 10-point plan? So not only did we publish a strategy, but we also published a 10-point plan that would deliver educational excellence. These 10 commitments aggregate the actions throughout the strategy and aim then to give coherence and clarity to the overall plans. And each of these 10 strategic commitments aims to learn systematically from the most effective and fast improving school systems in the world. So the 10 actions that we do follow in terms of the 10-point plan, it's to review and to redesign the Northern Ireland curriculum, and that will ensure every child enjoys an ambitious and knowledge-rich curriculum that develops their learning in a well-sequenced and explicit manner. Investment in high-quality teacher professional learning and curriculum resources, new literacy and numeracy strategies, and a new school improvement policy based on international best practice. A new system of attainment measures for end of key stage assessment to set high standards for all children. A comprehensive review of qualifications, an integrated approach to tackling educational disadvantage within our schools, families and communities. And new legislation to ensure all learners remain in education, apprenticeship or training until age 18, and a coherent accountability framework for education to demonstrate value to government, taxpayers and parents. And these actions are all interrelated. So it isn't just we've got the Transform Ed strategy, we have a clear 10-point plan that provides the coherence in terms of what we're delivering, and that has allowed us to move forward on this, because you cannot just look at one area in isolation. You can't just update your curriculum without looking at qualifications, without making sure that we provide professional learning opportunities for our teachers to develop. All of this needs to move together, and that's why we have a 10-point plan which underpins the process in which we are taking the transformation forward of our education system.
Stuart Dixon.
You've stated that where possible you wish to remove controlled assessments. How can you be confident that this decision is the best and will be in the best interest of all learners, many of whom perform better when the high stakes of pressure of an examination is removed?
Well, the issue around controlled assessment, it isn't the case that we're not wanting to have assessment. We are wanting to have assessment, and we want to have it at key stages 1, 2 and 3, because typically we are benchmarking once the GCSEs are published or the A-level results. The problem with that, if that is the only formal way in which we can then assess our education system, many of these pupils are 16, 17, 18, they're leaving school. We need to be able to identify right from key stage 1, key stage 2, key stage 3, what is the performance of those pupils. It allows us then to see what schools we can provide additional support to. And the assessment process for that is one where we have looked to see it. They're developing an assessment model around that, one which is less intensive for teachers, and then peer-to-peer assessment with teachers observing other teachers in terms of their practice. And the delivery of this will be very much led by SWAH. That will help relieve the burden on teachers, and it will also give us really important information, particularly on literacy and numeracy, which then informs how the system can respond to those needs.
Paul McGrath.
I'd like to commend the work of Patrician Youth Centre in Downpatrick and local schools Lough Trinity and Blackwater College, who deliver a joint youth service schools approach which targets those to whom the traditional curriculum isn't attractive. This approach is appealing and thus it's engaging for those young people. Would you agree with me, Minister, such a joint approach, which is structure light but knowledge rich, has a place in education and should be funded, even though at the minute the youth service tends to turn its nose up a wee bit to that type of approach?
Well, there certainly are examples. The member has referenced one where outside of a formal school setting, they're making a positive impact, and he has referenced that organisation. I can cite Monkstown Boxing Club as an example for another. Young people who otherwise wouldn't be in school are being engaged in the education system, and that is something that we support. So I commend the work that the organisation he has referenced in terms of what they're taking forward, because I do believe that we need to have an education system that is responsive to whatever way pupils and young people best respond to engaging with education.
Mulholland.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Just wondering, how can we be assured that the Teacher CPD Academy will provide our teachers with the broadest range of academic thinking and teaching methods possible?
All of the professional learning, as we develop that and roll out the £31 million TPL programme, we have a clear position around a knowledge-rich curriculum. We have the science of learning, and that is updating the way in which people best learn, because we have a much better understanding now as to how the brain operates, and we need to ensure that how teachers then are delivering teaching aligns with all of that information. So this will be underpinned, it is evidence-led, and the training will align with the evidence that we have, which justifies the approach that we are taking forward in terms of how we are developing the Northern Ireland curriculum and the practices that take place in our schools.
Neil McAllister.
Mr. Speaker. Minister, we can't talk about transforming education without talking about selection, and it is not respectful to belittle the experience of both teachers and children who make themselves physically sick with the pressure. They expect more from you, Minister. But my question today is around the CPD Academy and the way in which it was developed by Inner Drive, as I've read. I wonder if you could outline the value of the contract and the procurement process that was followed by the awarding of this contract.
Well, the member raises the issue around the procurement contract, and so I'm more than happy to provide all that information to the member. But on the issue of academic selection, I have my own views on academic selection, but you have your view and everyone else has various different views. There's no consensus as to what to do with academic selection. I have my own children. Some sat it, others didn't. And that's a choice and a decision that parents will make when it comes to going through that process. If there is a better way to select children to transfer to schools, please bring it forward. If it's on the basis of living beside your nearest school, we know what will happen in that scenario. The wealthy will buy up the properties beside the best performing schools, and that will disadvantage those who do not have the means. So if that is the solution that is being advocated, I don't see how that will work within our society. So I had a choice to make when I came into this role. Either we go round the decades-long position of academic selection, of which there is no consensus, or we get on with trying to improve the education system in every single school, irrespective of whether they're a grammar school, a comprehensive school, an Irish medium school. And my focus is on helping every single school. That's my objective, and that's what this document is very much about.
Minister, your statement is full of fine words, and I genuinely do wish you well in your vision that you have outlined. But once again, valued classroom assistants have been overlooked. You ignored my amendment regarding this sector yesterday. Would you like to share with the House where you value and where you see classroom assistants fitting in to this vision that you have outlined?
Well, can I thank the member for his welcome of what we're trying to take forward. I supported the member's amendment in the Assembly last night, so I'm not sure where he's getting that from. But let me state on the record, classroom assistants are hugely important to our education system. They provide important support to the young people that they're helping. What we need to ensure is that the education system provides funding for what is in the best interests of our children, whether that be teachers, whether that be classroom assistants. We need to ensure that whenever we're identifying the best way to support the child, that the resources, both financial and human resources, are allocated in a way which is in the best interests of the children. So without a shadow of a doubt, classroom assistants are hugely important to our education system.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you have set out reforms around curriculum, assessment and teacher development, but the glaring omission for me is any sort of programme around life skills. So healthy relationships, consent, mental health, sadly, suicide, prevention and so much more. I think there's a real opportunity here to support kids, parents and teachers who are both asking for this type of support within our schools. Is there anything that you would do to consider this as part of your Transform programme?
Minister.
Well, it's one of the reasons why LLW, the Learning for Life unit within schools, the review that I had commissioned said that it wasn't delivering. Pupils that I met with had said that they didn't find that that was an effective means by which they were addressing some of the issues that the member has just outlined. So we are going to be looking at the way in which the curriculum addresses those issues and doing it in a way that I believe will be more effective than what the current approach has been within our school system.
Thank you very much indeed. That concludes...
Just a second.
That concludes the statement by the Minister. Point of order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I don't need to be patronised. I just want to highlight that I asked the Minister a rather straightforward question. Could the member retake her seat?
Now, you have the opportunity to apologise for making that statement right now, because I believe that was directed at me. There's no patronising. I was waiting for the Minister to finish in accordance with what he's supposed to do. Would you care to make an apology, member?
No. I learn from you. But Deputy Speaker, you need to take a look at
the member will retake her seat. Member, you have an opportunity to retract and make an apology for the statement you made, or you can remove yourself from the chamber.
Deputy Speaker, I won't make an apology, because you do need to look at the way that you do speak to many of the women in this chamber who do stand up and the way you talk there. So I will not make an apology. And you can ask me again, my answer won't change.
Listen to the man. You are to remove yourself from the chamber right now. Thank you. We are waiting. Yes, indeed. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, the member who you've just unceremoniously removed from the chamber was about to ask a point of order in respect of comments made to her by the Minister in his previous statement. That was how and when she could expect to have the written information that he indicated in the answer to the question which he gave. And she wishes to know how she should approach that matter. Sadly, I'm having to ask that question now on her behalf to you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much indeed for the tone we've taken that. That will be referred to the Speaker's office. We'll take detail on that. But actually saying that some remark was being made was patronising, when all I was doing was trying to move on to the next order of business, isn't acceptable. It's not acceptable to the Chair, it's not acceptable to this chamber, and there's a degree of decorum that should be followed. And indeed, your own Deputy Speaker recently was at the Speaker's conference when we covered those issues. You may like to refer those issues to him. Thank you very much indeed. We move on to the next order of business. Yes, please.
Deputy Speaker, in the way in which you've just handled this specific matter with regards to the removal of a member from the chamber, may I invite you to look at not only the words which you used as she rose to raise her intervention, but you also look at the video recording of that. And just while I'm on my feet, Deputy Speaker, I would suggest that some of the men in this chamber should reflect on the moans and groans which they made when a female member of this chamber was raising a legitimate point of order.
Thank you. Now, we move... Sorry, one final point of order, then we'll move on with the business.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think this has been an outrageous abuse of the term misogyny, and as a woman sitting in this House, I am appalled today at the manners at which the Speaker's Office has been addressed, and I would ask that through the Speaker's Office advice is given to all members on how the Speaker's Office should be respected and addressed.
Thank you for that point of order, and that will be indeed passed on to the Speaker, and the Speaker will no doubt be making comment, particularly at the Business Office later on today. I have received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in asking their question. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I wish to make a statement in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 regarding the 25th North-South Ministerial Council Environment meeting, which was held in the Lough Agency Office, Carlingford, on the 4th of July of this year. Junior Minister Aisling Riley MLA and Junior Minister Pam Cameron MLA and I represented the Northern Ireland Executive at the meeting which I chaired. The Irish Government was represented by Dara O'Brien TD, Minister for Climate, Energy and the Environment, and Christopher O'Sullivan TD, Minister of State of the Department of Housing, Local Government and Heritage with special responsibility for nature, heritage and biodiversity. This statement has been endorsed by Junior Minister Riley and Junior Minister Cameron, and they have agreed that I should make the statement. I am pleased to be able to report that it was a very useful and constructive meeting and that progress was made in all areas discussed. I will now summarise the discussions on each paper in turn and the main outcomes and agreements reached. In terms of environmental research and funding opportunities, on cooperation on environmental research and funding opportunities, Ministers welcomed the strong links between researchers in both jurisdictions in the field of environmental research, including through ongoing projects funded through collaborative funding programmes across both jurisdictions and via European-funded programmes. Ministers also welcomed the ongoing collaborative environmental research projects, such as the jointly funded co-centres and the CREDA, High Green and Spectator projects funded through the Government of Ireland's North-South Research Programme as part of the Shared Island Initiative. The Council agreed that both administrations will continue to work together to maximise opportunities in terms of environmental research and funding, including those offered by Peace Plus, Horizon Europe, the Innovation Fund, the North-South Research Programme, the Shared Island Bioeconomy Demonstration Initiative, the DERA Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine Collaborative Research Programme, and the US-Ireland R&D Partnership. On climate change, mitigation and adaptation, the focus was on the bioeconomy. Ministers noted the opportunities that the bioeconomy can offer in terms of sustainable and circular bio-based innovations and solutions for climate action, culminating in a just transition from a linear to a circular economy in both jurisdictions. The North-South Ministerial Council welcomed the progress achieved by both administrations in developing and implementing initiatives, including strategies and action plans on a North-South basis, and agreed that officials should continue to collaborate on key issues affecting the bioeconomy. With regards to cooperation on biodiversity, the North-South Ministerial Council noted the commitment of officials in both jurisdictions to engage biannually on matters relating to biodiversity, with a focus on conservation action and restoration initiatives, and welcomed the continued cooperation on biodiversity projects funded under the Peace Plus programme and Shared Island Initiative. Ministers endorsed the ambition to share best practice through programmes such as Farming for Nature and Farming with Nature, and encouraged knowledge transfer of successful delivery in the European Innovation Partnership Programme, the LIFE Project and Environmental Farming Scheme, and encourage collaborative engagement on natural capital accounting approaches to habitat mapping and ecosystem assessments. On cooperation on the marine environment and marine protected areas, the Council welcomed the ongoing North-South cooperation in developing policy and legislative frameworks that follow the ecosystem-based approach and provide protection for coastal and marine habitats, species and for marine ecosystem services. Ministers welcomed the presentation from a DERA official on the Northern Ireland Blue Carbon Action Plan 2025 to 2030, co-delivering policy for nature recovery. Ministers agreed to continued North-South cooperation to develop policy and legislation that gives regard to the transboundary nature of marine ecosystems and to provide opportunities for cooperation in science and research projects, knowledge exchange between officials, and where necessary the development and/or alignment of transboundary management measures. The North-South Ministerial Council agreed that officials should work jointly on topics such as the participation of coastal and island communities in management action and environmental stewardship, the valuation of marine ecosystem services, nature-based solutions and measures to protect and restore natural carbon stores, designation and management of marine protected areas, and measures to achieve offshore renewable energy targets while ensuring the protection of marine ecosystems. On water quality and wastewater management, Ministers welcomed the launch of the Northern Ireland Executive's approved Loch Nay Report and Action Plan on the 23rd of July last year, as well as the publication of Ireland's third cycle River Basin Management Plan, the Water Action Plan 2024, on the 5th of September 2024, and the Northern Ireland Executive's approval of the third cycle River Basin Management Plan on the 5th of June 2025, and its publication on the 13th of June. The North-South Ministerial Council noted the holding of a catchment community fora workshop and the continued progress in developing the cross-jurisdictional pilot catchment work plan being undertaken in the Newry, Fane, Glyde and Dee catchment. Ministers also welcomed the engagement of officials on water quality issues through the North-South Water Quality Coordination Group. The Council agreed to hold the next meeting in this sector in autumn 2025. In closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I am pleased to be able to report a very productive and constructive meeting and look forward to continuing working with my counterparts in Ireland in all areas of cooperation in the North-South Ministerial Council Environment sector. I commend the statement to the Assembly and welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, you spoke about collaboration and research, but people in the communities around Loch Nay and the Foyle need urgent action. What clear timelines and targets will come from the meeting to actually improve water quality and biodiversity rather than more strategy papers?
I thank the member for his question and I welcome him to the post, and I look forward to working with yourself as the spokesperson for the party on agriculture, environment and rural affairs matters. We're talking in terms of North-South cooperation I've outlined in relation to the areas that we were discussing. It's important we have strategies so that we have an overall policy framework, but it's also important that we take action. And the key area of focus and action in terms of Loch Nay is the Loch Nay Action Plan that was agreed and published in July of last year, and I'm focused upon delivery of that because people of Northern Ireland deserve delivery on those key issues. In terms of nature recovery, we're going to launch for consultation later on this month the nature recovery strategy, but it's really important that we take actions around that, and I'm going to make announcements in the next period of time in terms of how we're supporting NGOs on the ground to take practical actions to restore nature in Northern Ireland.
Ferris. Apologies, Sinead Ennis. People are probably misconstruing my language today. I don't know what's happened. Everybody seems to be a bit excitable today. Sinead, my apologies. Over to you.
That is. Minister, your statement talks about cross-border cooperation on water quality and marine ecosystems, yet there's no mention of the environmental nightmare being suffered by the Carningford Lough community of Warrenpoint that your department continues to preside over. I wrote to you over the summer to ask you, as the Minister responsible for issuing the waste management licence, what meaningful action your department has taken. So can I ask you, what are you doing beyond sending out the odd NIE official to tell us that the operation is compliant? Can you tell the people of Warrenpoint what are you actually practically doing to end this environmental nuisance on their behalf?
So I'm taking all the actions that are possible within the legal varies of this department, and we're working quite hard in relation to addressing the concerns that have been raised with me in terms of the odour issues in Warrenpoint. And it's important I put that on the record. I consider these issues to be important, but we have to work within the legal powers that are within my department, and more specifically in relation to the Northern Ireland Environment Agency. And the last inspection of the facility was on the 14th of August by NEA officials, and we will continue to do what we can within the legal powers that we have in regards to this. This stands in stark contrast to your party and the SDLP, who downed tools and walked away from Warrenpoint Authority. The politics of boycott do not deliver for Northern Ireland. I'm focused on delivery and on addressing these issues rather than walking away from the issue.
I call on Michelle McElveen. Michelle.
I know there was agreement to work to achieve offshore renewable energy targets while ensuring the protection of marine ecosystems. From my own perspective, I still believe that the protection of our fishing industry should also be a priority alongside this. Can I ask the Minister whether he will give assurances that any meaningful engagement will also include the fishing sector, who obviously will be at risk with regards to any offshore renewable activity?
I thank the member for his question. I think it is important that we do engagement with the fishery sector, because they're one of the key sectors who are going to be affected as a result of this. And I think that's important. I put it on the record that I believe in the importance of that engagement. I also believe in important we support our fishery sector in Northern Ireland. I've been in regular engagement with DEFRA in terms of the Fisheries and Coastal Development Fund to get clarity on where that funding is going to go, and so we can actually get that rolled out and give that support. And I'm going to continue to engage with what I have now as new DEFRA ministers in post. It's regrettable that this change has occurred, because I met with Daniel Zeichner just a few weeks ago and we were making good progress. But we're starting with a fresh team. I'm going to start with a fresh approach, and hopefully we can get that support to fisheries and coastal communities in Northern Ireland.
Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Can I ask the Minister for an update on Northern Ireland's first Climate Action Plan?
So the Climate Action Plan is out for consultation, and I encourage everyone to have their say in relation to this, because it is a key intervention for us in Northern Ireland. It's a requirement arising from the climate change legislation, and it's important we deliver upon that legislation. There's been public events and they're ongoing, and I encourage people to feed back in relation to that.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Minister's statement references the issues facing Loch Nay. The Minister recently announced a round of funding to fund and explore potential products and solutions to treat and reduce blue-green algae. 5 companies, I'm aware, received such funding. So, Minister, I know of at least one, and I'm sure there's others, that were denied funding in this particular round. If we were to approach this conversation with a genuine open mind, can the Minister explain why, and will he commit to engaging his officials to ensure that all of these companies with potential solutions have the ability to present to the Department so that we can best place targeted action if the solutions exist?
And thank you, Mr Buckley. There's quite a lot of interest in relation to that SBRI initiative, so we had to go through a competitive call, and some people made it through and others didn't. But I also know that subsequent to that call, people have been coming forward with further initiatives. We had to give a consideration, do we do a further round then, because people are coming forward with additional interventions around that, and that's something I will engage with officials over the time ahead, because if people have got good ideas and we want to be able to test those, we should provide a mechanism to do that.
Minister, can I ask you how your department has been engaging with the Irish Government in respect of the Asian hornet threat?
So people will be aware of this, and people are aware that there was an Asian hornet sighting which was confirmed in Cork on the 13th of August, and subsequently National Parks and Wildlife Service confirmed that a nest was successfully located on Thursday the 28th of August. This highlights that there is an ability for this high-risk species to reproduce on the island of Ireland. NEA is actively collaborating with colleagues in the Republic of Ireland through the Shared Island Biosecurity and Invasive Species Initiative to monitor developments and share intelligence regarding the evolving situation south of the border. As part of this effort, a DERA representative has been invited to join the Irish Government's Asian Hornet Management Group, facilitating timely and effective information exchange between both jurisdictions. In parallel, NEA is exploring opportunities for sharing training and equipment to strengthen preparedness and response capabilities across the island. Furthermore, NEA has been invited to partake in the review of the response to the current outbreak in Ireland, enabling valuable lessons to be identified and incorporated into Northern Ireland's contingency planning should a similar incident arise. I would say in conclusion, my concerns in relation to this are quite significant. NEA is working through terms of preparations if this eventuality ever arrives in Northern Ireland. If it does, I need to level with members in the chamber here today. There's many items that we're going to have to stop doing so they can divert resources to dealing with this. This is a concern. We've seen the situation that's been unfolding in Cork, and we have to be very conscious of the need to respond to it.
Sean Mulholland.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Minister, could we get an update on cross-border collaboration on climate change and also any impact that arises from the recent A5 judgment, please?
Thank you, Sian. Throughout my time as Dear Minister, I have been very clear on the importance I place on climate action. The journey to net zero is a defining challenge of our generation. The Climate Change Act in Northern Ireland 2022 was a central feature of the judgment made in the High Court on the 23rd of June 2025. I have decided that it is appropriate that my department applies to the Court to formally intervene in the appeal. The focus will be to clarify the interpretation of the legislation so that it can be fully implemented as intended. We have made much progress since I took up office in relation to climate action, and I am determined that it will continue. Achieving the targets requires collective leadership. All ministers and all departments can and must play a role together. There are significant opportunities for investment as we transition towards a more sustainable economy, including good green jobs and increased energy security from renewables. The poorest in our society should not be left to bear the consequences of wild price fluctuations at the behest of dictatorships owning fossil fuel supplies. Decarbonisation will improve the health and well-being of our citizens, especially the most vulnerable in our society, as we focus on a fair and just transition where everyone benefits. Strong climate and environmental credentials will be critical if we are to attract inward investment, maximise economic opportunities, develop skills and compete on an international scale while showcasing the best of Northern Ireland.
Minister, I attended a public meeting along with a number of other elected members last night, over 100 people there in Kinturk in Moortown, County Tyrone. The issue is, as you'll be well aware, Loch Nay and a priority to have action on Loch Nay. Now, this is an opportunity for you, this particular statement, when you liaised with colleagues from other parts of the island. And indeed, the Irish Government have been engaging with agriculture, the farming sector and other environmental stakeholders around how this particular issue, including at Loch Sheelin, may be addressed. Did you avail of the opportunity to engage with your colleagues, the ministers from the Republic, on measures that can be collaboratively taken, or indeed learn from those measures which indeed have engaged significantly and supported the agriculture sector towards creative new measures?
Minister.
So I can confirm the issue of Loch Nay was discussed at this North-South Ministerial Council meeting in the environment sector, because it's a shared challenge, because the catchment area covers north and south. And there's a lot of good work being done north and south, but we need to do more. And there's discussions ongoing in terms of the potential for a shared island initiative around Loch Nay. I want to be able to support the farming community on the road ahead, particularly taking into account the success of ASAP and then the Sustainable Catchment Programme North, both similar initiatives. They're an opportunity for us to collaborate on those issues. We will continue to engage in this. There's very strong and positive engagement. But it's more than just water quality. It's also in relation to nature and biodiversity. And we have a number of shared island and Peace Plus initiatives around that. And I think it's really good to have that, but we will need to redouble this. We need to work north-south in relation to this. I welcome the fact that the Irish Government includes these areas in terms of cooperation north-south within their programme for government, and that's why we work together on these issues.
Nick Matheson. Nick.
Deputy Speaker, thank the Minister for his statement. Can the Minister provide a more detailed update on the Clean Air Strategy?
Thank you very much, Nick. The Clean Air Strategy is an important initiative that my department has taken forward. We're engaging with other departments with responsibility for minimising pollutant emissions to air to agree the actions each department can include within the draft Clean Air Strategy, and as such, good progress has been made on the development of the draft strategy. I've met with my officials to set out my policy direction, and liaison is currently ongoing between DERA, the Department for the Economy, the Department for Infrastructure, Department of Health and also the Department for Communities. A draft of the Clean Air Strategy was recently shared with these departments, and my officials are now reviewing the feedback that has been received and revising the strategy to reflect those views. I anticipate the launch of the public consultation on the draft strategy later this year. I remain committed to publishing a robust strategy that will deliver real benefits to human health and the environment across Northern Ireland.
Sir, I call Michelle Guy. Michelle.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the statement. Could I ask the Minister for an update on future shared island opportunities?
So there's a number of shared island opportunities that we're considering. The departmental officials are engaging with Irish Government's Shared Island Initiative Unit to explore a natural communities network proposal. This would build on the work that has already been successfully undertaken to date by the Shared Island Initiative Peatland Programme and provide €5 million for the establishment and implementation of the natural communities networks. Departmental officials will be engaging further with the Irish Government's Shared Island Initiative Unit to explore opportunities to improve water quality in the Loch Nay catchment area and wider in terms of the island of Ireland. Any such proposals will build on and support the actions in the Loch Nay Action Plan, which has been progressed to date.
Mr Gaston.
Mr Speaker, Minister, you have rightly highlighted the importance of water quality and wastewater management. Closer to home, however, there is deep public concern over the reported 200,000 tonnes of raw sewage being discharged into the Loch Nay catchment area. Can you outline what progress you have made with your DFI counterpart to ensure that this ongoing pollution, which Northern Ireland Water play and contribute to, is brought under control?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. This is a critical issue. We are pumping sewage into Loch Nay, Belfast Lough, on our waterways, and something needs to be done about it. My responsibility is in relation to regulation and enforcement. And since NI Water was established in 2007, there's been a separate regulatory regime for NI Water. Farmers often say to me, that's not fair. I agree with them. And what I'll need is support from executive colleagues so that we can have a very clear regulation and enforcement regime around around sewage pollution, and that makes it very clear that there's no separate arrangements for anyone. And that will be coming forward the next number of months, and I need backing on that.
Thank you very much indeed. Linda Dillon.
Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, I know that other people have obviously raised Loch Nay, and it is a real concern for many of us. Can you give us some sense of what the Shared Island Initiative that you're talking about is going to involve? Can you also tell us who will be engaged in that in terms of stakeholders? So previous members have spoken about the agriculture community and declaring interest as somebody who comes from an agriculture background, but we also need to be engaging our fishermen, both those who fish in boats and our angling community. All of these people have a very vested interest in terms of protecting our loch, and also can we get a sense of what benefits might we gain from the loch in the future in terms of not just environmental but also economic and to our population?
No problem, Linda. So I was down in County Monaghan last year, and we had a North-South conference around water quality in terms of agriculture and what good work's been done down south and what work's been done up north. We have the Sustainable Catchment Programme in Northern Ireland, which is on-farm advisory support to farmers, delivered in the Upper Bann catchment area by Rivers Trust, who I met, and I was very impressed by that. But it needs to be broadened out, and it's an action within the Loch Nay Action Plan that we broadened out the Sustainable Catchment Programme to much wider than that. Down south, they have a number of initiatives which are broader than what we have in the north. We need to take learnings from that and see if there's a way to expand that in the north as part of the Sustainable Catchment Programme, because there's 4 pillars in terms of improving water quality in Loch Nay and elsewhere: education, incentification, regulation and enforcement. And let's be clear, the focus ought to be in terms of education and incentification, because it's much better if the problem doesn't occur in the first place. Yes, we need to do regulation and enforcement, but that's the example of failure if we're having to resort to that. And I want to be able to invest in that area of education and incentification. And that's where I need support in the Shared Island project, because I don't have the money within my budget to be able to do that at the present moment in time. So I will work north-south on this issue, and I continue to engage with my colleagues so we can pull something together and deliver that on the ground. You mentioned the issue in terms of engagement with people. It's absolutely critical that we bring people with them, and that's what I'm going to do, is in terms of keep my focus on that issue.
Minister, I note with bewilderment the self-congratulatory tone on Loch Nay while our loch is engulfed with a rancid blue-green algae. Given the repeated failures on wastewater management and nutrient runoff, what enforcement measures will be introduced to make sure commitments on water quality are met? And does your department have the varies to act against and fine the Department for Infrastructure in relation to their failings in discharging wastewater to our sea and watercourses? I've already addressed a number of the questions you've outlined. There's no self-congratulatory tone from me.
What unfolded over the summer is nothing short of thunder and disgrace. Year on year, we're seeing the situation evolve in Loch Nay. And when I come to this House to look for support, I don't get it. So people need to support me in relation to taking these difficult decisions. And I welcome that the parties, including yourself in terms of the recent motion, have given it to me in terms of constructive opposition, because we need to constructively focus in terms of how we resolve this. In terms of wastewater infrastructure, I've already outlined my view in terms of the arrangements that are in place. And I need support from my executive colleagues to ensure that in terms of wastewater pollution and sewage that's going into our waterways, that is treated equally and fairly across all the pollution elements. There also is a fundamental issue here in terms of, are we really serious about governing in Northern Ireland? Because I am. I'm up for taking difficult decisions, and others are going to have to decide in the next number of months whether they are as well.
Thank you. That concludes questions on that statement. The Speaker I have received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make another statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. Minister, over to you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, can you clarify which the next one is? Was it agriculture?
For the sake of clarity, we are dealing with the aquaculture, I should at least get that one right, and marine sectoral meeting Friday the 4th of July 2025. Have you got the right one, Minister? Let's go for it. Well done.
With your permission, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act, I wish to make a statement about the 32nd meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in the aquaculture and marine sector, which was held on Friday the 4th of July. The Executive was represented by Junior Minister Cameron and Junior Minister Riley as accompanying ministers, and me as lead minister. The Irish Government was represented by Dara O'Brien TD, Minister for Climate, Energy and the Environment, who chaired the meeting. This statement has been agreed with Junior Ministers Cameron and Riley, and I am making it on behalf of us all. North-South Ministerial Council welcomed the report on the activities of the Lough Agency, including the ongoing conservation and protection efforts, most notably the following: EU-funded projects with the aim of improving monitoring of aquatic animals and species, fisheries improvements to create climate-resilient rivers, improve water quality and maximise fisheries productivity, and marine tourism to promote aquatic ecosystems and support local economies. Ministers noted the success of the agency's International Symposium on Transboundary and Collaborative Water Governance, held in September 2024 to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the agency, which brought together experts, policymakers and researchers focusing on cross-border cooperation for the protection of water, aquatic and marine systems. The Council welcomed the presentation by Lough Agency on a strategic plan for its role in Carlingford. Ministers noted the agency's collaboration with Fulcher Ireland, Louth County Council, Carlingford Division 31 Steering Committee and other local stakeholders, which has facilitated the development of a suite of co-design proposals that reflect the aspirations of the people of the region. The North-South Ministerial Council approved the Lough Agency revised business plan for 2024 and its business plan for 2025 and recommended the budget and grant provisions which have been agreed by both sponsor departments and finance ministers. The Council noted that the 2022 and 2023 Lough Agency annual reports and accounts have been laid before the Northern Ireland Assembly and both houses of the Oireachtas. North-South Ministerial Council welcomed the update on the implementation of the Science Strategy Framework, which is structured as a three-strand approach inclusive of salmonoids and other fish, native oysters and aquatic ecosystems for all science delivery at Lough Agency. Ministers noted ongoing work to improve the accuracy of fish counts to generate more robust data to better inform salmon conservation limits. The Council noted ongoing fish surveillance in compliance with Water Framework Directive requirements. Ministers noted the potential for oyster surveys to provide the evidence base for consideration in relation to sustainable operation of the Lough Foyle native oyster fishery. Ministers noted the work undertaken in water quality monitoring across both catchments to inform pollution responses, habitat improvement works and statutory environmental planning, and also noted the use of eDNA techniques to identify the presence of invasive species. North-South Ministerial Council commended Lough Agency for its proactive response to address the impacts of climate change and biodiversity loss on priority fish species. The Council welcomed the agency's continued commitment to working collaboratively with partners to help deliver a collective response to the dual challenges of climate change and biodiversity loss. Finally, the North-South Ministerial Council agreed to hold its aquaculture marine meeting in autumn 2025. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for that statement. You have a busy day today, Minister. You outlined the Loch's agency's work on water quality, invasive species and fisheries, but local anglers and fishing communities are telling us rivers are in crisis. Can you explain how the agency's budget and resources are sufficient to meet the enormous challenges?
Minister.
So the Loch's agency have a focus in terms of their territorial area, and that's what they focus upon. What I want to do is I want to give them additional powers. So there's a Fisheries and Water Environment Bill hopefully coming to this House, which will give them additional powers in terms of enforcement around this, because I get the concerns in relation to the impact that pollution incidents have had, and that's something we want to take forward. We also need to get the situation with regards to the budget for the Loch's agency agreed for the next financial year and going forward, and that's something I think North-South cooperation is beneficial, because it allows us to get good value for money and allows us to deliver for the citizens of Northern Ireland, and I will continue to work with them to ensure that they have sufficient budget in place.
Thank you. Anya Murphy. Anya.
Minister, how is the cross-border implementation of the Water Framework Directive being aligned both north and south, particularly in and around achieving good ecological status targets?
Officials engage on a cross-border basis around this, and it's important we do that. We also have a number of initiatives that flow from that wider strategic commitment, but we have to recognise that the border does not respect the issues in terms of water quality, and that's where we cooperate north-south, and in terms of these council meetings we do that as well. And there will be further work going forward, because we're looking towards our fourth cycle river basin management strategy, and that's where we need to cooperate north-south in regards to this. North-south cooperation on water quality is absolutely fundamental.
Thank you very much indeed. Michelle McElveen. Michelle.
I note that the NSMC approved the Loch's agency's revised business plan for 2024 and the business plan for 2025. Can I ask the Minister if he believes that there are any efficiencies which could be made going forward, and if Loch's agency have been tasked with this?
So the Loch's agency operates on a relatively tight budget, and I know that they're doing a lot of good work. Something we examine at every one of the meetings in terms of the work that they're doing. I haven't got additional concerns that they're inefficient, but if the member has anything particular around that, I can raise that with them.
Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister. Minister, what will the impact be on the Loch's agency when the new Fisheries and Water Environment Bill comes into effect?
Thank you, Andrew. So I'm going to make sure I give you the actual correct answer to this one. So I'm aware of concerns around levels of fines imposed for water pollution offences, particularly the maximum statutory fines. Fish kills within the Loch's agency jurisdiction are prosecuted under the Foyle Fisheries Act 1952, with the recent prosecution in relation to the river Muff. My officials are taking forward a review of fines and penalties for environmental crime, including water pollution offences, as part of the policy development phase for the Fisheries and Water Environment Bill. Loch's agency staff have been involved during the policy development phase and have taken part in stakeholder engagement on water quality. This bill will give us the tools to be able to deal with a lot of the concerns that have been raised with me of late, and it's important that the Loch's agency are able to avail of them.
Statement, you talk about ongoing work to improve the accuracy of fish counts to generate more robust data to better inform salmon conservation limits. Can you inform the House as to what progress has been made on this to date?
Minister. I wouldn't have anything specifically to be able to detail you now. I think I've got it in my mind, but I don't know whether it's entirely accurate. So what I'll do is I will write to you and set that out, and if you've got any concerns, I'm happy to meet with you to discuss it.
Sean Mulholland. Sean.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, again for the second statement. Can you give us an update on what the Loch's agency is doing about pollution incidents, please?
So, as Daniel McCrossan outlined, the Loch's agency does have powers in relation to this, and I am concerned around the number of pollution incidents in our rivers and lochs and the associated fish kills. When I get informed by officials of this, it causes me concern, and there's been far too many times where officials have been informing me of fish kills in Northern Ireland. 128 pollution incidents have been investigated by Loch's agency fishery officers so far in this year. 937 proactive watercourse inspections have been carried out by fishery officers in the Foyle and Carnford areas in 2025 to date. Lough's agency has instigated a number of prosecution cases from their enforcement actions and has worked with the Police Service of Northern Ireland and Garda Síochána, Northern Ireland Environment Agency and other enforcement agencies to secure convictions. Lough's agency plays a vital role in preventing future pollution events from occurring by adopting a holistic approach which is in keeping with the 4 pillars of education, incentivication, regulation and enforcement, and is laid out in the Loch Nay Action Plan and is key to meeting the strategic environmental outcomes as set out in the Environmental Improvement Plan.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on John Stewart. John.
And I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, you and I share Belfast Lough as constituency MLAs, and you'll know firsthand, like I do, just how bad the Lough is in terms of water testing at the minute. I'm just asking, has anything been raised about that, and what more can be done to protect the ecosystem there in Belfast Lough and improve the water quality, given the mass amounts of raw sewage that have been pumped into it, and also the industrial impact that has been there for many years?
So Belfast Lough didn't come up in relation to this, but I'm happy to answer your question in regards to this. The focus often is in relation to Loch Nay, and we understand why. For the first time in history, the brown eel fishing season has been terminated. If that's not a message in terms of like the need for action, I don't know what else is. We have scenes on our TV screens every summer. But Belfast Lough is on course to become the next Loch Nay. We are allowing sewage to be pumped in to Belfast Lough daily. And that requires me to step forward in proposals in terms of stronger regulation and enforcement, but also requires brave political decisions in terms of how we manage our wastewater infrastructure. That's for the Infrastructure Minister to come forward, and I'll not be found wanting in supporting any measures that come forward in that regard.
I call on Stuart Dixon. Stuart.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, just returning again to the Lough's agency, can you tell us what discussion there was with regards to the impact of climate change on fish stocks?
The Lough's agency has developed a climate action plan which maps out organisational level climate risks and impacts, supporting the shift away from high carbon energy, addressing climate adaptation for the organisation and supporting climate resilient solutions for the catchments of Lough, Foyle and Carnford Lough. Through the delivery of the Climate Action Plan, Lough's agency will be implementing an agile, risk-based approach to climate adaptation across the Foyle and Carnford catchment areas. The Climate Action Plan allows the agency to be responsive to direct and indirect climate impacts, allowing the agency to prioritise and plan work programmes.
From some of the previous questions, I note that there was a presentation given about Carlingford Lough. I was just wondering if there was any details from that presentation about protecting it, given its unique space, it's sort of being shared, but also a marine conservation area as well.
Yeah, so there was a number of areas in that presentation. I'm happy that's shared with yourself if you find that useful. Carnford Lough has a special place to the communities around it, but also it's a transboundary issues where we need to cooperate in relation to that. So that was the focus, and also the fact that the Lough's agency have new premises there is to be welcomed in terms of their commitment around that. So I'm happy to share that with you and to discuss any issues you have around it.
Minister, I have memories coming flooding back of my childhood, building dams on a small little river, a feeder river to on Camloch, the Crooked Lake, where a little fish swam down the river. I can tell you the chances of that fish swimming down the river now, 0. There were trout jumping from that lake, leaping in the summer times. The chance of trout doing that now, 0. Minister, how will North-South cooperation directly protect and enhance trout stocks in the rivers and salmon stocks and our lakes around the north where numbers are and have collapsed?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We've been off for the summer recess and now back. And one thing I've been looking forward to is my engagement with Justin, because you always get something a bit different. I can answer your question, particularly in relation to salmon. I'll have to write back to you with regards to the other elements of that. But the Lough's agency has made significant investments in fish counters and telemetry river gauges to facilitate the monitoring of salmon populations within its area. The River Finn failed to meet its conservation limit of 2024, as it has done since 2007. As a result, the commercial fishery remains closed in 2025, and the River Finn is catch and release only. Data from the fish counters indicates that the rivers Fawn, Roe and Mourne are meeting conservation limits with enough regularity to permit the retention of a small number of fish per licence in 2025. To help address the challenges facing salmon stocks, the agency has recently developed the first marine salmon management plan for Lough Foyle. The agency has also delivered a number of fisheries improvements projects, including the creation of new spawning habitats, fishery and habitat improvement and enhancement schemes to introduce and improve holding, spawning and nursery areas for Atlantic salmon, riparian tree planting to create refuge and shading for salmon stocks and to lower water temperatures. In addition, the North Atlantic Salmon Conservation Organisation has agreed a new reporting format for parties to complete, which provide details on the management of salmon stocks and do outline what transformative conservation commitments will be undertaken over the next 10 years to address the decline in stocks in the jurisdiction. The area officials are liaising with Lough's agency in relation to completing the first draft of the UK Northern Ireland report, which is required to be submitted to NIASCO by February 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, could I ask you a question that you've alluded to, that the damage that Loch Nay is suffering, but that damage goes the whole way to the sea, which is through my constituency, East London area, and through the town of Coleraine, where we had a 5-day flow of green water. What is the impact of salmon, white trout, brown trout, and the indigenous coarse fish that live in the river band? Don't forget, wherever a salmon is caught in Northern Ireland, it's basically come through Coleraine.
You rightly outlined the impact of the environmental catastrophe at Loch Nay is having more broadly in terms of our rivers and also our marine environments. You talked about the closure of Benone Beach, and this is highlighting to me why we need to take action together on this. We can turn the course in relation to water quality, not just in the rivers, but also in Loch Nay and elsewhere. But that requires us to collectively to come together, and we'll talk a bit more about it this afternoon in relation to the motion around Loch Nay. But I am not focused in terms of any blame game. I'm focused on working with people, and my department is writing to, from himself, to all the party leaders, asking for meetings to be able to discuss where are your concerns and how collectively we can move forward in this. I've got proposals I'm going to be going out and looking for support on, and I want to work with everyone in regards to that, and I'm looking forward to meeting yourselves as a party as well.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, we obviously have a motion on this, and we look forward to working with you in terms of dealing with Loch Nay. Just on Loch Nay, and indeed Belfast Lough, which was raised by previous speakers, it's clear that there is less North-South cooperation, indeed policy potential focus, resource and regulation, because neither Loch Nay or Belfast Lough are covered by the Lochs Agency, or for that matter Waterways Ireland. I think that should change. I think that's a possible positive step. Would you support that extension of the remit of the Lochs Agency to cover, for example, Loch Nay, Belfast Lough and indeed Lough Erne?
Thank the member for his question. The fact that Loch Nay doesn't have a navigational body, to me, was an oversight at the time of negotiating the Good Friday Agreement. The good people negotiated a great agreement, but it's not perfect. And that is something that was overlooked. And I think that there will be merit, whoever it would be, whether it be Waterways Ireland, Lochs Agency, whatever else, to have a navigational body for Loch Nay. The immediate focus at the moment is in terms of water quality, what's going into the loch. But I think it's something you've rightly highlighted, and it's something I'm happy to work with people on.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, I want to thank you for visiting the Kells and Connor hatchery following our meeting with the club and Clare House during the summer. I trust this will give you the confidence to approve the Section 14 applications they have submitted. Regarding the work to improve the accuracy of fish counts, what progress, Minister, have you made to establish the amount of trout in Loch Nay to ensure it is being sustainably fished?
So this question was also raised by Tom, and I'm happy to write back with you and say a bit more in regards to that, because I want to be able to set it out accurately. In relation to the hatchery and the engagement you have had, I've had quite a lot of letters about this, including one from my colleague for Northampton, Shanma Holland. We're giving consideration to that. I had a really good engagement with them on site, and I'm committed to working with people in terms of conservation, whether it's in relation to fisheries, but also our environment. And I was very impressed with what they were able to outline to me. And collectively, I think we can learn an awful lot more if we work together.
Thank you very much indeed. That concludes the question.
Deputy Speaker, can I ask you to clarify under which standing order Nuala McAllister was asked to leave this chamber, to clarify the length of her suspension, and also to clarify why no question was put to this Assembly on her suspension from the Assembly?
We'll refer those matters to the Speaker, and the Speaker will reform that, and I also need to talk to the Speaker after this, because just for clarification, members should not be making points of order when the ministers are still making their statement. That is convention in this House, and that was not being followed at the time. That was the reason why I asked her to withdraw. I gave her an opportunity on several occasions to apologise, and she did not do so. That was the reasons. I will be taking that issue directly with the Speaker on completion of this. We now move on. Minister, statement please.
With your permission, Mr Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a statement in compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 with regards to the 29th North-South Ministerial Council Aquaculture meeting, which was held at the North-South Ministerial Council Joint Secretariat Offices, Armagh, on Friday the 20th of June 2025. I do feel as if I'm repeating some of this. Junior Minister Aisling Riley MLA and Junior Minister Pam Cameron MLA and I represented the Northern Ireland Executive at the meeting. The Irish Government was represented by Martin Hayden, TD, Minister for Agriculture, Food and the Marine, and Dara Cleary, TD, Minister for Rural and Community Development and the Gaeltacht, and I chaired the meeting. The statement has been agreed by Junior Minister Riley and Junior Minister Cameron, and I make it on behalf of us all. I just want to put on the record thanks to both Pam and Aisling for coming to these meetings and for their constructive engagement in relation to all these issues. It is gratefully appreciated from myself and also from the Department. It was a very positive meeting and a lot of progress was made. I will now take each paper in order that it was discussed. On the review of the work programme, the North-South Ministerial Council noted the implementation of the revised work programme for the agriculture sector, as agreed by the Council in May 2024, and the ongoing engagement between both administrations to identify areas of mutual interest and benefit in the agri-food sector, which may also be included in the work programme. The Council noted that an update paper will be provided for consideration by ministers at the next meeting in the agriculture sector. On cooperation and animal health, the Council noted the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs intended to host a multi-agency practical exercise on humane slaughter contingency planning for exotic disease in October 2025, to which the Department of Agriculture, Food and Marine will be invited. The North-South Ministerial Council acknowledged the ongoing efforts by officials from both jurisdictions to strengthen existing cooperation in animal health and welfare. Ministers recognised the ongoing risk posed by exotic disease to our agri-food sectors by diseases such as avian influenza and blue tongue, and welcomed the ongoing engagement between both jurisdictions to protect the high animal health status on the island through coordinated protection measures. The Council noted the work underway in both jurisdictions to reduce the prevalence of bovine TB across the island, and agreed that officials should engage further to fully explore how best it can be achieved. The North-South Ministerial Council looked forward to the continuation of practical and effective cooperation in animal health and welfare and disease control in both jurisdictions, in order that the health and welfare of livestock is maintained at the highest level. On cooperation on plant health and pesticides, the North-South Ministerial Council welcomed the ongoing commitment of DAERA and DAFM to proactively take steps to deliver the shared objective of achieving and maintaining good plant health status on the island of Ireland. Ministers noted the ongoing collaboration and sharing of expertise, demonstrated in particular through the UK and Ireland Plant Health Coordination Group meeting, which was hosted by DAFM in July 2024. The Council welcomed the joint DAERA-DAFM simulation exercise to test plant health contingency plans, which took place in December 2024. Ministers also welcomed the continued cooperation and opportunities being explored for further joint research resultant from DAERA visit to Backweston laboratories in December 2024. The North-South Ministerial Council welcomed the continued cooperation regarding laboratory expertise, including the recent designation of DAFM laboratories by DAERA as an official laboratory to carry out analysis, tests and diagnosis of pesticide residues in or on food. The Council noted the continuing cooperation in the regulation of the placing on the market and use of pesticides through the North-South Pesticides Group. The Council acknowledged the good collaboration between DAERA and DAFM in maximising the drawdown of EU funding under Horizon Europe, and welcomed the €5.6 million secured to date in funding by successful applications from Ireland and Northern Ireland for projects in the food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture and environment sectors under Horizon Europe. Ministers noted that 9 projects involving total funding of €10
€10.12 million have been funded over the next 9 years in the Agriculture US-Ireland R&D Partnership, and noted the progress made in funding joint projects in both jurisdictions under the DAFM National Competitive Calls, including €22.5 million by DAFM and £7.3 million by DERA for 22 projects since 2021. The NSMC welcomed the work underway by the Co-Centre Programme, a strategic collaborative partnership between Ireland, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, co-funded by industry, which will consolidate research activities across higher education and research institutes in co-hosted centres. Ministers welcomed the announcement of €9 million funding initiative to support the development of bioeconomy in the agriculture and marine sectors, with co-funding from the Government of Ireland's Shared Island Initiative, DAFM and DERA, and welcomed ongoing consideration by DAFM and DERA of further possibilities for research collaboration under existing or new measures. The Council welcomed ongoing cooperation between both administrations on addressing climate change and loss of biodiversity within the agriculture sector. Ministers welcomed a key action in the Loch Nay Report and Action Plan, recommending the introduction of a fertiliser database in Northern Ireland to record fertiliser movements along the supply chain, as well as improving nutrient management and efficiency. The NSMC agreed that officials from DAFM and DERA would continue to explore the possibility of sharing design approaches and implementation, as well as lessons learned from DAFM's introduction of its national fertiliser database in September 2023. With regards to cooperation and rural development, the Council welcomed the continued work of the North-South Rural Policy Forum, noting that the latest meeting of the Forum included discussions on policy developments being progressed by the Department of Rural and Community Development and the Gaeltacht and DERA, the Peace Plus programme, voluntary and community sector supports, updates on connected hubs feasibility study. Ministers noted the cooperation between the two jurisdictions on rural development, including strong engagement on scoping and potential expansion of connected hubs across both jurisdictions. The Council noted that officials will continue to share information and best practice on rural development and to enhance cooperation on this issue, and will bring forward updates to future NSMC agriculture meetings. The NSMC welcomed continued cooperation between both administrations and the ongoing work to improve farm safety. The Council noted the commitment of the farm safety partnerships from both jurisdictions to meet at least annually and cooperate in efforts to improve farm safety. The Council agreed to hold its next agriculture meeting in autumn 2025 and look forward to working with my counterparts in the South in all areas of cooperation in the agriculture sector. I commend a statement to the Assembly and welcome any questions.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Daniel McCrossan. Daniel.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm settling quickly into this role, Minister. Thank you for those statements. Minister, you spoke about cross-border cooperation on reducing bovine TB. What practical measures will flow from this particular engagement, and when will farmers in places like Tyrone and Fermanagh begin to see a difference on the ground? Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. The issue in terms of TB and its prevalence in Northern Ireland is a key priority for my department. It's set out as one of the key priorities within this mandate, and officials are working closely with colleagues in the South regarding the bovine TB programmes in both jurisdictions, both at the regular North-South meetings and also through frequent engagement throughout the year. Whilst TB disease rates have been rising on both sides of the border, I am conscious that the position of the Republic of Ireland is significantly better than in Northern Ireland. It does not come as any consequence to or benefit to farmers in the South. Consequently, I welcome the efforts to deepen those close working relationships, especially the new initiatives at CVO level, as part of a wider effort to place TB at the top of the disease control agenda across the UK and Ireland. As Minister, I have heard first-hand on numerous occasions of the devastating impact bovine TB breakdowns can have on farm businesses. I am also extremely conscious of the rising cost of controlling this disease and its impact on my departmental budget. I am also very conscious of the impact upon farmers and the fact that 100% compensation is not full costs to the farmers being reimbursed. TB therefore remains at the top of my ministerial priorities, and I look forward to engaging further with Minister Hayden on this most challenging subject in the time ahead. There's a number of items of work underway at the present moment in time. We're hoping to bring that to fruition in the period ahead, but I want to assure you that this is a priority, and in terms of North-South cooperation, we're looking to see what ways we can redouble this and actually do something that would actually mean something to farmers on the ground.
Aoife Finnegan. Aoife.
And I want to thank the Minister for all his statements today. What opportunities exist for North-South agriculture research on climate mitigation and adaptation strategies, including methane reduction technologies for livestock?
Minister.
So officials engage North-South in this, and particularly in relation to the areas you're outlining.
there has been engagement around that. Something we want to redouble. So there's a Shared Island Bioeconomy initiative which we've launched, and we're now then moving towards in terms of procurement of people to take forward. That's the benefits of Shared Island. We can actually work north-south in relation to this. We have very common challenges, north-south, very little differences around it, and that's something we're going to do, is redouble that and base that around the Peace Plus and the Shared Island initiatives, and we will come into the committee to outline those.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. The Business Committee is arranged to meet at 1300 today. I propose, therefore, by leave assembly to suspend the sitting until 1400. Questions to the Minister will resume after question time, when the first member to be called will be Michelle McElveen. Michelle, thank you very much indeed. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Order, order. Members, the sitting is resumed. Just before we go to question time, I had an incident earlier, which I was keen to put to bed and move on quickly from. Standing Order 1, brackets 2, is clear that the ruling of the Chair is final in all matters of procedure. Regardless of a member's views on how a Speaker or Deputy Speaker has dealt with something, it is out of order to add commentary and answer a challenge whoever is in the chair. However, I have said before, there are times when tempers rise and things get out of proportion, but we can reflect and move on. There's a precedent for dealing with a similar situation when Mr Aiken and Mr Gaston challenged the authority of the Principal Deputy Speaker. On that occasion, I gave them the opportunity to acknowledge that they should not have challenged the authority of the Chair, apologise to the House, and then the matter was put aside. I therefore invited Ms McAllister back into the chamber in the hope that we could similarly move on quickly, and if Ms McAllister was to acknowledge that she was out of order to challenge the Chair, I would be content that she could resume business immediately. That is in the hands of Ms McAllister. I move on to questions to the Minister for Finance, and I call questions 4, 12 and 14 have been withdrawn. I call Steve Aiken.
Question number 1, please.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, I intend to answer questions 1, 8 and 13 together. The meeting with the Chancellor was useful and allowed me to update the Chancellor directly on the issues facing the people we all represent. I emphasised the need for the upcoming budget to support growth and continued investment in and transformation of our public services. I also stressed that any tax and spend decisions taken in the autumn budget must fully consider the impact they have on our people and local business. I raised the need for a full fiscal framework, including the need for additional fiscal devolution and borrowing powers. The Chancellor outlined the broader fiscal context ahead of the autumn budget, highlighting the need for investment, growth and a review of the tax system. The meeting also provided a valuable opportunity to showcase the Executive's achievements to date. These include the agreement of 3 budgets, exceeding the 113 million income generation target set out in the restoration package, the establishment of a transformation fund and the allocation of £129 million to 6 innovative projects and the publication of our programme for government. Having visited Studio Ulster, the Chancellor acknowledged the strength of our creative sector, supported through city and growth deals, and highlighted the potential of digital technology and AI, and the need to invest in skills, particularly through our universities, to attract future investment, and the importance of leveraging trade opportunities, and how the upcoming Regional Trade Summit in October will provide an opportunity to showcase the North's businesses and Edinburgh investment opportunities to an international audience. Thank you.
Dr Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much indeed, Minister, for your reply. Minister, one of the issues that we're having to deal with, of course, is the budget's now been put back to the end of November, and we've already seen from our friends in Scotland and our friends in Wales the problems that's going to lay to laying forward for the 3-yearly budget. What contingencies have we put in to be able to look at this, particularly since our pot is going to get very squeezed, and particularly for areas like health and other areas that are going to be under considerable pressure? Minister.
I recently had the opportunity to meet with the Welsh and Scottish finance ministers, and they did raise the issue of, at that stage we weren't aware of the date of the budget, I don't believe, but we were believing at that stage it was going to be delayed, and they have slightly different legal processes they have to go through. It's not ideal in any way in terms of our own budgetary processes, but I think it's best to wait on the Chancellor's statement on the 26th of November before we table our final budget to the executive, and then hopefully agreement, and then going out to public consultation. My main concern is that we want to ensure that we have maximum time for public consultation. Ideally, I want to see a 12-week consultation, and I think that is still possible.
John Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. As a North Armagh politician, I know the Minister will be acutely aware of the huge contribution that farmers play in the Northern Ireland economy. He will also be aware of the unprecedented attacks that farming has faced, both by some in this chamber and indeed by the Chancellor in her announcements on the family farm tax, which will disproportionately cripple Northern Ireland farmers. So can I ask the Minister, did he raise this issue of concern with the Chancellor, and is he confident, or did she at least allude to some mitigating factors which would help farmers to deal with this substantial threat?
The member will be aware both I and the Deputy First Minister met with the Chancellor on the date in question, and the issue of foreign inheritance tax was raised with the Chancellor. I have to say, I was not encouraged by the Chancellor's response, and I made clear to her on a number of occasions through the meeting that decisions made in London which may have beneficial impacts in their mind for various areas, whether it's in England or Wales, have significantly different impacts in this place. And farm inheritance tax is definitely one of them. And the impact that it's had here can be and will be significantly detrimental to our farming community. But the Chancellor, in my view, is not minded for turning on this issue. Now, we have seen a number of U-turns from this government, and I would hope that this would be the next one, or certainly on the list. But after listening to the Chancellor's response, I am not encouraged in any way to suggest that she's going to move away from her current position.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the answers so far. There's a significant event here on Wednesday being hosted by the Women's Policy Group and Melted Parents in relation to childcare. So I want to ask the Minister during his meeting, did he raise the issue of expanding tax-free childcare again with the Chancellor?
Minister.
Not directly with the Chancellor on this occasion, but the member will be aware that as part of the 25-26 budget, the Executive did allocate £50 million towards early years and childcare strategy, which is supporting hard-working families by delivering more affordable childcare. The number of children eligible for support has increased by 60% compared to last year, providing this much-needed subsidy. So the Executive has made significant strides in this regard. There was an additional £5 million awarded as part of one of the monitoring rounds as well to childcare. It's an issue that I know of its importance, and I have no doubt the Executive will continue to focus on it.
Speaker, Minister, you and I agree that we have a fundamentally broken fiscal and indeed constitutional model, and we need to take more power back here and then onto this island more generally, given we know that the budget, when it finally does come, is going to reflect an even greater fiscal squeeze in the UK because of its underperforming economy and a whole range of other decisions which we don't agree with. Isn't now the time to actually take powers and initiative into our own hands, and you to publish your proposals for greater fiscal devolution on a journey to much greater independence for us here and indeed change on this island?
Engagement with the Treasury is already underway in relation to greater fiscal powers for this place. Obviously, it will have to be a final decision for the Executive on what, if any, of those powers are transferred, but those discussions are already in train and started and continued from our discussions with the Treasury in relation to the Comprehensive Spending Review, the Holtham report, and we then went immediately into discussions around how we finalise the full fiscal framework for this place, including the devolution of tax-varying powers.
Minister, what will be in a full fiscal framework?
It will cover a number of areas, including further consideration of Professor Holtham's review of our level of need, housing executive borrowing powers, additional fiscal devolution. And in my opinion, it's vital that it provides the Executive with the financial tools we need to deliver more sustainable public finances and public services. Taxation is obviously a very serious and important matter, and I think it will focus the minds of this place and the Executive in relation to our responsibilities and roles here. Taxation is not simply about how you raise more taxes. You can change the level of tax you're delivering or raising in certain areas. You might want to increase it, but it also in terms of public attitudes and approaches to various health matters, for instance, as well. So I think it is an important lever that we require, and I look forward to continue the discussions with the Treasurer.
Flynn.
Thank you. Question number 2, please.
Sure.
The public consultation on the baby loss certificate scheme commenced on the 17th of June and runs until the 12th of September. To date, over 940 responses have been received from individuals and organisations. I am extremely grateful to all who have taken the time to engage. Every response received will help us form a scheme which meets the needs and expectations of those who have been impacted by the devastating loss of a baby. As part of the consultation process, my officials also held 2 stakeholder engagement events last month to hear directly from those who are engaged in the provision of specialist services and who provide support to anyone who has been impacted by baby loss. I would strongly encourage anyone who would like to express their views on this scheme to please do so before the consultation closes on the 12th of September.
Ms Flynn.
Thank you. Thank the Minister for his answer. And you touched on there just around some engagement your department has carried out, but can you elaborate a wee bit more on what specific engagement has taken place with parents specifically, so we can ensure that the scheme is actually meeting their needs?
Minister.
Yeah, it's a very important point because this is clearly a very sensitive and emotive issue, particularly for parents who have lost a baby and who have stepped forward and are contributing to this consultation. So I think it is important we listen to their views very carefully. They know best how the scheme can support families. I am grateful for the many hundreds of responses to the consultation received to date. I have also met with SANS and the Little Forget-Me-Nots Trust, who provided support to families after the loss of a baby. Alongside their work with these organisations, my officials have run a concerted social media campaign to engage widespread engagement with the public consultation. And I think the figures to date, 940 we're standing at now, just shows how widespread the message has got out, and I encourage more to respond.
Right.
I commend the Minister for the progress on the baby loss certificate. He'll know that this is something that we have fought for as a party for some time, considerable time. What does alarm me still, Minister, is on the face of the bill there is the provision for charging parents for the certificate. Has the Minister solidified his thoughts on that with regards to charging parents?
The question is obviously part of the consultation, and without preempting the end of the consultation, I would see the charging element not for parents who are collecting a baby loss certificate, but it may be in the circumstances in the future where someone maybe has asked for multiple copies. So when you're making legislation, you have to make provisions for all possibilities. And if there was to be charging introduced at a further date, regulations would have to be brought before the Assembly, so the final say would be with the Assembly.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you to the Minister. Minister, as you have said, the consultation closes on the 12th of September. Have you any idea on a timeline of what you and your department are aiming to achieve to get the report out and then to get final legislation? Will it be within this term, please?
Minister.
Yes, in terms of well, we'll have to go through the legislative process, etc., but in terms of the actual issuing of certificates, I would be fully confident it will be within this mandate.
Carl.
It's obviously a good idea and I support its general aims. But Minister, I'm concerned about people who are coming forward to get their certificate but they may be further traumatised and there's a lack of support out there. I note that the Belfast Trust has only 2 bereavement midwives, only 1 family liaison nurse. So the last thing anybody would want is people to come forward and be further traumatised by a lack of support. Have you had any conversations with the Health Minister about increasing those services so people aren't traumatised if they come forward to seek a baby loss certificate? Thank you.
They are matters for the Health Minister on the Belfast Trust. My task as Finance Minister is to present a budget to the Executive and to the Assembly. Once agreed, how that budget is used is down to individual ministers.
Frank Hickson.
Question number 3, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Each department in the civil service is responsible for managing this information locally. However, my department has recently completed a review of the civil service hybrid working policy. Part of the policy review included the development of a new online system for hybrid working applications to enable management information to be reduced on the operation of hybrid working across the civil service. This will include the number of staff availing of hybrid working arrangement, number of in-office days and on-office location, implementation of the revised policy commencing on the 1st of September, with full implementation to be completed across all departments by the 31st of October 2025. Management information on the operation of hybrid working across the civil service will be available later in the year.
Mr Kingston.
Right, well, I thank the Minister for that answer, but I am disappointed he wasn't able to provide any statistics for the level of home working and in-office working. Perhaps he's saying that that will be available in the future. But I do want to ask, I hope the Minister will encourage greater levels of in-office working. And does he share concerns raised by bodies such as the Belfast Chamber, the Belfast One Linen Quarter bids, about the impact of COVID and greater home working on high street retailers and eateries, and the need to support their financial viability?
Minister.
Well, there's now a policy in place, and it's down to departments and line managers to manage that policy in working with their staff. Hybrid working policy has advantages to our service. It offers flexibility in working locations, and we are in remaining a competitive market in terms of recruitment and retention of staff. So the fact that we do offer, where possible, hybrid working is an attractive feature for applicants coming into the service and retaining staff in the service as well. In terms of impacts in certain locations, I'm accepting there may be impacts in some locations. It may have a positive impact or negative impact in some locations and a positive impact in other locations where staff are dispersed around the place. But there's a lot of different elements come into play in relation to hybrid working, but I think overall it has proven beneficial to the civil service and to the delivery of public services. And the new system we put in place and the system we put in place in terms of measuring will be allowing me to answer in the future figures which you're requesting for. But some of those figures you require may be available from individual departments.
Jerry Kelly.
Thank the Minister for his answers to date.
Please, if we are getting statistics later on, even at the moment, if you would like to expand on the benefits of hybrid working.
Yeah, as I said to Mr Kingston, it is advantageous for us as a significant employer to be able to say to potential employees and retaining our employees that we do offer hybrid working where it is suitable and where it is in agreement with the line managers, etc. in each case. And each case has to be agreed individually. We do remain in a competitive workplace where jobs are available out there and people can apply to many different places and perhaps even move. But there is the retention and keeping experienced staff is important to any organisation, and having a workforce which is content and satisfied in their workplace is also good for productivity. And we have seen through this delivery of this service that we are able to maintain our public services, deliver our public services in a managed way.
Colin McGrath.
Possibly seeking the tenuous link to a supplementary question award for the year. One of the reasons that maybe some people aren't at their desk is because they're sick, and that may be a reflection of the fact that we have an ageing profile in our civil service, which was flagged by the Audit Office as a concern. Is there any concrete steps been taken by the department to try and recruit young professionals into the roles so that the demographic shift can change in the civil service and we don't have that cliff edge of a greater proportion of the workforce being close to retirement?
Well, as someone who ages closer to retirement every year, there's still life in the old dog yet. So I don't think we should just dismiss the older generation just yet. All recruitment exercises have to be taken place on merit, and it's open to all age ranges, so it's the best person for the job when they apply.
Harry Harvey.
Mr Speaker.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, I intend to answer questions 5 and 11 together. The second call for transformation proposals issued to departments on the 23rd of June. There were 25 proposals submitted by departments to the Executive Office. These proposals are currently being assessed by the Reform and Transformation team within the Executive Office. Officials within my department's public spending team are supporting executive officials executive office officials in this assessment. The next step in the process will be for the executive office officials, once they have completed their assessment, to provide advice to the Public Sector Transformation Board to inform the considerations of the proposals. The Board will then provide its recommendations to myself, following which I will report to the Executive on the proposals recommended for funding. The Board are aiming to provide its recommendations in October, with a view to releasing funding later in this financial year.
Harvey. And thank you for your answers thus far, Minister. In relation to the successful bids from the first phase, how will the Board and more broadly the Department be ensuring that transformation projects are progressed and delivered as quickly as possible? Thank you.
I think that's crucial, and there is a continuous monitoring process in place. The Public Transformation Board will be monitoring the projects on an ongoing basis. This will include experts which have been put in place for each of the projects, providing feedback on the project's implementation. Funding for the projects is also time-bound and funding attached to a relevant timescale. So there is an ongoing analysis of these projects, because we do want to see value for money. We also want to make sure that lessons are being learned, and how each department is posing the question and seeking answers to the question. Should the project continue, and if so, how are they going to fund it?
Deirdre Hargey.
Thanks very much. And Minister, as you said, the important work that the Transformation Board's carrying out, and obviously there's been a recent expansion of the board membership. What benefits do you think this will bring?
I think the appointments to the board membership bring an additional set of skills to it. So the addition of Professor McCarthy and Gareth Hetherington will broaden the skills and expertise available to the board and complement those of existing members. And now that the terms of reference for the Transformation Board have been finalised, this allows us to place the board on a firmer footing. The addition of the new board members will help to strengthen our ability to deliver meaningful transformation in a way that public services are delivered, ultimately making life better for the people we serve.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far.
Sounds noble ideas and noble projects. Can I ask the Minister what will be the measurement method or the methodology used for measurement of improvement in services, and will that be provided to the Assembly?
Well, as I outlined to the original answer, there are experts in place monitoring each of the boards on our reports back to the Transformation Board. I have no difficulty in providing whether it's a report to the committee or maybe more formally to the Assembly, whichever way is most appropriate in terms of the protocols and procedures. I'm more than happy to do that at the appropriate time.
Bradley.
Six.
My officials met with you at the end of August to provide an update on the Department's planning considerations in the Coleraine area, which includes the County Hall. It's important we have a modern, fit-for-purpose and right-sized office estate, which is a welcoming environment for people to work collaboratively. The first stage in the office estate strategy aims to reduce our in-scope footprint by 40% by 2028 through consolidating the office estate and divesting of surplus properties. The second stage of the strategy aims to decarbonise the retained NSMC office estate by reducing its reliance on fossil fuel heating and becoming more energy efficient, with a view to meeting the sectoral emissions target within the Climate Action Plan. When assessing the accommodation demand in a region, consideration is given to whether the demand can be met using the existing estate or could be met from outside the existing estate. It may be appropriate to engage and partner with local authorities to explore whether an opportunity exists to bring them together to create public service hubs, which can provide a range of benefits to residents under one roof. A review of the civil service accommodation needs in Coleraine is being undertaken over the coming 12 months. My officials are currently consulting with the departments who occupy our buildings in the Coleraine area, including County Hall, to collect information and better understand their accommodation needs. Further engagement will continue with the departments to consider how best to address their current and future requirements. Consultation with trade union representatives will of course be carried out as this work progresses.
Mr. Bradley.
Thank the Minister for his answer there. And yes, we did meet in the County Hall recently
I would say it's got massive grounds. I would say off the top of my head about 30 acres. It's a very iconic building and a very iconic area in Korea, and I'd be keen to follow up on any progress on the disposal or otherwise of the building. And could the Minister pass on my sincere thanks to his staff for the very frank and honest engagement that happened during that meeting?
Minister. I certainly will pass on your thanks to the staff, and I want to thank you for acknowledging the work of the staff as well. As I said during my original answer, we are reviewing the estate in Coleraine over the next 12 months at the appropriate stages, and ensure that you're kept informed.
Ciara Ferguson.
And can I thank the Minister for his answers thus far? It's critically important in achieving regional balance, particularly for the Foyle constituency in the North West. Could the Minister outline what steps the Department is taking to achieve regional balance?
Civil service staff are posted in accommodation across the region, both in the Department of Finance, Estates and buildings owned or leased by other departments. 6 Connect 2 hubs were opened in August 2022, allowing staff to work remotely at 6 regional locations: Ballykelly, Ballymena, Bangor, Craigavon and Downpatrick. Omagh as an occasional alternative to working from home. And as a result of the hybrid working policy, staff are now working from home, which is, and considering our rural nature of the society, many of our staff are from rural backgrounds and are now working, whether it's in a rural setting, in a village or in a town as well.
Dustin McNulty.
Minister, have you had any conversations about how reducing footfall in rural offices will impact the regionally balanced economy?
It goes back to Mr Kingston's point in relation to his concerns around Belfast and how, from the view of some, that the hybrid working policy may have a detrimental impact on Belfast. Those people who aren't in Belfast on said days are elsewhere. And as I've said to Ciara, many of those, given the rural nature of our society, many of those are working in rural locations, whether in villages or in towns. So the hybrid working policy does allow a greater distribution of our staff in different locations at different times. And any actions we take or any decisions that are made in relation to relocation of offices or closure of offices, regionality is always taken into consideration.
Andrew Murray.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 7.
Green growth contributes to both the grow a globally competitive and sustainable economy and protecting Loch Nay and the environment priorities in the programme for government. In recognition of their importance, the Executive earmarked allocations of £15 million and £17 million respectively in the budget 2025-26 for these priorities. Of the £17 million earmarked for protecting Loch Nay and the environment, £12 million is for the Just Transition Fund for Agriculture, which will help the agricultural sector to deliver its contribution to meeting carbon budgets and emission reduction targets. In addition to these specific allocations, individual ministers will also be able to utilise their 25-26 budget allocations to direct their department budget allocations to the agreed programme for government priorities. My officials have also undertaken some further analysis to assess the extent of wider alignment of budgets 25-26 to programme for government priorities. I hope the Opposition to publish these analysis shortly.
Mr McMurray.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you the Minister for the answers thus far. Given the growth of renewables, specifically offshore renewables, what assurances can the Minister give to the industries located in South Down that whatever policies and finances are forthcoming will be regionally balanced?
Well, as I said to one of your colleagues, my job as Finance Minister is to present a budget to the Executive and the Assembly, and if and when agreed, then it's up to each Minister to use that budget as is agreed and as is outlined, but certainly in line and in terms with all the policies that govern us as Ministers, and particularly the programme for government. So regional balance is vitally important, and as I've outlined in terms of any decisions I make in relation to positioning of staff or resources, regional balance always comes into that equation.
Colin Gilrenew.
Minister, can I ask what steps are being taken to improve the alignment of budget data with the programme for government? Thank you.
Yeah, and this is a piece of work that is started and will have to continue in terms of ensuring that, quite obviously, we prioritise our budget against our programme for government. So as part of the budget sustainability plan, the Executive committed to the development of a future work plan. My officials recently completed an initial analytical exercise to align budget allocations with the programme for government. This work mapped high-level departmental spending areas to programme for government priority missions and wellbeing domains using departmental estimates to identify how these areas contribute to the programme for government. And it's hoped that this initial analysis will be published shortly.
Question 9, Lough. Minister.
I'm pleased to say good progress has been made by my department in bringing this work forward. In line with my intention to act at pace to make progressive and positive changes to the rating system, I am submitted an executive paper prior to recess on next steps regarding the maximum capital value and the early payment discount policies, proposals that would generate around £9 million for central and local government. Ultimately, any change to rating policy requires executive approval, and there has to be a clear focus on what can be delivered from April 26 and beyond. Significant work has been undertaken in recent months on the review of small businesses rate relief and non-domestic vacant rating. My officials have already completed the research work and tax-based analysis associated with the review. They have also completed an extensive series of interviews with key stakeholders over the summer. This has included meetings with representatives of the retail, hospitality and food-to-go sectors, as well as representatives of groups for the wider economy, such as the Federation of Small Businesses. I will be considering options in the coming weeks before briefing executive colleagues on the next steps. I would, however, highlight that a rating system that provides £250 million of support to non-domestic properties, that the executive will need to actively engage with any proposal to generate income, through the strategic review process before any decisions can be made to provide additional supports through the same process. Okay.
Move on to topical questions. Call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, in June, after the spending review, you welcomed the £50 million in financial transactions capital allocated by the UK Government to Casement Park. It has to be said, and it should be said, that there was a £50 million underspend in the previous financial year, but it was still welcome. You said at the time all parties should work together to develop that project. What specific actions have you taken since then, and when will Casement Park be built?
For the record, there was no underspend in the financial transactions capital for the previous year, as the member knows, because we have this conversation every time we have question time or any other statement for that matter. I have, and my officials have, engaged directly with the NIO, the Treasury, around this, how we will deliver the £50 million, much welcome investment from the British Government into Casement. I have asked for meetings with my executive colleagues in regards to these matters as well, and those discussions will take place in due course. And I've heard the member come across with this question to several ministers over this last number of days. I think it's one of his 6 tests. Yeah. When the member completes his own homework, I'll tick the boxes in his test for him, but I'm still waiting on his homework in regards to a wide range of issues. I believe Casement Park will be built, and what it requires is commitment from the Executive and this Assembly to deliver on that and many, many other areas of the programme for government. But yes, I believe Casement Park will be built.
Mr. O'Toole.
Appreciate the answer, Minister, and I'm glad that you've read our 6 tests. You'll know that I'm not in government, I'm in opposition, just as with your colleague Uachtar an Féin, Mary Lou MacDonald, who was talking yesterday about opposition. My job is to ask you questions because you have power. I didn't ask you if you thought it would be built, I asked you when it would be built. You didn't tell me. You said it would be built in due course and you were seeking meetings with your colleagues. Am I to understand that there has been no further progress since the allocation of that £50 million on delivering Casement Park? If I'm wrong, please correct me.
Uachtar an Féin produces alternative policy documents, so it is alternative budgets and alternative programme for governments as well. I'm the Minister for Finance. My responsibility is to engage with the Treasury in relation to the releasing of the £50 million FTC funding. And I have actively and productively followed that through. The timescales for the delivery of Casement are a matter for the GAA and for the DFC Minister. And I will play my part wholeheartedly and fully in that engagement and do everything which my responsibilities fall under to play my part to ensure it's built. It will be built in the timescales that are required in the terms of the funding. The FTC funding is for 4 years and other budgetary matters as well. So look, I had similar conversations with, you used to talk to us about McGee. What's going to happen, McGee? What's going to happen, McGee? There's been more progress in McGee in this last year than there has in the last 10 years. So there has. So I know you have to move on to a new subject now, and you're quite apt to do so and quite right to do so. But at some stage in the not too distant future, you just have to move on to a different subject as well, because progress will be made in Casement.
If Finnegan.
Gurmayagat, Can Corlia, and I want to thank the Minister for his questions so far. Minister, what engagement have you had with the British Government in respect to the future Local Growth Fund?
I had a meeting yesterday morning with the Secretary of State, which was to be a pre-meeting we were going to have with the then Housing Minister, Alex Norris. But as a result of the reshuffles in Whitehall, Mr Norris is no longer in his post, and the planned meeting for today had to be postponed until the new Minister reads himself into the brief. So those engagements continue. I have expressed my frustration to the Secretary of State that there has been such a significant delay from the comprehensive spending review and no confirmation as to how the Going for Growth Fund will be delivered, how it will be split between capital and resource, and how to ensure that we don't reach a cliff edge. And the lack of information that is able to be given, therefore, then to the community and voluntary sector is simply unacceptable.
Does the Minister agree that the new fund should respect devolved government?
Without question, and it's within the Labour Party's manifesto that they will respect the devolved institutions, and in regards to this matter, the local growth funds should be sent back to the devolved institutions. Nobody knows better the needs of our society than the elected representatives of the society. And the Assembly and the Executive represent the elected representatives of our society, and we should be allowed to get on and have the growth fund allocated to us in its entirety, and we should be allowed to allocate it.
John. Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Minister, what engagement, or have you had any engagement with the UK Government regarding the transforming business rates proposals being worked on in England and Wales?
I'm aware of the proposals in England and Wales, and the member will be aware we have a totally different rating system here than they have in England and Wales. Here we have the regional rate, and then each local council sets their rate. In England, I understand that there's a set rate across all local authorities, which is different from we have here. I'm acutely aware of it. I will continue to monitor the situation. The member will also be aware that we have an ongoing review of our different rating systems, and if the rating review in England or signals a new approach or new ideas that we should explore quicker than we had originally planned, then we can bring that forward.
Mr McGee.
Thank you for the answer, Minister. And from that, will the Minister then perhaps consider some of the proposals, if they are applicable, to Northern Ireland in order to help our businesses?
Well, we want to assure ourselves that they are applicable. The grass is not always greener on the other side, so it doesn't necessarily mean because one jurisdiction is making a change that it is the right change or the right path of direction. But I am, as I said, I am aware of them. We are monitoring them, and if it does, it does indicate to me that it is a worthwhile pathway to explore further, rather through a consultation or bringing the review forward quicker, then I'll do so.
Dan Armstrong.
Mr Speaker, and thank you, the Minister, for the answers so far. Minister, could I ask,
concerning the A5, whether your department has directed DFI to return the capital allocated to the A5 for reallocation?
It's not a case of having to direct any department in this regard. The funding for the A5 is an executive funding pot, so any underspends will have to be returned to the centre. My officials have engaged with DFI officials in relation to asking them to estimate as quickly as possible how much capital will be returned in this financial year. And once we have confirmation of that figure, I will bring a paper to the executive in relation to how proposals on how that funding should be reallocated. It will ultimately be a decision for the executive on how it's reallocated.
Ms Armstrong.
Thank you for your reply, Minister, but can I ask also then, has the delay in the A5 been factored into the next 3-year budget?
Minister.
Not as yet, because the appeal is pending, and we'll have to wait the outcome of the appeal. But as we are progressing our way through engagement with officials in all departments about preparation for the 3-year budget, it's clearly something that we have to be alert to. But there's a number of timescales outside our control, but we will be aware of those things.
David Dunn.
Yesterday's announcement by the Education Minister was a victory for common sense. It respects biological reality, promotes safe women's spaces. Can the Finance Minister advise if his department will be following suit and issuing similar advice?
I think we all have to approach this issue with great sensitivity, and particularly in relation to schools where we're talking about young people and children. So I think we should all measure our tones around these matters. I await the outcome of the Equality Commission's review into these matters, and then I think it's best for the Executive to discuss these matters before any individual moves forward. But always remember, in these discussions, there are people, and in these discussions there's very young people and children who I have no doubt, as a result of yesterday's announcement, may feel and do feel isolated and hurt.
Mr Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. Given the strength of feeling around these issues and the feeling within some civil service staff that the civil service has been influenced by some particular ideologies, will the Minister end the association with the widely discredited Stonewall organisation?
The civil service has a very rigorous and detailed policy in relation to treating all its staff with fairness, equality and respect, and there are processes within that. If anyone feels that they have not been treated with fairness, equality and respect, for them to have those matters looked into in further detail. I have renewed my department's membership of the Stonewall programme. I think there's only right and proper that, given we have over a significant number of employees, that we have access to a diverse range of advice on these matters. But my department doesn't have to take on board the advice that's given, or in terms of the civil service in relation to these matters. But as I said in your original question, there may well be, and there is, strong views in regards to these matters. But our job is, as leaders, to ensure that everyone in our society is treated with respect, particularly minorities. And I think we all have to watch our language.
Jerry Carl.
So you'll obviously be aware that the central bank in the south made a move to stop Israeli war bonds going through the economy, which was a long decision coming, but a correct decision in the end. Has your department carried out any assessment whether Israeli war bonds are going through banks in this jurisdiction?
Jerry, there's no doubt in my mind that you're fully aware that I have no authority over banking in this society. No doubt whatsoever. And me and you have a lot of differences, but we've one thing in common. You and I stand in solidarity with Palestine. So let's not use party differences and we party political niggling and we get to there and we dig there and we niggle here to disrupt the solidarity that is required in relation to Palestine. So let's stand in solidarity with Palestine and set the party politics aside.
Mr Carl.
Minister, I'll stand with you and anybody for Palestine, and I think a party dig is a bit of an insult in reply. It was a question: has your department carried out an audit of whether Israeli war bonds go through the north? Yes or no?
Repeat my answer to the question. The answer you already know, because you're no hen's toe. You're not slow. You know the processes as well as I do, right? But you know the answer. You know the answer. You know the answer because this.
Order through the chair, please.
You're not asking the question out of concern in relation to Israeli war bonds. You're trying to score cheap political points. And I'm appealing to you. I am appealing to you and to others to set aside your petty party political point scoring and stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine. And when you stand in solidarity movements, you often stand beside people you don't agree with on everything. But let's agree on this. Let's agree on this, Jerry. Stand in solidarity with Palestine.
Ms McAllister can't be in her seat. Orla Flynn.
Minister, provide an update on the uptake of the Back in Business scheme, please.
The Back in Business scheme aims to help bring vibrancy, footfall and investment back to our high streets, while providing businesses with a boost at the start of their business journey, helping to support jobs and bring long-term vacant units back into use. The scheme offers businesses a 50% rates discount for up to 2 years if they move into premises which were previously used for retail purposes and have been unoccupied for 12 months or more. So far, there have been 59 successful applications to fund new or expanding businesses through the scheme since its introduction last year. Awards have been made across all 11 council areas. Around 420,000 rate support has been provided to these successful applicants.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes questions to the Minister for Finance. Thank you, Minister. And we move back to questions for the Minister for Agriculture. And the next person to ask a question is Michelle McElveen. Michelle, over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. DAFM is announcing a new Bovine TB action plan today, which will include further wildlife measures. The Minister will be aware of the call from our local industry for a wildlife intervention. Without this, any other proposals are deemed unworkable. Can I ask the Minister for an update on a wildlife intervention strategy for Northern Ireland?
I thank the member for her question, and it's quite an important issue because it's affecting farmers in Northern Ireland, in particular their mental health, and it's a key priority for my department. We outlined a blueprint for the way forward, and I want to commend everyone who's taken part in that stakeholder group, which allowed us to set out that blueprint for the way forward, and implementation of that is key. It's based upon 3 pillars, which is in terms of people, cattle and wildlife. And let me be crystal clear on the Assembly here today that a wildlife intervention is not optional, it must occur. We must have a wildlife intervention in relation to TB. My officials are pulling that together so we can proceed with it. We need to make sure when we go out to consult on this that it's done correctly, and over the time ahead we'll be able to commence that consultation and get people's views in relation to a wildlife intervention in order to allow us to tackle TB in Northern Ireland. But alongside that, there's also measures we are taking in relation to people and cattle, and there's further measures we want to explore with stakeholders so we can drive this down, because the levels are not sustainable for farming in Northern Ireland nor for my department.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. I call on Andy McMurray. Andy.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister. Minister, can you provide an update on the rollout of Sustainable Agricultural Programme?
So the Sustainable Agriculture Programme is a fundamental intervention from my department worth around £300 million. It's funding that it's the only part of the UK that I managed to secure that funding in this and future years, that ring fencing of that money that was lost in all our parts of the UK, and I'm determined to ensure that it delivers the benefits for farming in Northern Ireland. A key part of that was the delivery of support to farming last week in terms of the Farm Sustainability Transition Payment. We're now focused upon the next phase of delivery of Sustainable Agriculture Programme, which will be in terms of the Farm Sustainability Payment and rolling that out from the 1st of January next year. It's absolutely critical that we do this because entitlements have been traded on the basis of that coming into place. We will be engaging with the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee over the time ahead in terms of the rollout of that. If members have concerns around that, I would ask them to contact me, and I'm happy to discuss that, or contact officials, because it's really key that we get the farm sustainability payment and associated farm sustainability standards in place. Once we're able to get that in place, then the focus turns in terms of diverting those resources which have been put in place to get that out the door in terms of delivery of both farming with nature and also sheep support. It's absolutely critical that we assist farmers in terms of nature-friendly farming. Something I heard very clearly from the Fields Good Regenerative Agriculture Festival at the weekend, that's something they want to see scaled up and rolled out. And I'm absolutely clear that my ambition is that farming with nature is rolled out and the cliff edge in relation to EFS is addressed, because it's really key. Alongside that, we must deliver a scheme of sheep support. So if we get the farm sustainability payment and the farm sustainability standards agreed, we can deliver sheep support for people in Northern Ireland. So let's collectively work together. Let's deliver this flagship policy of support, and let's deliver a prosperous and bright future for farming in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Minister. I call on Diane Armstrong. Diane.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you for your responses so far. You have answered this question in some way with Mr McCrossan. As you know, I represent a border grappling with record levels of TB in cattle herds, and I do think farming families will have seen your statement as being fairly weak words in relation to prevalence of TB across the island contained in that statement. Can I ask you, Minister, to explain in greater detail any progress achieved in reducing the prevalence of bovine TB on the island, and also if you would join with me in meeting some farmers affected in County Fermanagh? Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I'm happy to consider any invites. Matching them with my diary can be a challenge. But in relation to an All-Ireland approach around TB, it has been outlined that there will be further announcements from DAFM this week in regards to this. There has been engagement with DAFM at official level and also Minister to Minister on a shared island initiative around tackling TB on an all-Ireland basis. I think there's real opportunity around that. I'm very keen to get that across the line as soon as we can, because that will be practical measures which can help farmers north and south, and I will continue to engage with Minister Hayden on that, because it's absolutely critical we drive down the prevalence of TB. I've given a commitment that as long as I have the budget, we will continue 100% compensation, but that's not good enough. We also need to drive this down so we can deal with the impact it's having on family farms in Northern Ireland.
For his statements today. Minister, paragraph 23 makes reference to the cooperation on rural development. So I was wondering, could you give an update on your own department's development of the rural policy here, and indeed the connected hubs, which is listed and connected here under the rural development part of the statement? Thank you.
Thank you. This is an important issue because post-Brexit, the loss of the rural development programme is something that has not perhaps been given as much profile. This was significant funding that supported rural communities across Northern Ireland, and we lost that as a result of Brexit, many of the consequences of Brexit in Northern Ireland. What I am doing is that we're working together, particularly in relation to Peace Plus initiatives, to support rural communities. We're also co-designing a future rural policy for Northern Ireland, and we'll hopefully go out to consult with that soon so we can get views taken. We're also engaging through the Department of Finance in terms of future funding arrangements. So we've had the follow-on from EU funding, once we had different funds available, such as Levelling Up and such like. But I've made a clear case to the Finance Minister that in terms of future funding arrangements, they're replacing those funds which we had during membership of the European Union, that rural development should be a key feature of that, and we'll continue to engage on this. It's important we deliver that support to rural communities, and we'll continue to roll out well-established schemes, which is known as, for example, TRIPSI. It's important we deliver that to rural communities.
I thank the Minister for his answer so far. I welcome the Minister's comments in relation to intervention in wildlife in relation to TB. Is the Minister concerned, as I am, that the incidence of TB continues to rise, and does he accept that it is vitally important that every effort is made as soon as possible to deal with the situation?
I entirely agree with the member. This is a positive question time, because this is a key issue for farming community in Northern Ireland. The levels are not sustainable, and the continued rise is causing me a great concern for the impact on family farming in Northern Ireland, agriculture more broadly, but also in relation to the department. I want to thank the Finance Minister for the financial support that he's given me in allowing us to be able to keep the compensation, but we have to drive this down. But ultimately, the only way we're going to do this is by doing this together. And had a very constructive meeting with the Ulster Farmers Union in relation to this issue, hearing feedback in relation to what we're doing. We're happy to engage, and we will engage through the stakeholder group about any other measures we can use to drive this down, whilst we're also preparing to consult on a wildlife intervention. I've been very clear, and I'll reiterate this today. A wildlife intervention is not optional. It must occur, but when we're doing a consultation and we're formulating that, we need to do it correctly, because it's important we deliver an intervention on this which is legally robust.
Minister, would it be possible for you to detail the €80 million investment in rural development under Peace Plus, please?
No problem. And the Peace Plus funding is something I've been very grateful for, and it's something that together we can deliver on the ground to people. DERA is partnering with DRCDG and SEUPB, apologies for all the acronyms here, to provide funding of €80 million to 2 Peace Plus investment areas which focus on rural issues. This partnership means we can achieve much more in terms of contribution to the creation of a more resilient, vibrant and prosperous rural communities where people want to live, work, visit and invest. Investment Area 2.4 Smart Towns and Villages, with a budget of €30 million available, aims to help citizens and communities access and utilise information communication technology. Investment Area 4.2, Rural Regeneration and Social Isolation, with a budget of €50 million available, aims to support social, economic and environmental projects to help create healthy rural communities. Letters of offer have been issued to successful projects under Call 1 of Investment Area 2.4 and for Investment Area 4.2. The Steering Committee of Call 2 of Investment Area 2.4 will meet in October of this year, after which successful projects will be notified.
Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you for your statement today. Can you provide the House with details of the Humane Slaughter Contingency Planning exercise for exotic disease in October, and when was the last time this actually took place?
I thank the member for his question, and I'm going to try to make sure I can give you the answer to this. But this is a key issue for us, and I've outlined in the environment sector how the concerns exist in relation to the situation that's been unfolding in Cork with the Asian hornet. What I would say, and I did make a statement about this just before the recess that came into place in terms of the threats that are posed to us in Northern Ireland, and I just want to have just one moment to talk about this. So we had the issues in relation to foot and mouth on the European continent. I haven't heard much more reports about that of late, but that does cause me concern around that. We have blue tongue. So, as you know, I've made available the vaccine if people want to use that in Northern Ireland, but we need to be very careful that the message is very, very clear that vigilance is absolutely paramount, because the risk of that arriving here in Northern Ireland still remains, and it is something of concern for us. We're also moving into autumn and then into winter in relation to avian influenza. We know the impact that that had in the last season around this, and it's really important that the biosecurity is emphasised around that, because the impact that that can have in terms of farming in Northern Ireland is quite significant. Good working relations, but the impact of that is significant. One of the other issues is, and it was covered in Farming Today yesterday on Radio 4, is in relation to biosecurity in terms of movement of illegal meat products from the European continent across into GB, and then the potential for that to arrive in Northern Ireland. And Alistair Carmichael, who's the chair of the EFRA committee, was outlining their concerns in relation to movements into Dover. And I will continue to engage with the UK government in relation to their need to strengthen biosecurity in GB, because that is a real concern in terms of those potential of those products to arrive in Northern Ireland. Once we have the UK and EU agreement in place, there will obviously be reduced checks occurring between GB and NI. That is welcome. I think it's something we've all wanted, but there's obviously concern around biosecurity, and we need to reiterate the importance of that. Alongside this, we need to work north-south in terms of the fact that we're all one single epidemiological area, and the Chief Veterinary Officers north and south continue to work on these issues.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and Minister, you've referenced biosecurity in your previous answer there. Could you provide a more detailed update on your efforts to ensure biosecurity on the island of Ireland?
So the key focus is working together, North and South. We do that through North-South Ministerial Council, but also officials do that on a very, very regular basis. The key concern for me is in relation to what I've outlined previously in terms of movements into GB and the inadequacy of the BTOM, which is the Border Target Operating Model. That is a concern that's not just been raised by me, but also by the Scottish and the Welsh. That needs to change. And that's something we've been engaging collectively with DEFRA in regards to this, because we need to make sure that the movement of those products does not come into Northern Ireland. We have a fantastic agri-food system. We should be very, very proud of the high standards of animal welfare, but also in terms of the quality of the food that we produce, and we should not allow that to be undermined by illegal imports.
Mr Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the answers which you've brought to us today. And you've made quite a reasonable amount of comment with regards to the control of TB, but can I ask you what other work you've been doing collaboratively on a north-south basis with regards to improving animal health and disease prevention?
So there's been significant engagement around that, particularly in relation to avian influenza. We ensured that we moved together in relation to that and had collective messaging around this. In relation to blue tongue, we've been engaging around that. We made a decision to make the vaccine available in the north. Ministers in the south decided not to, but we did that through a process of communication respecting the different decisions around that. As we move forward, there's a need for a continued engagement, particularly in relation to equine welfare, and that's something we're very aware of, our obligations in terms of animal health law north and south.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister for an update on the Just Transition Fund for Agriculture?
Within the climate change legislation, there's a commitment to set up a Just Transition Fund for Agriculture. I made a bid alongside the Finance Minister to the UK Government for funding for that as part of the budget which was announced in October of last year by the Chancellor of the Exchequer and was not successful. So what I did is engage with the Finance Minister locally and managed to secure over £12 million in a Just Transition Fund for Agriculture. And it's very important that we understand that Just Transition is not just in relation to our climate obligations, but also into the environment more broadly. So I've had an engagement with the Finance Minister and I will continue to engage with them because I want to see that Just Transition Fund for Agriculture increased. This will be new and additional capital funding which supports farmers and agriculture more broadly in Northern Ireland about. What does that mean? That means me seeking funding for a sustainable farm investment scheme. So we can assist farmers in terms of the take-up of technologies which will allow us to reduce nutrient loss into waterways and also ammonia emissions, such as, for example, grant funding in relation to lessee technology. I need the funding for that so I can assist farmers on the road ahead, and I will continue to engage with the Finance Minister on that. But it goes beyond that. There's many other technology interventions that we can bring which will improve the environment for Northern Ireland and will also assist in productivity on farm. So I need that significant increase in the Just Transition Fund for Agriculture. Because if we're going to talk about a just transition, I need the funding to assist them to do that.
Deputy Speaker. Minister, given that bovine TB is costing your department over £55 million a year, almost double the average spend just a decade ago, with more than 2/3 of that going in compensation, taking action now is crucial. You have alluded to ongoing work regarding the issue through the Wildlife Intervention Programme. Minister, are you considering a badger cull as a future vaccine on your radar? Can you just set out today what are the interventions you are currently looking at? Because that's what the farmer wants to know, not what's happening down the line of potentials. We want to know what you're looking at today.
So I'll deal with this question in two parts. There's consideration of a pilot which has been progressed by DEFRA in relation to TB, and we watch that closely being progressed. In relation to wildlife intervention, what I've got to do as Minister and we as a department is take lessons from the previous judicial review in relation to this, and it would be negligent if we didn't. So it's important that when we proceed to a consultation, it's done correctly and that we proceed in the right way. The worst thing for me as a Minister would be to lead people down a garden path to a situation where we're not able to deliver resolution to this issue. I'm not about that. I'm about being honest with people about the challenges we face and actually doing things correctly. So we'll go out to consult in relation to a wildlife intervention. I will encourage everyone to feed back to that, and then we'll take decisions on the back of the consultation. And it's important we do that. Alongside that, there's many other measures we can take in relation to the three pillars, which is people, cattle and wildlife. And I want to commend the stakeholder group and the farming, industry and environmental groups working together to deliver those interventions. And I will continue to support the Chief Veterinary Officer as chair of that.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister, and concludes the questions on the statement. Ladies and gentlemen, let us take our ease for a few moments while we hand over the top table and everybody gets ready for the next item of business. Thank you.
Okay, so the next item of business is a legislative consent motion for the Mental Health Bill. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly endorses the principle of extending the amendment to the UK Mental Health Bill to Northern Ireland to ensure private providers delivering publicly funded mental health services are accountable under the Human Rights Act 1998, insofar as the provisions of that amendment relate to matters falling within the legislative competence of the Assembly, and agrees to the amendment's extension to Northern Ireland.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Moved, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. So the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. So therefore I call on the Minister of Health to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Again, thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. The Mental Health Bill, introduced in the UK Parliament in November of last year, reforms the Mental Health Act of 1983, which governs compulsory detention and treatment in England and Wales, and that's the equivalent to our Mental Health Northern Ireland Order of 1986. This bill enhances patients' autonomy, it tightens detention criteria, it increases review frequency, and it removes prisons and police stations as places of safety. None of those measures will extend to Northern Ireland, but today we address an amendment extending specific provisions to this place. That amendment seeks to address a gap in Human Rights Act protections for mental health patients following the 2024 England and Wales High Court ruling in the case of Samet versus Next Steps Mental Health Care Limited. The amendment would ensure that private providers delivering certain mental health services, when funded or arranged by public bodies, are subject to Human Rights Act obligations. Now, although health and social care are devolved matters, the Assembly cannot directly amend the Human Rights Act, which is a reserved matter requiring this Assembly's consent for Northern Ireland application. So this legislative consent motion is the only mechanism to extend these protections, and without it, Northern Ireland risks disparities in human rights protections compared to the rest of the United Kingdom. So to the detail of this amendment specifically, and in order to remove any doubt on the matter following the Summit ruling, the amendment designates private providers as exercising public functions under Section 63B of the Human Rights Act when providing aftercare services, post-detention and voluntary inpatient treatment or health assessments. As I mentioned, although no private inpatient providers operate in Northern Ireland currently, the amendment future-proofs us should private inpatient services of this type open here in the future that are publicly funded or commissioned, and this will ensure they're held to the same human rights standards as in other UK jurisdictions. This aligns with the Bamford principles, enhancing patients' rights and dignity while ensuring uniformity and accountability. The UK Government's Department of Health and Social Care has worked closely with my department to align the amendment with Northern Ireland's mental health framework, particularly its aftercare provisions, and I thank officials for their engagement. Consultation has been led by the Department of Health and Social Care, with my department engaging the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission, awaiting its response. The amendment enjoys cross-party support in Westminster, with no Northern Ireland-specific concerns having been raised in parliamentary debates. And the Health Committee's scrutiny supports the legislative consent motion in principle, and its report has been shared with the Westminster Bill team. My department's screening shows no adverse equality or rural impacts, but benefits for patients through enhanced private provider accountability. It's my assessment that the amendment promotes equality by extending European Convention rights and protections to mental health patients, regardless of provider type. Principal Deputy Speaker, failure to support this motion would exclude Northern Ireland from these protections. Approving this motion will demonstrate our dedication to a rights-based mental health system, align with our legislative framework and uphold Bamford's vision. Further, it will ensure beyond doubt that private providers providing services on behalf of public authorities are accountable in the same way as public authorities are at present. So, Principal Deputy Speaker, I commend this legislative consent motion to the House and urge members to support it.
Thank you very much, Minister. I now call on Philip McGuigan.
Margaret, Prevlast can call you. And I welcome the opportunity on behalf of the Health Committee just to confirm the Health Committee support for the motion that the Minister of Health has brought to the House today. So, the Mental Health Bill looks to modernise the Mental Health Act 1983. It will enhance patient autonomy, rights and transparency, tightens the detention criteria in the 1983 Act and provides for more frequent reviews, limits the period that people with autism or a learning disability can be detained, and removes prison and police stations as places of safety. Mental Health NI Order 1986 is the legislation that governs mental health, and therefore the Mental Health Bill doesn't apply here. However, on the 3rd of June 2025, an amendment was tabled. So this amendment engages the Human Rights Act, which is a reserved matter, but it does affect default health and social care here in the North, and therefore the amendment falls within the competence of the Assembly, and the LCM is required to include the North in this part of the bill. The amendment seeks to designate private providers delivering publicly funded mental health services as public authorities under Section 63B of the Human Rights Act when delivering specific services, therefore ensuring compliance, as the Minister has said, with the European Convention on Human Rights. The Department has advised that those impacted by the amendment include mental health patients, private health and care providers commissioned now or in the future, and the Department of Health and trusts who are responsible for arranging and paying for services. So the committee was briefed by officials on the amendment to the Mental Health Bill at its meeting on the 19th of June 2025. The committee had some concerns in relation to the timing of the laying of the LCM and the ability of the committee and the Assembly to consider and approve or not approve. At the briefing, officials confirmed that legislative consent is required for this amendment, and the date for the motion would be in September. Officials also advised that the final reporting stage in Westminster wouldn't be moved until after the Assembly had an opportunity to consider the LCM. So, members of the committee sought further information on the implication of the LCM for patients and services here. Officials confirmed that this amendment is only in relation to private providers providing mental health inpatient services paid for by public money. Officials also confirmed that at present there are no private mental health providers in the North who receive mental health patients as inpatients, and therefore, again, as the Minister has outlined, this will future-proof protections. Members received assurance that processes would be put in place to ensure compliance if there were to be a private provider of these services in the future. Following the briefing, the committee agreed that it was content to support the LCM to ensure equitable human rights protections for patients here. So, Shin Shin.
Thank you, Philip. I call Colin McGrath.
Principal Deputy Speaker. I don't intend to speak very long on this. I mean, it's essentially at its core, it's a sort of housekeeping piece of legislation to ensure that any changes that take place will be agreed here and there for the future. But one element is because we don't know if this will, it's currently not being used because we don't have those private providers, but there may be a day whenever we do have those private providers if that decision is taken. And it just strikes me with all of these additional pressures that we put on the mental health service that we have is about having the right resources in place in order to be able to address with the implementation of any legislation. There's I'm sure many things that we could accuse and throw at our health minister, but certainly we couldn't accuse him of not being to the forefront and leading in terms of mental health. It's been an issue that he has raised time and time again in his role as an MLA. But we do know that the executive is not providing him with the funding that is needed to be able to adequately implement all strands of the mental health provision. And when we look to the wider impacts in society, and I look at just many of the events that took place in my constituency over the summer, where mental health was a key cause to some very, very unfortunate crimes that took place, when people losing their lives and other events that take place, having resources in place in terms of mental health is critical. And maybe if the Minister could just give us a bit of a background, if there's absolutely no resource implication as a result of this LCM, or maybe what future resource might be required if we were to change the way that we deliver this type of service. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. I call Alan Robinson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I rise like others today to speak in support of the LCM regarding the Mental Health Bill and the proposed amendment to extend its provisions to Northern Ireland. It is important that those most vulnerable in our society are protected. That includes access to care, but also through legal safeguards that uphold their rights. When public money is spent on mental health services, whether delivered by the NHS or by private providers, those services must be delivered with the same level of accountability, the same respect for rights and the same legal standards. All of us can point to how mental health services in Northern Ireland are being under huge pressure. We hear the demands from our constituents, and while the demand is rising, the role of private providers will obviously grow. And in that context, it is even more important that we maintain one clear legal framework for all providers providing publicly funded care, especially into the future. While statutory providers are clearly bound by the Human Rights Act, some ambiguity remains regarding private entities delivering publicly funded care. The amendment should tighten that gap and reinforce a simple but powerful principle that if a service is paid for with public funds, it must respect the public's rights, especially when that service involves the care of individuals experiencing mental health crisis. Principal Deputy Speaker, mental health legislation is a devolved matter, and it is entirely proper that this Assembly has the opportunity to consent to provisions that fall within our legislative competence. By doing so, we can affirm that this Assembly's commitment to consistent standards of care and human rights across jurisdictions. While it is seen as a technical adjustment, you could also say it allows for a future step change in accountability and the protection of some of the most vulnerable members of our society, and that no matter who delivers mental health care, the rights of patients must come first. It is therefore a positive for those in receipt of mental health services, either now or in the future, whether from public or private providers, that they can rely on the full protection of the law in the future. I support the LCM.
Thank you, Alan. I now call on the Minister for Health to Donny Donnelly. Sorry, Donny. Way ahead of myself. Mortal sin. Donny, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. This motion is about fairness and consistency. It's about making sure that people in Northern Ireland who rely on mental health services have the same protections wherever their care is delivered and whoever delivers it. Court judgment in England exposed a serious flaw. It revealed that where a private organisation is commissioned to deliver mental health care paid for with public money, the Human Rights Act does not always apply. In practice, this meant patients receiving publicly funded care in those settings could not rely on the same protection as those being treated directly by the state. That gap in protection is unacceptable. It shows a two-tier system where the rights you can exercise depend not on your needs but on whether the care is provided by the NHS directly or by a provider under a contract. That cannot be right, and it cannot be allowed to remain. One of the most important aspects of this motion is it gives reassurance to patients and families, and it tells them no matter how care is arranged, their rights will not be diluted. It gives a level of trust in a system that for too long has struggled under pressure and left many people feeling vulnerable and unheard. By closing this gap, we are providing better protections and standing behind people who use mental health services, and will ensure that the protections they deserve are firmly in place. Here in Northern Ireland, our mental health services are governed under separate legislation, and at present there are no private providers offering inpatient mental health services in this jurisdiction. But services evolve, as been noted by previous speakers. Pressures rise, and the day may come when private providers are commissioned to deliver inpatient care. This amendment ensures that if that happens, patients here will not be left behind and will have the same fundamental protections as people elsewhere in the UK. Of course, passing this law is only one part of the picture. If private providers do come into the system here, I would hope that correct pathways, oversight mechanisms and regulatory bodies are firmly in place to make sure those protections are meaningful in practice. There is still work to do to ensure that standards are upheld at the highest level, that rights are not just promised in legislation but are lived and enforced in reality. We have a chance to learn from serious flaws exposed in England, where gaps in the law left families without protections they should have been able to rely on. Here in Northern Ireland, this is an opportunity to act differently, to stop that gap before it even opens. Too often our health service finds itself in reactive mode, responding to crisis after they have already caused harm, and this amendment is the opposite. It is forward-thinking, it is problem-solving, and prevents a potential injustice before it even reaches our system. This is exactly the kind of approach we need more of across the health service. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, this amendment is therefore the right step. If it future-proofs our health system and it sends a clear message that human rights must follow the person and not the provider. It ensures that people in Northern Ireland who rely on mental health services will be protected with the same fairness and dignity as anyone across these islands going forward. I support this motion. My Health Committee colleague Nuala McAllister was also to speak on this motion, but she is regrettably unable to attend this session, something which I hope will be swiftly resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Donny, and apologies for not calling you, but I think you got your own back hour during that. So, for Adjournment this time, it is the Minister of Health to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. And thanks to the members who contributed. I thought the contributions were thoughtful, and I think for me it gives me a sense of a collective commitment to safeguarding the rights and dignities of those with mental health conditions, with learning disabilities, and those with a diagnosis of autism. So I'll not delay the House. Mr McGrath was the only member to raise a question. That was over the costs of this. I can assure the member there are no direct costs with this legislative consent motion, no costs to the trusts. If we do end up in a position where there are private providers, and I think that might be a matter of regret, because I would rather it was done by our health and social care, there could be compliance costs, but that's not a matter for us. Finally, Mr McGrath also said it was an issue, frankly, of housekeeping. And for me, it's ensuring that the House looks after its guests fairly, equitably, and with proper attention to their rights and their dignity. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Conscious of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion from the Committee for Health to extend the committee stage of a bill. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That in accordance with Standing Order 33.4, the period referred to in Standing Order 33.2 be extended to 27th March 2026 in relation to the committee stage of the Adult Protection Bill.
Thank you. I call on Philip McGuigan, the Chairperson of the Committee for Health, to move the motion.
The Adult Protection Bill passed the second... Move.
Thank you. Sorry, Philip. This has become the trend, apologising anyway, for some. Okay, so the Business Committee has agreed that there will be no limit on this debate, so I call on the Chairperson to open debate on the motion. Philip.
The Adult Protection Bill passed second stage on 30th of June 2025 and was referred on to committee stage the following working day. The bill is a result of a number of significant adult safeguarding failures in places like Dunmurry Manor Care Home and Muckamore Abbey. The bill itself has 51 clauses considering areas such as inquiries and powers of investigation, assessment, removal, banning and protection orders, the establishment of the Adult Protection Board, offences involving ill treatment or wilful neglect, regulation of CCTV. The Minister, in his opening remarks at the second stage debate, outlined that this is a very important piece of legislation that has been 5 years in the making. I also thank the Minister that in his closing remarks that day at the debate he outlined that he was relaxed in relation to the committee intention to extend the committee stage to March 2026. So the committee is placing a high importance on this legislation and understands that its primary role is to scrutinise legislation. The committee has commenced its work at pace and has already issued a call for evidence over the summer. The committee is requesting an extension to 27th of March 2026 to allow the committee the time to scrutinise the clauses of this bill. The clauses of the bill affect some of the most vulnerable people in our society, and it also very clearly affects their families also. So the committee will consider how it can engage with those most impacted with the bill, by the bill. The bill also covers a number of complex and sensitive issues, including assessment, removal, banning orders and the use of CCTV. So the committee will have to very carefully consider these complex issues and to consider any possible amendments to the bill. It is certainly the committee's intention that if it can report on the bill earlier than the 26th of March 2026, it will do so, but it is asking for this extension, so I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you, Philip. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion on ending forced starvation in Gaza. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes with deep concern the declaration of famine in Gaza by the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, IPC, with 500,000 people, a quarter of Palestinians in Gaza, suffering from famine. Further notes the IPC's assessment that this situation is entirely man-made, and the assessment by the Head of Emergency Relief at the UN that it is as a result of systematic obstruction by Israel. Condemns Israel's use of starvation as a weapon of war. Further condemns the targeting and killing by Israeli forces of hundreds of Palestinians desperately trying to access aid through the discredited US-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, and calls for an immediate ceasefire, an end to ongoing genocide and ethnic cleansing, the immediate and unconditional supply of all required humanitarian aid to Gaza, the release of all hostages, and the upholding of human rights and international law.
Thank you. I call on Declan Kearney to move the motion.
Moved.
Gormagat Declan. So the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. So, Declan, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Leave now or face obliteration. This was the message received by children in Gaza this morning, picking up leaflets which were dropped by the Israeli military. As of August 2025, a catastrophic famine in Gaza has now been confirmed. The situation in Gaza is beyond apocalyptic. The horror is absolutely unimaginable. 400 Palestinians have died from starvation, including 135 Gazan children. 1 in 3 children are acutely malnourished. Starvation is being used as a weapon of war. 1 child is killed every hour, and Gaza is now the most dangerous place on this planet for children to live. A deliberate man-made famine is being inflicted on a defenceless population who are being murdered systematically as they search for food. Since the launch of the US-funded Gaza Humanitarian Foundation in May 2025, over 2,000 Palestinians have been killed at these so-called humanitarian aid distribution sites. In reality, they are nothing more than death traps. The United Nations also warns that enforced disappearances of starving civilians, including children, have been reported at these sites. Israel's vicious and brutal onslaught on Gaza and the West Bank has resulted in the death of over 64,000 Palestinians, 20,000 of whom are now recorded as being children. The actual death toll is much higher, because what's not known are the number of bodies that lie lifeless beneath the rubble. There are no safe places in Gaza, despite the Israeli black propaganda. Israel's indiscriminate warmongering has resulted in the murder of journalists, healthcare workers, civil defence workers and humanitarian aid workers. The United Nations has asserted that over 2 million people are trapped, bombed and being starved. Israel's murderous intent for the region cannot go unchallenged. This Israeli regime is now applying a systematic scorched earth strategy in Gaza. Rafah, the second largest city in the Strip, it no longer exists. It's been turned into rubble. Currently, every high-rise building remaining in Gaza City is being destroyed on a daily basis. A ruthless Holocaust is being inflicted on the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank. And the launch of the Global Summit Flotilla is a powerful demonstration from people all over the world to demand the end to this genocide. The Freedom Flotilla currently has 50 boats from 44 countries spanning 6 continents, and it is the largest humanitarian fleet in history. Yet, in another outrage this morning, the flotilla has been bombed with a drone. Last weekend, the Global Day of Action for Gaza mobilised millions around the world, and tens of thousands of people marched in our cities, towns and villages across Ireland and elsewhere in solidarity with the Palestinian people, calling for the US and the British governments to end their complicity, to stop the slaughter and support a ceasefire. So, in some respects, the tide of world opinion is beginning to turn. Ordinary people all over the world understand what they are seeing daily on their media: a desperate people being deliberately starved, displaced and murdered in a sustained ongoing genocide. At Frívleas Ceann Comhairle, Israel stands in defiance of international law and the multilateral order. It is in violation of the Geneva Conventions, the Rome Statute, the Genocide Convention and the UN Charter itself. It is in breach of the international obligations which an occupying power must observe. The Israelis and those who support them are destroying every diplomatic and humanitarian norm that has guided the world over the course of the last 8 decades. And in violation of the UN headquarters agreement obligation, the US itself has, in another disgraceful act of complicity, refused to grant entry visas for the Palestinian delegation to attend the United Nations General Assembly in New York today. But this US-Israeli censorship will only bring greater focus to the queue of countries which are now assembling at the UNGA to recognise the State of Palestine. This UNGA will mark 23 months of sustained genocidal war against the Palestinian people. And we must hope that those gathered at the Assembly will call for action under the Uniting for Peace resolution, empowering the General Assembly to circumvent the ongoing obstruction which has been taking place at the Security Council with the misuse, the egregious misuse of vetoes. The most powerful in the international community can no longer ignore or stay silent in the face of Israel's war crimes. Their prevarication and conditionality are now morally and politically bankrupt. Members, Israel is a terrorist state, and its latest terrorist act has been demonstrated no earlier than today, when they have bombed the Hamas negotiation team in Doha in Qatar, reviewing the proposals and ideas supplied to them via the Qataris from the United States. And what happens? Proposals and ideas being considered to progress a ceasefire, and the very people who are looking at the proposals are bombed by the terrorists. Comprehensive and robust actions must be taken to end this genocide and to hold Israel to account for its crimes against humanity in the Palestinian territories. There must be an immediate and a permanent ceasefire. Israel must lift the illegal blockade of humanitarian aid into the Strip. Israel must be held accountable for its war crimes, and it's state terrorism. Netanyahu and Gallant must be brought before the International Criminal Court. The world, and particularly the global north, must finally recognise the right to Palestinian self-determination and Palestinian statehood.
Gormayagat, Declan, sorry, I will not have anybody shouting from a salutary position, please. So, every motion is deserving of the same humility, and I'm asking people just to be mindful of that, okay? So, I'm now going to call Doug Beattie to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you, Doug. So you'll have 10 minutes to propose the amendment, and there'll be 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. So Doug, please open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I think my contribution is going to be quite short because we have debated long and hard this issue, and I think all political parties have laid out their stall in regards to this, and where it may make people feel a little bit more comfortable to be able to talk about this. The reality is it's doing absolutely nothing for the people in the region who continue to suffer. I will have to correct something, though, that the flotilla was not bombed. It was actually somebody fired a ship Fleur which went off on the deck. Just away, but that doesn't matter. Look, there's no issue. But look, what I would want to do is I want to reiterate the Ulster Unionist Party position on what's happening in Gaza. And we affirm that all life, be that Palestinian or Israeli, is of equal value and must be protected under international law. The party rejects any form of collective punishment. There should be an immediate ceasefire and a return to the negotiations. Humanitarian aid should be allowed into Gaza unrestricted, and the United Nations should take over control of that operation. There should be an immediate release, without preconditions, of all of the hostages, even those who are already dead. Their families want their bodies back. The UN should establish a conflict monitoring force, such as we have here in Europe in form of the OSCE. And we support the Oslo Agreement. That is, we want to see a two-state solution. That's where we've always been. That's not changed. I'm just reiterating that. But let me just be clear. Starvation should never be used as a weapon of war. Rape should never be used as a weapon of war. Torture should never be used as a weapon of war. Hostage-taking, terrorism, indiscriminate targeting of civilians should not be used as a weapon of war. Now, a lot of what I've just said there is in the Sinn Féin motion. I've not said anything really outside of it. But Sinn Féin forget to mention Hamas and what Hamas has got to do with this conflict. And what we've tried to do in our amendment is add a bit of balance. Nothing more, just add a bit of balance yet again. And this might be surprising to everybody. But regardless of whether you're a terrorist organisation with a political party heading you up, or you're a standing military, you are still bound by humanitarian laws in conflict. Necessity, humanity, proportionality, and distinction. They're all bound by them. Hamas, the Israelis, Palestinian West Bank state, all are governed by these. Has the Israeli government breached these principles? Yes, I think they have. Have Hamas breached these? Yes, they have. Yet nowhere in this motion, or any of the motions that we've had on Gaza, has been critical of Hamas. Hamas, a terrorist organisation linked to Hezbollah, the Houthis, controlled by the Iranian terror network, an Iranian government who stood in China with Chinese head of state, the Russian head of state, the North Korean head of state. Hamas, who applauded just yesterday the murder of 6 Israelis, applauded it. Hamas, who initiated this present round of conflicts with the appalling actions of the 7th of October 2023. Hamas, who said they would do it again and again and again. Hamas, whose human rights abuses of its own people, including minority groups, go unchecked. Hamas, who indoctrinate children to violence, who fail to protect women and girls from gender-based violence, who support the marriage of girls under the age of 15 and support violence within the family. Hamas, who are also stealing humanitarian aid and selling it on the black market. Sometimes when we have these debates, we find ourselves thinking that Hamas has got nothing whatsoever to do with what happened in the region, and they absolutely do, and we need to have balance. That's not an excuse one way or the other, but it is balance. I hear an awful lot of rhetoric, which is anti-British rhetoric in many ways, that try to make out that the UK are arming the Israelis. Well, the truth is the United Kingdom are not. They give a very little that goes across. It's mostly for the F-35 global project. But you know who does arm Israeli? The United States. And guess how they do it? Through Shannon Airport, with thousands of tons of equipment, thousands of military personnel go through Shannon Airport on the way to Neagh, Middle East and North Africa. That's where it goes. And yet I don't hear a single chirp about that. And we should. And if we want to really, or if you want to really have an impact on what's happening from here in the West, you know what? Get yourself down to Shannon Airport and stick a placard up and stand there. Because that's where you'll get your impact. What is fact, and I know this to be true, is that when conflicts start, it is the innocent people who pay the price. Innocent Palestinian men, women and children. Innocent Israeli men, women and children. And this will not end until the conflict ends and the causes of the conflict ends. And that requires negotiation. It requires a two-state solution as laid out in the Oslo Agreement. Now, supporting the Sinn Féin motion is a pretty easy thing to do. It's uncontroversial. I support it. It's got all the right ingredients in there, so I can support that, and I'll get the pats on the back when we go out. But it's harder to put balance into something, to turn around and say, no, Hamas, you're a terrorist organisation, and what you did on the 7th of October, which didn't start the wider conflict, I'm not saying it did, but it started this present round of where we are now, what you did then was wrong. The rape, the torture, the murder was wrong then. So it's harder to go for balance, and that is all our amendment does. It gives balance. So I'd ask people to really look at this and say, everything in our amendment has the ingredients of what's in the motion. Everything. The only difference is we're asking people to understand that Hamas are not innocent bystanders to what is happening in the Middle East. Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Doug. I now call on Paul Frew.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I rise again to acknowledge this motion from Sinn Féin. Words on a page, knowing fine rightly that the words on this page will have absolutely no impact, no effect whatsoever. And whilst unionists were lambasted yesterday for bringing in a motion about the Windsor Framework and the protocol and the damages it does to businesses and consumers here in Northern Ireland, this is the first opportunity Sinn Féin has had to bring a motion, and they bring it on Gaza. Gaza is a very serious situation. The war in the Middle East is hell. But this motion will not have one bit of effect. It will not change one child's life. And yet Sinn Féin bring it. And I look forward then to Sinn Féin being consistent and bringing motions on Ukraine, on Myanmar, on Syria, on Sudan, on Somalia, on Congo, Mali, Haiti, South Sudan, North Sudan. I could go on and list out all the countries that are involved in war. War is hell. And the people who get affected most by war are innocent civilians. And a consequence of war is famine. Does history not teach us that? And yet, We should not. And the good thing, and what I must say, is that the people on these benches, from all parties on this side of the House, have always been consistent. We have condemned actions by the Israeli state when they needed to be condemned. And we do so again today. But I have never heard Sinn Féin, I've never heard them condemn Hamas. And it has been Hamas for years and years that has had the jackboot on the Palestinian people. And it will be Hamas that will be the barrier to a two-state solution in that region. Because if there was a two-state solution tomorrow, it would be the Palestinian people who will be locked in to a constant Palestinian or a Hamas regime that will do them down. Yes, I will, yeah.
He says that Hamas would be the barrier to a two-state solution. I have not and have never been a supporter of Hamas, and I've criticised them multiple times in this chamber. Would he also accept that Israeli West Bank settler terrorism, violence, illegal settlements are also a fundamental barrier to a two-state solution? Would he say that?
Member has an extra minute.
So we have, and I said, and I will admit, I will say again, we have always condemned Israeli state actions that will fall short of any convention, any humanitarian law. And that's the thing about this party and about others. When we have consistently brought amendments, we supported the Ulster Unionist Amendment last time, which was a balance. They would say that this amendment they have brought is a balance. We would tend not to agree necessarily with that sentiment, but they have tried. They have tried. Whereas there is no effort being made by Sinn Féin to be balanced in this regard. And so, when Sinn Féin utters words on Gaza, it's propaganda. It can be nothing but propaganda, because it is not balanced, it is propaganda. Yes, I will. Yes.
I've heard you say there that you support criticism, or you have criticised the Israeli state at times. I've yet to hear any criticism of the Israeli state and Israeli state actions in what you've said. Could you clarify that?
Yes, I can very clearly state that no actions in war should be used, with regard to starvation being used, as an action of war. That is repulsive to me. Someone who served in the Royal Irish, I could never abide by that. I have a Geneva Convention, and my colleague Doug Beattie has raised that issue time and time again. It is really important that state forces from any state abide by the Geneva Convention. And if they lapse or if they breach that convention, then they should be investigated and people should be put on trial. And so that should be the case. And we have always been consistent on this. But Sinn Féin will ignore, in fact, cheerlead at times, the actions of Hamas. Hamas, if they yearn for peace, they could release all of the terrorists or all of the hostages that they hold today. Where is Sinn Féin calling for the release of hostages today, yesterday, the month before? They should never ever been held in captivity, but yet they have been for months and months and months and months. They won't even release dead bodies. Hamas could end this war tomorrow if they showed that commitment to release hostages, but they choose not to. And Sinn Féin chooses to ignore that very important piece of information. And so I would plead today that this House recognises the hurt that Hamas has created, not only in the state of Israel, but on their own people.
Time's up. Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I now call Owen Tennyson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and the situation in Gaza is a man-made humanitarian catastrophe. Over 63,000 people have been killed and many more maimed and injured. The Strip lies in ruins and famine now grips the population. Over 1,400 health workers, over 200 journalists and over 100 aid workers have been murdered. When children are shot while collecting aid, Families are forcibly displaced and starvation is wielded as a weapon of war. We must speak plainly and act decisively. What we are witnessing playing out on our television screens is a genocide, and we have a duty to act. Alliance has consistently and unequivocally condemned the terrorist attacks of Hamas on the 7th of October, which claimed the lives of over 1,200 Israelis and resulted in the capture of over 250 hostages. We have continued to call for their immediate and unconditional release. And let me also take this opportunity today to condemn the horrific terrorist attack which took place in Jerusalem yesterday. There can never be justification for attacks on innocent civilians, but nor can the vile actions of Hamas excuse the collective punishment of an entire civilian population, a population who hasn't had the opportunity to cast a vote for Hamas in almost 20 years. To be clear, defeat of Hamas will not be achieved through famine and suffering, nor will the foundations for lasting peace or security be laid on the graves of thousands of innocent men, women and children in Gaza. All lives are equal, both Palestinian and Israeli. There must be an immediate and permanent ceasefire and unrestricted flow of humanitarian aid into the Gaza Strip. It is both obscene and heartbreaking that while children starve in Gaza, abundant food lies just miles away. And the Labour government must too end its complicity. Strongly worded statements of condemnation must be matched with action through the full suspension of arms sales, the introduction of sanctions against Netanyahu's security cabinet, and withdrawal from the UK-Israel free trade agreement. The UK rightly took steps against Russia following its illegal invasion of Ukraine and must take robust action now to defend international law in Gaza. Gaza must not become a graveyard for international law and human rights. Alliance has also long supported the recognition of a Palestinian state, but that recognition is more urgent than ever today. A two-state solution provides the only viable means by which to allow Palestinians and Israelis to live side by side in peace and security. The Israeli government, however, has rejected that position, instead seeking to expand illegal settlements in the West Bank, with the Israeli finance minister explicitly stating that that would bury the idea of a Palestinian state. Recognition must not therefore be wielded as a bargaining chip or as a symbolic gesture, but granted without conditions and irreversibly in order to keep the very prospect of a two-state solution alive. And whilst those of us in Northern Ireland cannot end this crisis alone, we can and must act with compassion and as part of a broader coalition standing up for justice, for human rights and for international law. We have a rich history of providing humanitarian assistance and sanctuary to those in need. That's why I'm pleased that the Executive has agreed to participate in medical evacuations of children from the Gaza Strip requiring specialist care. It is shameful, however, that some politicians in this chamber railed against providing that support. I cannot even begin to fathom how callous or cruel you must have to be to try and turn away two children who have faced starvation and require specialist medical support. We also must get assurances from the Finance Minister and from the Economy Minister that no public money from the Executive is being used to in any way support the supply of arms to countries where there is a prima facie case of genocide to answer. When we last debated the crisis in Gaza, scurrilous, I will indeed.
Clarify that remark. So is he saying that any companies that produce weapons in Northern Ireland shouldn't get funding, government support?
Member has
I'm not saying that, but what I am saying is the government would need to assure itself that those weapons are not being supplied to any states involved in potentially genocidal actions, and the ministers need to come to the chamber and make that position clear. When we last debated this crisis, scurrilous allegations of anti-Semitism were made towards those of us who expressed concern at the actions of the Israeli government. A contribution that conflated the Jewish people with the Israeli government, but also ignored the plurality of opinion within Israel, where brave activists and organisations have stood up against this genocide. So allow me to be clear now. I utterly reject anti-Semitism and all forms of racism in our community, and I stand firmly with Northern Ireland's small Jewish, Muslim and Palestinian communities who face trauma and who feel vulnerable at this time. When the scale of suffering is so severe and the silence so deafening, it can be easy for all of us to despair. One day everyone will have been against this genocide. We have a duty to speak up for peace, for justice and for international law now, before it is too late. Our constituents expect nothing less. Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Owen. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. We debated the appalling genocide and criminal actions of the Israeli state in Gaza just a few months ago. Since then, thousands of innocent Palestinians, including hundreds of children, have died. Let's just put that in some context. More than the entire loss of life during our three-decade conflict has been lost in just a few months in a tiny, tiny strip of land about the size of the Ards Peninsula. Sometimes when I hear people talk in this chamber, and I do want us to approach this subject with seriousness, given the seriousness of what we're talking about, I do sometimes wonder if people quite appreciate the gravity of what we are living through. Whenever people say that we should, for example, inject balance into our remarks, or indeed that what we say here doesn't matter, I sometimes wonder if they think about themselves in 10 or 20 or 30 years hence, having had the opportunity to be elected representatives at a time when a genocide was happening, and reflect that they and others will look back at their record when they had a platform in a chamber like this, even if it was, I will respectfully give way in one moment to the member, and reflect on what they said, how they used their words, their platform and their mandate to stand against an appalling, depraved genocide happening in our times, in our lives, and facilitated by states, including the UK, who have been a long-time ally of the State of Israel. I sometimes wonder if people will reflect and look back on that. I'll give way to Mr. Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed. Obviously, my intervention is in fact that Foreign Secretary David Lammy, and one of the last things he did before he stood down as the Foreign Secretary, identified that the fact that the United Kingdom government has concluded that Israel is not acting with intent and therefore is not conducting genocide. Where would the member view the British government's current view on the fact that Israel isn't conducting genocide, and the other parties here that are saying that Israel is conducting genocide, when in fact there is no evidence whatsoever to show that?
I'm afraid
the member's an extra minute.
Thank you. And I say this with the greatest of respect. Dr. Aiken has come into this chamber on multiple occasions and said the most disreputable things on the subject. I don't want to get into a back and forth with him, but I think he will look back and reflect on some of the statements he has made in here, and I hope he'll think as to whether the wisdom of those remarks. I don't want to get into a back and forth because the subject is too important. To cover his point specifically, do I think that the UK government is credible on the subject of Israel and genocide? Of course I don't. Of course I don't. They've spoken out of both sides of their mouths. They've been mealy-mouthed. The current Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, said Israel had the right to blockade food, water and aid from Gaza. That's the Prime Minister who said that. So do I think his Foreign Secretary is credible on genocide? Do I think his government is credible? Obviously not. Obviously not, Dr. Aiken. And in relation to the recognition of Palestine as a state, another example where Mr. Lammy will be on the wrong side of history, where he pathetically and shamefully a few months ago said with great aplomb and apparently expecting praise that the UK would, with conditionality, if Israel didn't do certain things, recognise the state of Palestine, giving a genocidal state which is members of whose government have said that they effectively want to wipe out the Palestinian people, giving them the final say over whether a Palestinian state is recognised. All I'm saying today is to look back on those statements, just read them, read the words of Israeli government ministers, read what they have said, and then come back to the chamber and repeat some of what you've said over the last little while. But I genuinely don't want to get into a back and forth across this chamber, because the most important thing is us in this chamber. Even though we're on the island of Ireland, many miles away, we have a voice. and we have the ability to stand against an appalling genocide. Everybody who has a voice, whether that's a social media account, the ability to stand and participate in the protest as people have done on numerous occasions on this island, including yesterday with Mothers Against Genocide out the front, people should use their voice and stand against the appalling actions of the Israeli state. On the 22nd of August, the UN's World Food Programme, the World Health Organization and others said that 500,000 people were experiencing a famine in Gaza. That's 500,000 people. Again, that's a quarter of the population on the size of the Ards, in a space the size of the Ards Peninsula, were experiencing a famine. 4 days later, Israel bombed the hospital. Then innocent people obviously were killed, because that's what happens when you bomb hospitals. Then when people went to rescue those who were trapped under the rubble and were dying, Israel bombed the hospital again. Israel bombed the hospital again. This is a grotesque, genocidal war that is being visited upon innocent people in Gaza. I do not and have never minimised what happened on October 7th. The response of the State of Israel has been indescribably disproportionate and immoral, and I don't know when it's going to end, because I fear that the world order is collapsing with a grotesque lawbreaker in the White House who seems happy to allow genocide to happen. That's why it's so important that those of us who have a voice use it. We will be, of course, supporting today's motion. I welcome the fact that it's been brought back to the Chamber, and it should keep being brought back to this Chamber, in every democracy around the world that cares about decency, humanity and human rights. We support the motion.
Thank you, Matthew. I call Pat Sheehan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker. For the past 23 months, we have watched a genocide being broadcast live by its own victims. Whether on our own television screens or on social media, each of us in this chamber has seen horrifying images of brutalised and mutilated bodies, including those of children and newborn babies being shared from Gaza. Every day, Palestinians in Gaza are recording their own unendurable existence, death, starvation and destruction, coverage that has been normalised by the West, which is complicit in Israel's atrocities. However, there's nothing normal about what is going on. There's nothing normal in your everyday life being surrounded by death and destruction on a mass scale. The horrific images of children who have been indiscriminately murdered by Israeli forces, whether by air or ground assaults, is the most disturbing part of it all. What has gone on in Gaza is a stain on humanity. The United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs has recorded the official death toll now as surpassing 63,000. 29% of that figure are children. That's 18,400 children. Benjamin Netanyahu and his crooks have no shame in killing innocent women and children. They have no issue with killing journalists, nor do they have any issue with killing medics and humanitarian aid workers trying to help the victims of this genocide. In the past 24 hours, Benjamin Netanyahu has launched a ground operation on Gaza City, telling its citizens to leave now. Where does he want them to go? They're trapped. What we are seeing is ethnic cleansing being normalised. On Saturday the 6th of September, Sinn Féin party members joined millions of activists across the world to mark the Global Day of Action for Palestine. The Day of Action was coordinated by the newly formed Global Alliance for Palestine, which aims to build an international broad-based alliance in defence of Palestinian self-determination. It is imperative that we stand together against Israel's system of apartheid, occupation and genocide, and to support such coordinated international efforts. At present, dozens of ships are travelling across the Mediterranean in an attempt to break the illegal sea blockade of Gaza. The Global Summit Flotilla is expected to be the largest coordinated civilian flotilla in history. I condemn last night's attack on one of the flotilla ships docked in Tunis. The attack illustrates that Israel and its supporters know no boundaries. To the hundreds of activists taking part in the flotilla, I send solidarity. Standing by and doing nothing merely allows evil to triumph. No part is too great or too small. We all have our own part to play in ending Israel's atrocities against humanity. Israel is a rogue menace that has brought the very foundation of international law and human rights to a cliff edge. It's only through boycott, divestment and sanctions that Israel's crimes will be brought to a halt. Only then, when Israel's murderous campaign has been halted and those responsible are brought to justice in The Hague, will peace, dignity and hope be secured for the Palestinian people. Thank you.
I now call Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. To comment first on political process, here we have a motion on Gaza brought by Sinn Féin to the Northern Ireland Assembly, where we have virtually no influence over UK foreign policy, which is reserved at Westminster. The irony, of course, is that Sinn Féin does have the ability to influence, to debate and to vote on such matters in Parliament at Westminster, but it chooses to boycott that elected Parliament. So today's debate only exposes their failure to turn up and represent people where it would count. Turning to the subject matter, absolutely the situation in Gaza is dire. We deplore the loss and suffering of all innocent life. Next month marks the second anniversary of the murderous onslaught by Hamas on October 7th, 2023, carrying out murder, rape and kidnapping, killing around 1,200 people and taking another 250 Israeli hostages. Hamas continues to ruthlessly hold hostages, starving them to death, continues its terrorist attacks and rockets assaults on Israel. This summer saw the retrieval of 2 more dead Israeli hostages, while 48 are still being held by Hamas, indicating the unwillingness of Hamas to bring this war to an end. If we want peace, we must ensure that Hamas are ousted from Gaza. In Gaza, public criticism of Hamas carries significant risks. In March this year, 22-year-old Odeh Arubai was abducted and tortured to death by armed gunmen after taking part in anti-Hamas protests in Gaza City. There are reports that others have been beaten, shot or killed for publicly opposing Hamas. Israel is clearly determined to end the rule of Hamas and to eliminate its leadership. Regarding claims of genocide, as already referenced, a letter written this last week by the then Foreign Secretary David Lammy confirms that the UK government does not believe Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. As per the Genocide Convention, he wrote, "The crime of genocide occurs only when there is specific intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial or religious group." Writing to Sarah Champion, Chairwoman of Parliament's International Development Committee, Lammy states, the government has not concluded that Israel is acting with that intent. It is imperative that there is swift action and lasting solutions to this hugely concerning situation. As a party, we want to see a stark increase in the amount of aid reaching Gaza. We support recent efforts made by all contributing parties, including airdrops, and call for these efforts to be redoubled, in addition to a repeat of previous temporary pauses in conflict in order to see vital aid making its way into Gaza. This will allow humanitarian corridors to open. DUP parliamentarians will continue to support any initiatives and efforts to see an increase of aid into Gaza. Whilst doing so, we continue to uphold Israel's right to defend itself and its internal security against the threats posed by the terrorist organisation Hamas. These ought not to be mutually exclusive aims. Hamas are a deadly gang of murderers whose game is to swing international opinion in its favour, and against the victims of their terror. The disturbing images from Gaza lead us all to the conclusion that this war must end. However, we must remember that it was started because terrorists raped, burned and murdered people, took captives and still hold hostages today. This was done deliberately at a time when many Arab nations were moving to normalise their relations with the State of Israel. The time is now approached for a redoubling of the efforts to see a permanent and sustainable ceasefire.
Time's up, Brian.
That in turn will result in an end to the war.
Thank you. Much appreciated. I call Donny Donnelly.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. The ongoing slaughter in Gaza is by far the number one issue that I receive the most correspondence about, by a huge distance. Letters, routine phone calls, emails and visits to the office. People are absolutely appalled about what is going on. But this isn't about us, although the whataboutery around this issue is sadly predictable. Your opinion on genocide does not impact your national identity. If I speak out against violence, starvation and genocide, and your first thought is to ask if I condemn Hamas, that exposes your own inability to separate atrocities based on who commits them, not mine. In condemning violence, starvation and genocide, Hamas is included, unequivocally and without question. When did the condemnation of genocide and the condemnation of terrorism become mutually exclusive? At what point was it calling out that mass starvation, mass murder and the erasure of an entire group of people meant that you supported terrorism? I could try to explain the lack of basic human empathy behind that narrative. I can even talk about the lack of ability to think critically beyond bias that is so deeply ingrained that it blinds reason. But that's exactly the point. Those who commit genocide, support genocide or deny genocide, while it is unquestionably unfolding in front of the world, are not people that listen to reason. Language is a powerful tool. It shapes how we see the world and how we communicate our view of the world to others. When we tell a story, the language we use moulds how others view our experiences. Language can be manipulated to suit an agenda of hiding true actions and motives behind an exploitive narrative. Whether it's terrorism or state violence constituting a war crime, the words are different, but the actions are the same and the outcomes are the same. The condemnation should be the same. It is the pain and suffering of innocent people. The BBC report confirms that Israel has replaced the UN's food system with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. So instead of 400 community sites, there are now just 4, all in heavily militarised zones. Palestinians must walk long distances under fire to reach them. The report states that the Palestinians face a choice between starvation and death, the literal definition of a death trap. I attended an event last year, and other members present were also there, where Professor Nick Maynard, a consultant GI surgeon based in Oxford University in England, who has been visiting and working in Gaza since 2010, described having to do surgery on patients, often children, without dependable electricity or light or even analgesia. I cannot imagine the pain that those patients suffered or the impact on those brave medical professionals who risk their lives to do everything they can to save lives in Gaza. Professor Maynard describes parts of Gaza as post-apocalyptic, hospitals bombed, medics and journalists being routinely killed. Professor Maynard and others have been bearing witness and sharing their testimony at the Gaza Tribunal in Westminster. In doing so, Professor Maynard highlighted a pattern of clustering of injuries to particular body parts and stated that it was his opinion there is clear evidence of target practice by Israeli soldiers on young teenage boys. Every day we see horrendous pictures on TV and social media about the ongoing atrocities against innocent civilians in Gaza. It has become normalised. Since May, the UN has recorded at least 994 Palestinians killed near these food sites, part of the 1,760 killed trying to get aid. Most were shot by Israeli troops, according to eyewitnesses and medics, although Israel denies it. Under this system, starvation in Gaza has only deepened. The FAO, UNICEF, the World Food Programme and the World Health Organization have all highlighted atrocities of starvation in Gaza, and they are clear that famine must be stopped at all cost. The IPC, the UN's own system for measuring hunger, has confirmed that famine is now a reality, and that means the most extreme level has been reached. And to reach that point, three things must all be true: extreme food deprivation, acute malnutrition, and deaths caused by starvation. The UN Human Rights Chief Volker Turk has said it plainly. It is a war crime to use starvation as a method of warfare. The BBC has reported that the Israeli army body, COGAT, has dismissed the IPC's findings as false and biased based on partial data originating from the Hamas terrorist organisation. Israel's foreign ministry has called them fabricated to fit Hamas's fake campaign. But these claims do not stand up. Even the US government, Israel's closest ally, has produced internal reports finding no evidence of systemic diversion of aid by Hamas. And another close ally, the Foreign Secretary, Deputy Prime Minister David Lammy, has said the Israeli government's refusal to allow sufficient aid into Gaza has caused this man-made catastrophe, and that this is a moral outrage. To recognise these crimes is not to take a side in politics.
Donny, your time's up.
It is to take the side of humanity. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Much appreciated. I call to Anne Bunting.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to reiterate my party's position on genocide and famine as other colleagues have. I'm going to address other points. And I want to draw members' attention to the following posts. 11 hours ago, 25,056 boxes of aid delivered today. Free and efficient aid given directly to Palestinian civilians. In just 4 months, we've delivered more than 160 million meals, powered by partnerships with local Palestinian organisations and frontline humanitarian organisations like Samaritan's Purse. 18 hours ago, nearly 1.5 million meals delivered today. The future of our distribution looks bright as we continue to engage with local communities and committed humanitarian partners to ensure Palestinians are fed. 2 days ago, Amir is alive and safe. The Gazan boy that Tony Aguilar claimed was killed while seeking aid at a GHF site is alive. His real name is Aboud. He is 8 years old. We are overjoyed and deeply relieved that Aboud is safe. These posts are from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which on its bio states is committed to delivering critical emergency food aid to the people of Gaza safely and directly. Sinn Féin claims they're discredited because they dispel the lies, perhaps. The thing about Hamas, Sinn Féin and their chums in the IRA and the radical left is that they will never let the facts get in the way of propaganda. Amir was reportedly killed by the IDF in May, but a few days ago was found alive and hiding with his mother. 4 weeks ago, 900 trucks of aid were sent in. Around 400 to 500 trucks are deposited per week. The truth is, the UN wouldn't pick it up, so it was being left to rot. It took Israel to bring journalists to Gaza to see the piles of rotting food, to embarrass the UN into doing its job, but that doesn't fit the narrative. 80,000 babies have been born in Gaza since October the 7th. They don't say that because it doesn't fit the narrative. A couple of days ago, Sky News Arabia reported on a new Nutella cafe opening in Gaza, but that doesn't fit the narrative either. The call to slaughter Jews has been played 7 times on Palestinian Authority TV in the last year. That's not in the motion. Yesterday, 7 Jews were killed in a terrorist attack on a bus in Jerusalem. An eyewitness says the driver got off, took a call, returned for his belongings, fled, and then the terrorists boarded and opened fire. No mention, because that doesn't fit the narrative either, because in here, the Israelis have to be the bad guys. But let's get to the reality. Another tweet 3 days ago. At the GHF Distribution Command Centre, I saw how secure distribution sites are successfully countering Hamas. The sites are built to prevent looting, so the aid actually reaches those who need it. They then go on to thank a US representative for supporting their mission to provide aid to Palestinians in Gaza, quote, without interference from Hamas. The truth is that much like the IRA in previous years, who threatened and punished their own to stop them going to the police, so Hamas is threatening and beating innocent Palestinians to stop them going to the food centres. Just like the IRA, Hamas is fine with people starving to death and using them as a propaganda tool. The truth is that many Palestinians are afraid. They are being coerced and controlled, not by Israel, but by Hamas fighters, none of whom appear to be affected by famine, by the way, who are threatening them with violence if they go to the food distribution centres to feed their families. The message portrayed in this motion only reflects half the picture, and as in the previous Gaza debate, willfully ignores the complex reality. Certainly, it is horrifying to see anybody starving, particularly children, and to look at appalling images of emaciation and suffering. On that we can agree, whether it is Gazan children or Hamas hostages still being held in tunnels. We will support the UUP amendment. There are elements of it that cause me concern and with which I'm not totally on board. Nevertheless, it is infinitely preferable to the propaganda and disinformation coming from the benches opposite. Yeah. It goes without saying that we will not be buying what Sinn Féin is selling.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Once again, I stand in this Assembly with members to discuss the horrific war crimes being perpetrated in Gaza. In June, I spoke in this Assembly chamber, noting that due to the withholding of food and aid, at that time 500,000 people, a quarter of Palestinians in Gaza, were at the risk of starvation, and Gaza was on the brink of famine. Shamefully, Principal Deputy Speaker, famine was confirmed as occurring in Gaza on the 22nd of August, with the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification report stating that famine is on track to spread to the rest of Gaza, where 640,000 people could potentially be starving within 6 weeks if more aid is not allowed into Gaza. This is, by any measure, a humanitarian crisis. And I join with calls from fellow speakers who have called for, firstly, an immediate ceasefire. This war is causing untold suffering. If more aid is not allowed into Gaza and a ceasefire not called, there runs the risk of leading another cycle of intergenerational fear, hatred, violence, which will make everyone in the region more unsafe, unstable, something which we all too well know about in this very small part of the world. I stand here today, Principal Deputy Speaker, distressed. Distressed because we are once again discussing horrors that cannot be imagined. But don't listen to my words. Listen to the words gathered and recorded by a well-respected humanitarian human rights organisation, Bet Shalem. This is an NGO that collects unbiased reports across Israel and in Gaza. Planes bombed our house while we were sleeping. My brother Ibrahim was killed in this bombing along with his wife, Sally. Their son Hamid, 2 years of age. Their baby daughter Masha, 4 months old. Their bodies were torn to pieces and thrown onto the roofs of nearby houses. I was seriously injured all over my body, including my abdomen, and had several surgeries. My wife, my daughters, my brother Mahmoud and his family members were also injured. The doctors had to amputate my 5-year-old daughter Malek's leg because it was in such a bad shape. According to the report, tens of thousands of wounded individuals and amputees remain without adequate care, Many are discharged into horrifically impossible conditions, living in tents and rags, destroyed buildings or makeshift shelters. Yet the United Kingdom government and shamefully people in this chamber equivocate about offering first world medical care to a small number of children who could be evacuated here for that care. Listen on, Principal Deputy Speaker. A parent says, "I dread the moment my two children, Hannah and Mishka, will ask me about their legs. What will I tell them when I go to buy shoes for my other children? What will I do when I say, you don't need them?" They lost their mother, the love, the compassion and the security that she gave them. They lost their legs, their ability to move and their ability to play. Principal Deputy Speaker, if you were a mother today in Gaza, not only can you not feed your children, but you don't even have enough milk in your breast to feed your babies. These are horrific and dreadful situations. And we, as politicians in the First World, have a real and serious duty to tell our national government in London that they need to take action. Action they should have taken a long time ago to end this genocide, this starvation and this humanitarian horror. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call on Sinead McLaughlin, please.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the proposers of this motion. Words cannot capture the depth of humanitarian disaster in Gaza. So instead, let us use facts. Food is running out. Those who search for it are being shot. Families are dying for lack of food. Hospitals are receiving the dead daily, and medical workers hear unbearable stories from the injured day after day. These are not my words, these are the words of the UN humanitarian Chief Tom Fletcher addressing the Security Council just last month. The UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has called this famine a man-made disaster. Health workers in Gaza describe skeletal patients, including children too weak to even stand. And the UN-backed Integrated Food Security Phase classification has now confirmed famine conditions in Gaza City. Why would they lie? And what is Israel trying to achieve by wiping out an entire people? We must never forget the horror of October the 7th, nor cease to demand the release of all hostages. But innocent men, women and children cannot be made pay for the crimes of Hamas. Palestinian people are not Hamas. Let us be clear, what is happening in Gaza and the West Bank is genocide. Israel no longer even attempts to justify its bombing of hospitals, schools or homes. Its leaders are explicit. Former Defence Minister Yoav Gallant declared, "We are fighting human animals and we are acting accordingly." And just months ago, Ben Ver argued that victory required complete cessation of humanitarian aid and the total occupation of the Strip. These are not my claims, they are Israel's own words. And yet the international community has largely looked away. Europe, in particular, has failed. Britain, France and Germany have been slow to react and act. Keir Starmer, who once prided himself on upholding international law, has failed to hold Israel accountable for those laws that are broken daily. Contrast this with the decisive sanctions imposed on Russia after Ukraine was invaded. The double standards are undeniable. Still, some institutions are showing leadership. Last week, Norway's sovereign wealth fund, the largest in the world, divested its $2 billion stake in Caterpillar because its equipment are being used to demolish Palestinian homes. It also divested from 4 Israeli banks that finance illegal settlements. This is and was historic, the first time the fund has exited a non-Israeli company over explicitly in violations in the occupied territories. Mr. Speaker, I also joined a meeting with Mr Sharabel Al-Ziram, the Justice Minister of Palestine, last week. He described the devastation that his people face, but also their strength and their dignity. And he said something that struck me very emotionally and deeply. He said the Irish people have a special place in the hearts of the Palestinians, and he wanted me to pass on his gratitude and greetings to the people here in this place that raised their voice for the Palestinian people, and he wanted me to express his gratitude. It is important that we do such a thing. That solidarity matters. In July, I visited Jordan and met politicians there and civic leaders working at the heart of this crisis. Their message was one of frustration with Europe and the US. They have failed to engage meaningfully on humanitarian relief and on political solutions. They warned that if Gaza is destroyed and its population are displaced, the consequences will be profound across the region. These are the realities that we must face, however uncomfortable they may be. And we must also reject attempts to commodify a people's homeland. The so-called Trump-Gaza Riviera plan, which proposed to turn Gaza into a development project for foreign investors, was an insult to human dignity. Gaza is not for sale. A home is not for sale. Palestine is not for sale. It belongs to its people. Today, innocent men and women and children are starving. They cannot wait for tomorrow.
Time's up, Sinead. Sorry, your time's up. Okay, thank you, Sinead. I call Timothy Casson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I rise to oppose the motion and to support the Ulster Unionist amendment. The problem with the motion is obvious. It makes no mention of the role of Hamas, a proscribed terrorist organisation, in this crisis. Instead, it lays the blame, every ounce of blame, at the door of the world's only Jewish state, and that in itself tells its own story. But then, of course, this is a motion in the name of that great champion of human rights, none other than the Cash and Carry bomber, Mr. Sheehan. I wonder, Mr. Kearney, the mover of the motion.
Mr. Costin, take your seat. So, this is about Gaza. I know you can read the words of the motion. I'm trying to give people an opportunity to expand on it in terms of context, but already you're well outside it. So I'm asking you respectfully, come back to the subject of the motion, and if not, I will ask you to take your seat and move on to the next speaker. Thank you.
I take your guidance, Principal Deputy Speaker. Perhaps the omission of Hamas from the motion isn't all surprising. For the benefit of Sinn Féin, let us remember, Principal Deputy Speaker, let us remember what led to this conflict. 2 years ago, next month, Hamas carried out the largest massacre of Jews since the Holocaust, murdering men, women and children and dragging hostages into Gaza. In this motion, that horror is tagged on as an afterthought at the very end. Of course, we are all moved by the scenes of suffering that fill our screens, but it is wrong, morally and factually, to pretend that Israel is deliberately starving the people of Gaza. Since this war began, Israel has facilitated the delivery of millions of tons of food, medicine and fuels into Gaza. That is not the behaviour of a state using starvation as a weapon. What has happened to much of that aid? Contrary to what the BBC tell us, the aid is being looted by Hamas, just like they done to the foreign aid that has been sent to the country over the last years. As the amendment rightly notes, Hamas is not only the cause of the war, but also a major cause of the humanitarian crisis. Aid convoys have been hijacked, warehouses have been emptied, fuel and food have been diverted into the hands of terrorists. Let me give you just 2 examples to back that up. Only last month, the IDF wiped out a group of armed men in Gaza posing as employees of World Central Kitchen. That charity confirmed that those men had nothing to do with them. They were terrorists trying to exploit humanitarian operations. In January, during a humanitarian ceasefire, no fewer than 50 fuel trucks intended for civilians were seized by Hamas. That fuel never reached the hospitals nor the homes it was intended to, and instead went straight to the Hamas war machine. Here is the truth that this motion ignores. If the hostages were released tomorrow, the war would end tomorrow. If Hamas stopped stealing aid today, the famine would end tomorrow. This motion is not about protecting human rights. It's about demonising Israel while excusing terrorists. The amendment, by contrast, recognises the suffering of the people in Gaza, while also recognising the reality of Hamas crimes. That is why I reject the motion and support the amendment. And to get back to Mr Kearney, it would be interesting to know what he thinks the UN position is in bombing cash and carries. I'd be very interested to know that, Mr Kearney, because you were very keen to talk about that.
Mr Casement, take your seat.
The motion.
Thank you. Take your seat. Okay, I call Jerry Carroll. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, I want to speak in favour of the motion and thank the members opposite for bringing it. Unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, we're approaching 2 years of Israel committing what is a genocide, despite people trying to say otherwise. A genocide in living colour, recorded and documented right across social media and some mainstream outlets. You'd think if you'd asked people 10 years ago, 50 years ago or 80 years ago whether a genocide would be allowed to be committed in public view and for everyone across the world to see, that they'd say no, they would deny it. But unfortunately, our sick political and economic system allows it to be so. And despite the attempts to repeat the lies from some in this debate as well, and when the violence and brutality started, most people across the world, Deputy Speaker, know what is right and what is wrong. Most people across the world know who the aggressor is, and it's clear as day, it's Israel, and it always has been. I want to commend, Deputy Speaker, all the activists who came outside this building in their droves yesterday to keep the fight going for Palestine. I want to commend Mothers Against Genocide for organising yesterday's event, and all the groups who have, in the last 2 years, never let up and kept standing up for Palestine. They've handed... Yeah, sure.
Thank the member for giving way. People are appalled by the wanton death and destruction and the starvation exacted against the innocent people of Gaza. They ask, what can we do, what can we say? And the answer is, we must say something, we must do something. And you mentioned the Mothers Against Genocide yesterday, their protest. It's the most powerfully poignant protest I've seen as my,
Mr.
in my
McNulty,
10
can you
years.
come to your point?
Interventions are meant to be short. As an MLA. Thank you, Speaker. It is obscene, would the member agree, it's obscene for some of the members on the benches opposite to stand here today and deny the genocide, deny the wanton destruction.
Mr. McNulty, take your seat. Thank you. Jerry, go ahead.
Next minute, Deputy Speaker, I get, yes. Thank you. Just checking, thank you. I agree with the member. It was a poignant protest yesterday, and we can't do more, and I'll come on to that, but I thank the member for his intervention. And as I was saying, Deputy Speaker, the Mothers Against Genocide activists handed a letter to politicians, I think the member opposite and others as well, and I want to quote from some of it, some of the demands they're calling for. They're obviously advocating for a ceasefire, recognising an independent state of Palestine, recognising the need for an ethical procurement policy, which would include ending rates release for companies complicit in apartheid and genocide, letting aid in, and they had other demands as well, and I support all the demands outlined in the letter. I would urge other parties to support them too. And when you think about it, Deputy Speaker, the fact that Israel still denies access to food in Gaza when there are truckloads waiting to get in, is completely disgusting. The fact that Israel, nobody else, Israel, have killed at least 2,000 people in Gaza when they've been queuing for food is completely barbaric. Imagine what the British government would do if any other state in the Middle East or the world did this. They would sharpen their knives, turn on the tanks and get ready for war. But because it's Israel, it's business as usual, and the military and political support continues to flow in without even thinking twice about it. In recent weeks, we've had 50 high-rise flats destroyed by Israel. 50. They were the homes of Palestinians. And when buildings are blown up in Kiev or Ukraine, we rightly hear about them on the news. But when it's Palestinian homes, we rarely hear about them because they have been dehumanised for so long. Imagine, Deputy Speaker, 50 Davis Towers, 50 New Lodge flats, or 50 buildings in, say, Belfast City Hospital, wiped out and destroyed. This is what the Israeli occupation army does. They order people to leave, then they blow them and their homes to smithereens. The most sophisticated weaponry in the world, we're told, however, is being used to blow people to bits. While the British, American and most Western governments continue to support this barbarism, people are taking matters into their own hands. And I want to commend everyone who bravely are on the Samud flotilla and taking huge personal risks to go out in the open sea to try and break the siege of Gaza. This is the biggest humanitarian aid convoy ever to depart for Palestine, and it consists of people like Greta Thunberg, other activists across the world, TDs, including my party colleague Paul Murphy, and I think some members of Sinn Féin as well. Tlú Farchiach, O Gach Dinne, or Namwad. Solidarity to everybody on the boats. Disgracefully, one was attacked last night by an Israeli drone, despite attempts to say otherwise in this debate. And instead of clamping down on activist groups like Palestine Action, who should never be marked as a prescribed terrorist organisation in the first place, the British government should be ensuring aid gets into the millions of Palestinians, and the Samud flotilla is left untouched. This motion, Deputy Speaker, is very important, and I hope it gets passed, and I'll be voting for it. But there are some obvious omissions that need to be addressed. There's growing frustration in the Palestine Solidarity movement at ministers and the executive for refusing to do all they can to exert maximum pressure on the British government and, by extension, Israel. Motions are important, absolutely, but action is what makes the difference. I'd ask the question, why hasn't the First and Deputy First Minister done anything about the fact that Belfast International Airport is facilitating the US war machine and its flights? Why is the Economy Minister, Deputy Speaker, allowing funding from Invest NI?
Jerry, could you take your seat just for a minute? There's a point of order here. So, you know that there's a current court case. So, in relation to the Department for Economy, it's actually sub judice. So, make your points in relation to the substance of the motion. You know, just to be fair, I had the same criticism of Mr. Gasson, albeit something different. So I'm encouraging you to finish your remarks on the subject of the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I would ask, how long are Palestinians expected to wait on a departmental internal review to be completed? It was Scotland have made recent decisions to stop its government investing in companies connected to Israel and involved in the war industry. We should do the same here at speed. And I would urge all executive ministers to make that happen, but especially ministers in Sinn Féin. I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. So I call Steve Aiken to wind on the amendment, and Steve, to advise you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. If possible, I'd like to put some reason into this debate. Regretfully, the debate has progressed so far that it's just reinforced things that we've all said time and time again. We have had frequent mentions, and from our side, we consider them very inaccurate, mentions on genocide, famine, apartheid, war, crimes, and the horrors of Israel. Thankfully, we've also heard from some of the members on this side, we've heard of the conflicts in Yemen, Somalia, Darfur, Sudan, Syria, and elsewhere. We have also heard, or we should hear, about the Yazidis, what's happening against the Druze, and indeed, what is missing from both sides in this chamber is probably a sense of balance of what's really happening. Because quite frankly, none of us really know what is happening on the ground. What I'd like to talk about, though, and asking you to support our amendment, is an actual answer. One that brings this horrid conflict to a swift conclusion, a conclusion that will end the war right now. That is releasing the 48 innocent hostages. please remember the following names in your thoughts, and for those that you do, please remember them in your prayers. Ariel Cuno, Alon O'Hell, Etienne Horn, Avientian Orr, Elkanah Bobot, Everat David, Bipin Yoshi, Ziv Berman, Gali Berman, David Cuneo, Etienne Moore, Maxim Herkin, Omri Miran, Bar Abraham Cooperstein, Guy Giblo Dalal, Nimrod Cohen, Matan Sangir, Tamir Nimrodi, Matan Angrest, Segev Kalfon, Ron Bolivsky, Yosef Shem Ohani, Ataya Shen, Elia Margalit, Etania Levy, Sahara Barak, Joshua Latwe Moel, Tal Hamani, Arya Zolansky, Ran Gavali, Dor Orr, Tamir Adir, Ronald Engel, Inar Heyman, Giva Lewis, Azav Hamani, Leo Rodefi, Mohammed Alatarisi, Mene Godard, Omar Nuturai, Yossi Shabira, Daniel Oz, Daniel Perez, Uriel Barash, Sonati Akarishi, Sontis Tintal, Amarid Cooper, and Hader Golden. And for those who are not aware, Amir Cooper is 85. It will also be every day in my mind be haunted by the picture of the Bibas family. And for me personally, the horror of the fate of Ariel and Kiefer, the children strangled by Palestinian terrorists. Bearing in mind that Kiefer was only 9 months old when he was strangled. And the fate that happened to their mother, Shira Babas. How can anybody with any degree of humanity at all not understand the horrors that these have and call for this immediate release of these hostages? Please, if you're in the right mind, join us in supporting our amendment. Principal Deputy Speaker, we're approaching some of the key points of the Jewish religious calendar. We're approaching at the end of this month Rosh Hashanah, and then on to Yom Kippur. And when Yom Kippur occurs again this year, it'll be 3 years since the horrors that will be inflicted from the 7th of October. We as a Chamber should reflect on that. And that is why I ask you to support our amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I call on Emma Sheeran to wind on the substantive motion and to advise you, Emma, you've got 10 minutes. Thank you.
Gura Mila Maagav Priu Lash Concordia. It appears that some of the members across the House today are bored with Sinn Féin still talking about this. We can't believe it's still happening. So that's why we're still talking about it, and we'll continue to talk about it until it stops, just to be clear. And on top of that, we again hear calls for balance. And I would reiterate, when babies are starving to death, there is no balance. There's no place for balance, and we cannot call for balance. It does feel futile to stand here and talk about this. It feels like nothing has changed since the last time we were in this chamber discussing this. But of course, things have changed. It's got worse. What we've seen over the course of the past 23 months has been mischaracterised by many as a war. And it's not a war. It is a one-sided attack by an apartheid state. It is an escalation of a decades-long attempt to completely obliterate an entire population of people. A man-made famine, live-streamed on our phones. The first group in history to experience genocide, broadcast it in real time, and still not be believed. We, on these benches, believe the Palestinian people, and we stand with them. How much more suffering do you need to see before you will believe them? Before you will stand up against it? Where is your humanity? I don't profess to be a better Christian than anyone else in this House, but I know right from wrong. 64,522 people. That's the current death toll in Gaza. 393 of those people starved to death, and 140 of those were children. We've moved past almost talking about the bombing of hospitals, because there are nearly no hospitals left in the Gaza Strip. This is upsetting, and I can't understand how anybody wouldn't be upset by it. I can accept that there are political viewpoints that you might not comprehend, but you have to recognise them as being valid if they do no harm. But the racist rhetoric of the Israeli state does do harm. It has done immeasurable harm. It has dehumanised an entire race of people, and that has allowed the world to facilitate their genocide. People say that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. I don't know if it's us that's insane by continuing to present this argument and asking for humility and humanity in response, or those who blindly follow the coloniser, regardless of the outcome, are those who are insane. But somebody is wrong. Nuance, I have to say, is not a term that I would typically associate with unionism in the north of Ireland. But today I have yet again heard people attempting to apply nuance to the starving of men, women, children and babies. So let me be really clear. There is no nuance to the forced starvation of babies. There is no context, there is no lecturing, there is no posturing that you can apply to that which will make it right. If you're starving a baby, you're the one in the wrong. It is that simple. But the context, for those who want to hear it, is this: 77 years of occupation. A people who were literally forcibly removed from their homes, who left their houses and watched that same house given to someone else, and who have since that time been detained in a strip of land the size of County Lough. Where they go, what they do, dictated by their identity. No freedom of movement, no reliable electricity source, no clean running water, schools provided by charity. That's the reality. The last day we had this debate in this chamber in June, members across the House talked of their tours of Israel and the hospitality that they received. Well, it's well for you. I tried to go to Palestine in 2014. The Israelis were bombing them from the sky then too. We couldn't get in. Friends of mine, one of whom is an SDLP councillor now, Cillian Feehan, and the MP, the Sinn Féin MP for Neagh and Armagh, Dara Hughes, had both been previously, and could tell me the stories and what they witnessed there, and the brutal Israeli occupation that kept people hemmed in. This didn't start on the 7th of October 2023. We all know this. There's a duty on us to call this out for what it is and to stand against it. Members have reflected on the fact that the protest outside this building yesterday called for action. They called on us, they asked us to bring motions to this chamber. History will judge us all. So if your heart and your conscience isn't screaming at you now, if your moral compass isn't telling you right from wrong, think about how you will be reflected in history. Let that guide you. What we're doing here isn't much, but it's all we can do, and we will continue to do that until the Palestinian people have peace and justice. Gurmila Maigov.
Thank you, Emma. Okay, so the question is that the amendment stand in the name of Doug Beattie, John Stewart, Steve Aiken and John Burrows be made All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes? No. I think the no. Aye. OK, do we have tellers? Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order members, will you resume your seats? Okay, so the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Doug Beattie, John Stewart, Steve Aiken and John Burrows be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Okay, so do we have tellers? We do. So the following tellers have been appointed. For the ayes are Steve Aiken and Doug Beattie, and for the noes are Jerry Carroll and Linda Dillon. Clear the lobbies. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order, members. Order, members. Could you please resume your seats? Thank you very much. Order, members. Thank you. Clerk, could you please read the result?
75 members voted. 31 members voted aye. 44 members voted no. The amendment falls.
So the amendment falls. The question is that the motion stand on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes? No. So I've been advised by the party whips in accordance with Standing Order 27(1)(a)(b) that there's an agreement that we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight into division. So I now call for tellers to whip tellers. Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Jerry Carroll and Aoife Finnegan. Tellers for the noes are Steve Aiken and Trevor Clark. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors. Members, will you resume your seats, please? Thank you. Thank you, members. Okay, Clerk, could you please read the result?
75 members voted, 45 members voted aye, 30 members voted no. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. Members, could you take your ease before we move on to the next item of business? Thank you.
Order, members. The next item is a motion on saving Loch Nay. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly expresses grave concern at the return of blue-green algae at Loch Nay and other sites across Northern Ireland, acknowledges the severe environmental, economic and societal impacts, including the closure of eel fishing this year, expresses regret at the misguided support for a motion calling for a public consultation on the Nutrients Action Programme to be withdrawn, and calls on the Executive to support all necessary actions aimed at rescuing the UK and Ireland's largest freshwater lake.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes this debate. A proposal of 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are here for a very short time, both obviously on this earth, but also in elected politics. Our time in politics, whoever we are, is brief, but Loch Nay has been around since time immemorial. We are therefore placed, given a very profound responsibility to be custodians of our most precious natural resource. In the case of this jurisdiction, our most precious natural resource, the source of 40% of our drinking water, Ireland's largest lake, the UK's largest lake, one of Western Europe's largest lakes. A treasure is Loch Nay, and it is dying. That's not hyperbole, it's not exaggeration, it's observable fact. This summer, we saw the return of blue-green algae, a cyanobacteria which has blossomed all over the loch. There are multiple reasons for the blue-green algae, among which are the presence of zebra mussels, which clarify the water, the intensification of heat through climate change, the failure to invest in our wastewater infrastructure, so we are pouring hundreds of thousands of tonnes of effectively effluent into that loch and other waterways. But the single biggest driver of that pollution, of that change, of the degradation of our greatest natural resource is environmental runoff. In saying those words, I have to be absolutely clear. I am not attacking farmers. I'm not attacking our agricultural sector, which is also precious, something that we treasure, something that we rely on for our food security, for our prosperity, and for our rural communities. They are a treasure and they are precious, and our party takes their protection seriously. But we have to be honest about the specific driver of pollution in Loch Nay. The majority of it is being driven by agricultural runoff, with other additionality that I've mentioned. Before the summer, a motion was brought to this Assembly to abandon something called the Nutrients Action Plan. The Nutrients Action Plan is a core, possibly the most fundamental part of the Loch Nay Action Plan, a plan designed to, over the long term, because this will take a long time, restore our greatest natural resource, Loch Nay, to undo some of the damage that has been done over generations, to start to restore that precious natural resource over which we have custodianship. Now, it is understandable that farmers and those in that sector will have questions, and do have questions, about how that is applied. It's their livelihood, it's their communities. They needed to be consulted with, and they were being consulted with, but a motion was brought to this Assembly to abandon that consultation before the Environment Minister had even completed the consultation. It is clearly the single most important action in the Loch Nay Action Plan. All of the parties in the executive, bar, of course it has to be said, the Alliance Party, the Minister's Party, supported that motion. I'm accused often in this chamber of scoring points and of being political, and I do both of those things because that's my job, Mr. Speaker, but it is also my job to try and find solutions, to try and be constructive, but also to offer people a way forward from bad decisions. The decision to support abandoning the Nutrient Action Plan while saying that we support the restoration of Loch Nay was a grave error. Often when we make errors in politics here, we have to wait years or decades for the error of those ways to be shown. We didn't in this instance. We had to wait weeks to see the algae bloom at Loch Nay again. A scene from sci-fi. Earlier on, Mr. Bradley, member for East Derry, mentioned the green water flow. I think he was talking about the lower band flowing up towards the north coast there. This is before our eyes now. It's going to take years, it's going to take decades to fix. But if at the very first hurdle, at the very first moment of starting to deal with the nutrient overload, which is the major predominant driver of the degradation of Loch Nay, if we reverse, what good are we, Mr. Speaker? What good would we be as an official opposition if we didn't take that responsibility seriously. And it is important that we talk about accountability. I welcome the fact that the First Minister is here. She has engaged consistently as a constituency MLA on the subject, and she's talked about it. I want her and her party to provide leadership, because the First Minister herself has said consistently that she wants to deal with the pollution at Loch Nay, that she wants to restore the loch to full health. I welcome those words. I've always welcomed those words and those intentions, but we have a problem with our politics here in the north, which is the disjunction between words and actions that follow. You can't promise to deal with Loch Nay and the crisis we have there, and the degradation at the source of 40% of our drinking water, one of Western Europe's largest lakes, and at the very first opportunity, vote to abandon the necessary action. Politics is about leadership. It's about standing up and occasionally making difficult decisions. It's about communicating trade-offs, saying to people, in order to achieve something which is the protection of this lake, we need to take this step. Now, in saying that, it is also the case that we need to bring people with us. The Loch Nay Action Plan, which we would have liked to have gone further in other areas, was clear that education, support and innovation were also going to be necessary. I want to hear, and I welcome the fact that the Minister is here today, I want to hear from the Minister what else is being done to support our agri-food businesses and our farmers in terms of making that journey. I also would like to hear, he may not be the Minister responsible, but I would like to hear from the Executive what the Infrastructure Minister and the Executive more broadly is doing about the crisis in Northern Ireland water, because that is also a significant, but not the majority, but a significant driver of the crisis in Loch Nay. We simply are not investing enough in our wastewater infrastructure. When I've asked the now Finance Minister, former Infrastructure Minister, repeatedly what the plan is to invest in NI water, he brushes me off and he says, he talks about water charges. I don't want water charges, that's not our policy, but I do want something. I want some form of investment. If that is borrowing, by all means, let's hear the plan, but I haven't heard the plan. The only thing we've seen so far is words, and then at the very first opportunity, a walking away from the core part of the Loch Nay Action Plan. If we believe in politics at all, if we believe in the words that we use when we stand for election, if the statements that we put out on social media have any meaning at all, then parties in this chamber who say they want to restore Loch Nay, who put out social media posts last night saying they're working to restore Loch Nay, should be voting for this motion today, because we saw the consequences over the summer of not dealing with these actions. We're going to see blue-green algae blooms in Loch Nay, possibly in other, we've seen them already in other watercourses. I hope we don't start to see them sprout in greater number in Belfast Loch, but we could well do on another watercourses on this island. We need to start this work now. We need to take it seriously, and we need to be honest with everyone about the journey we need to take together. I will give way,
The member accept that obviously blue-green algae is not a recent phenomenon. It's been something that's been affecting freshwater lakes for well over a century. So with that in regards to the scrapping of the NAP policy that the Minister brought forward, would the member accept that that was because it disproportionately put the blame at the farmer's door, rather than, in terms of bringing people together, would target the likes of those who are pumping wastewater into the loch?
A couple of things. Number one, it's never an argument about a problem to say, well, it's been going on for a century. So many of the things we debate, economic productivity, violence against women, they've been going on for a long time. That's not an argument not to do anything about them. That's absurd, with respect, number one. Number two, in relation to agricultural runoff, it's not farmers individually. Farmers support their communities. They're working to feed their families. But it is agricultural runoff. Now, a lot of that is to do with intensification and big agri-food business. That is why, among our proposals in our paper launched by our party leader Claire Hanna a couple of weeks ago, we called for a levy on profits of very big agricultural producers who have been responsible for some of that intensification and that pollution. We are often told in this chamber that we're not willing to come forward with proposals. There's a proposal. There's a proposal. We had other proposals, more north-south cooperation. We called for an independent environmental protection agency. I hope we're going to get clarity on that going forward. We called for a Wellbeing of Future Generations Act, to bind, as they have in Wales, to bind in environmental protection and sustainability as an obligation in the executive. We haven't seen any of those actions yet from the executive, an executive in which his party serve and jointly run. So he has some culpability and responsibility too. Wastewater, yes. I mentioned wastewater in my remarks. Invest in wastewater. He, I'm sure, with his colleague, the Deputy First Minister, is making those arguments to invest in wastewater and press for a plan, because that is part of the story. But the overall story, Mr. Speaker, is that before the summer, something happened that shouldn't have happened. Parties in this chamber who said they were going to protect Loch Nay, the most precious resource on this island, at the very first opportunity, backed away and walked away from the action necessary to deal with it. I don't pretend that these things are easy. Nothing is easy that's worth doing, Mr. Speaker. That's true. It's not easy to deal with these things when you have to be honest with people that we have been putting too much agricultural pollution into Loch Nay. It's not easy. It's not easy to take the choice to invest more in NI water. It's not easy to do these things. But if we are serious about rescuing our greatest natural resource, then we need to be serious and straight with the public. We can't constantly say one thing and do another, or worse, say one thing and then do nothing, and then allow our most precious natural resource to fall further and further into decline. I urge the Assembly to back our motion today.
Throughout this summer, the catastrophic pollution consuming Loch Nay has become even more extreme. But it didn't start this summer. The biodiversity and the ecological well-being of our loch now faces a sustained existential threat, the like of which we've never seen before. And so too do the commercial fishing industry, the tourism offering around the loch shore, the historical heritage, all associated with Loch Nay. Our commercial fishermen and those of us who work with them and who also know the loch shore have all predicted since 2023 that this pollution would continue to worsen. And that is what has happened. The total termination of eel fishing for the 2025 season graphically illustrates how this deepening crisis has devastated livelihoods and economic activity right around the loch shore and into the adjoining waterways. Following the termination of eel fishing in 2025, I wrote to the Dara Minister calling on him to introduce a financial assistance scheme for Loch Nay eel fishermen. And I would again appeal to the Minister and the Department to consider the necessity of a support package for our commercial fishermen. Since May, they have been left without income, and many of them face unemployment, debt, financial ruin. The repercussions for local fishermen, their families, for eel exports and the wider Loch Shore community are frankly incalculable. So, as we work to address the ecological catastrophe in Loch Nay, immediate supports are now needed to secure that critical tradition of commercial fishing and the livelihoods of all of those who depend upon it. The intensified pollution of this year needs to be met with decisive coordinated action involving all of the relevant stakeholders, including the Fishermen's Cooperative and the Loch Nay Partnership. And I know that the Minister is directly engaged with both. But you see, sometimes there are issues in politics and in this place which are so critical that they demand consensus. And I would say today in this debate that the current crisis in Loch Nay needs to be elevated above party politics. There's been too much point scoring over the course of recent months, none of which is going to resolve the crisis in the loch, none of which is going to redeem the fortunes of fishermen, their families, and everyone who lives around the loch shore itself. We do need political agreement, not divergence. Political agreement, not divergence, in our collective efforts as an executive and right throughout this Assembly to address this unprecedented ecological emergency. Loch Nay is no longer a regional crisis. It's far beyond that. It is a national emergency which demands a joint political priority from this Assembly and also the Irish Government. Our response to the scale of the crisis in the Loch requires north-south governmental action and with a dedicated focus from both the British and the Irish governments. And that, Adjournment, should be an agreed position from our Assembly and from our Executive, and I hope flowing from this debate today.
We can agree across this chamber that we are concerned at the return of blue-green algae at Loch Nay and other sites across Northern Ireland and the impact this has had on many, including the eel fishery. We also agree that all necessary actions should be taken in addressing these problems. Where we don't agree is in the approach adopted by the Minister and his department, nor do we agree, unsurprisingly, that the motion calling for the NAP consultation to be withdrawn was misguided. The SDLP appeared to have come to this chamber today to patronise us, but they seem to forget that our motion pointed out fundamental flaws in the consultation and called for genuine partnership to develop workable and sustainable proposals that would address the sources of pollution. Those flaws included the failure to co-design proposals with key stakeholders, including the UFU, the huge cost implications to the agri-sector, £40 million in new costs, £33 million for Lessay alone, and another £7 million for phosphorus separation systems at anaerobic digester plants. That does not include the £3.6 million each year for inspections, databases and added bureaucracy. But even these are only basic costings and do not reflect the true economic impact, as that work still hasn't been carried out by DAERA. Further to that, the failure to carry out a proper economic assessment to go along with the proposals, phosphorus balances which fail to recognise the economic realities faced by our farmers, the introduction of buffer strips reducing the land available for productive use and the driving up of land prices, the lack of peer-reviewed scientific evidence to underpin the proposals, and the failure to evaluate and incorporate current schemes such as Soil Nutrient Health Scheme and the SILS project, which were designed to actually provide solutions to the industry to help with nutrient redistribution within Northern Ireland, all totally ignored by the NAP proposals. Genuine co-design is where you need to be bringing people together, need to be having them to bring them with you, and by doing that, you're much more likely to have buy-in and actually to have some success. Workable proposals also need to be evidence-based, not ideologically driven. The approach of the Minister and the Department has been to punish farmers while ignoring others, such as Northern Ireland Water, industry and construction. We know the SDLP has abandoned its position of supporting our agri-sector, despite what Mr O'Toole said in his opening remarks. That was clear on how it voted in relation to the NAP proposals. It's further clear in its new proposals to introduce an agri-tax, as if farmers aren't finding it tight enough due to the actions of the Labour Party in government. Now their sister party, the SDLP, want to stick the boot in even more. How much more does the SDLP think the farmers can take before the industry completely collapses? Have they totally... Go ahead.
I thank the member for giving way and the important work that she personally has done on this issue. Would the member agree that if this motion was to pass today, it would directly contradict a cross-party, cross-community vote in this House which showed parties standing up for farmers?
Members, an extra minute.
Absolutely. But the SLP have also totally ignored the numerous debates that we've had in this chamber over the last year. Rising costs, inheritance tax changes, farm payments, ever tighter and costly regulations. Now they want the agriculture sector to pay even more while ignoring Northern Ireland Water and industry. There are solutions to the blue-green algae issue. They are cross-sectoral and they do not involve singling out the farming industry. No, if you don't mind. They do involve providing collaborative leadership and support, not knee-jerk punitive measures that will have a devastating impact on our rural communities and our local economy. It's worth reiterating the DUP's position on this matter. We support a multi-agency, cross-sectoral response. We also support serious action on wastewater treatment, including strict enforcement against deliberate polluters. We do not support the scapegoating of farmers. We've consistently seen an imbalance in the approach to environmental protection, and sadly, the wording of this motion plays into that imbalance. Given the actions of the Minister subsequent to our motion, it was clear from his actions, if not his words, by establishing the stakeholder group that he recognises that consultation was premature. That group should have been established beforehand to help develop the NAP proposals, not to patch them up retrospectively. It might be useful if the Minister does take the opportunity today to acknowledge that he did get it wrong in jumping the gun with the consultation, and that genuine partnership working is the best way forward. It's disappointing that the SDLP doesn't recognise this. Instead, what they decided to do today was to conflate two issues, and as a result of this, we're unable to support the motion.
And Anna McMurray.
And from the start, I want to make clear that the burden of solving Loch Nay cannot be solved by DAERA alone. It's incumbent upon the whole executive, all in this chamber, to help deliver the programme for government commitment to protect Loch Nay. And whilst agriculture undoubtedly must play its part, we can't address this issue without addressing our failing wastewater infrastructure. It is time for the Infrastructure Minister to stop the sticking plaster approach and solve the wastewater and sewage crisis flowing into our waterways. But that said, I will start with Minister Muir's efforts to address agriculture's contribution to the blue-green algal blooms, which is blighting Loch Nay, and state for the record how other parties have failed to back him. This includes the necessary actions, such as reversing the cap and cross-compliance penalties for repeated offenders brought in by his DUP predecessor. This was an important moment that should have signalled this Assembly's support for ensuring that there are consequences for pollution. Yet it was blocked by other executive parties, and regrettably the SDLP did not support the Minister at this juncture. That said, the opposition changed course later in the summer when Sinn Féin, the DUP and the UUP called for the Minister to abandon his consultation on the Nutrients Action Programme. The aforementioned parties didn't even want to begin talking about the NAP. They wanted to scrap the NAP and the conversation that went with it as an opportunity to seek remedies. Thankfully, the Minister was not deterred, and the Nutrients Action Programme consultation did go ahead, and regardless has now concluded. I welcome the Minister is now moving forward with a stakeholder group of environmental and agricultural representatives to develop revised proposals. Finalised proposals will be put to further consultation before being brought through the Executive for consideration. I really hope that executive parties and opposition will rally around the Minister in this opportunity to be constructive and find solutions that are workable at farm level. This is too important an issue to play politics with, so rather than cheap political point scoring and stoking angst, all parties need to do the right thing, recognising the urgency of the situation and get behind the necessary actions. It is obvious that the ecological and environmental balance of the loch is off kilter, but we in this chamber, this executive, have a responsibility to lead on this and what the Minister is doing. Like all parties, like to highlight the plight of Loch Nay, but sometimes their rhetoric does not marry up with their actions. The Minister has stressed a number of big-ticket items that he has to bring forward, which will truly test the executive and other members of this chamber and how committed they are to solving this issue. The first has been touched on already in terms of agreeing proposals for the Nutrients Action Programme, but in addition to this is strengthening the environmental governance through establishing an independent EPA, agreeing a final climate action plan, and supporting his new Fisheries and Water Environment Bill. Finally, we cannot think about solving the crisis in Loch Nay and our waterways in general without thinking about the issue of sewage and wastewater infrastructure. Minister Muir has been very clear about his desire to strengthen the regulation and enforcement of sewage pollution being pumped into our waterways. It is totally unacceptable that the Infrastructure Minister refuses to tackle this head on and reverse the disgraceful situation that raw sewage is being pumped into our waterways. Our wastewater systems are failing with all the environmental and economic consequences that go with it, and yet the Minister refuses to tackle NI Water's governance and finances. All sectors must play a part in tackling this crisis. And the farmers that I speak to expect fairness. They are dismayed that the Infrastructure Minister refuses to step up to the plate on tackling wastewater infrastructure. The Infrastructure Minister needs to look at better solutions and make the difficult decisions within her remit without delay. And I also want to point out that it's not only about Loch Nay, and the motion does acknowledge this. My constituency of South Down doesn't border the loch, but we are seeing the same issues in some of our own freshwater bodies, not least Castlewellan Lake. I'm also very conscious that the headwater of the River Bann is in my constituency, and as well noted, our rivers are in poor ecological health. The rivers and streams that are then distilled into Loch Nay, the environment by its very nature is all connected. I've been in a position where I've had the opportunity to sponsor events in this building, highlighting the work of the Clean Water Sports Alliance. I think it's very important that the motion seeks to highlight the societal impacts of this issue. Anglers, open water swimmers, canoeists, kayakers, stand-up paddleboarders, rowers, sailors, triathletes, all sports which make up the Alliance and have been adversely affected by the state of our waterways. This really is an issue for all of Northern Ireland, and we urgently need the Executive and Opposition parties to play their part. Thank you.
Dan Armstrong.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the members for bringing this motion today. Mr. Speaker, there are people from all walks of life across Northern Ireland who are concerned at the situation unfolding in Loch Nay. They all want to have good quality water in our inland waterways and, of course, in Loch Nay. But I can tell you without a doubt that no one at this, for a moment, wants to play the blame game that some in this chamber would have us play. We have to understand this problem with respect and understanding. We have to approach it with respect and understanding. Respect for those who are already impacted and understand the effect of any intended future actions they will have on other stakeholders and sectors in working towards a plan to address the blue-green algae. If we are to move forward, this will require community and sector buy-in, not a top-down approach and virtual signalling in this House. Therefore, it is essential we move past finding a scapegoat and actually understand what's happening in Loch Nay, because blaming farmers is too simple. Farming is only but one spoke on a very large wheel impacting the loch. Yet within that wheel, according to a previous agri-search analysis, the initial NAP proposals published by Minister Muir would have generated annual losses of around £1.6 billion across agriculture in Northern Ireland as a whole, had they been implemented. However, this isn't unique to Northern Ireland. This is a global problem. And even across Great Britain, you have Lake Windermere impacted by raw sewage. The Loch Nay ecosystem is shaped by biology as well as chemistry, shaped by many inputs and many outputs. The warning signs in Loch Nay have been visible for years, yet the relevant departments have failed to take coordinated preventative action. The presence of 836 storm overflows discharging directly or indirectly into the Loch Nay management area and its tributaries points to a broader systemic issue, one that implicates not just DAERA, but also infrastructure which is failing us all. It is also notable to acknowledge the invasive zebra mussels, whose presence has changed the ecology by clarifying the water and shifting where and when the algae can grow. I do briefly want to mention the Nutrient Action Plan, as I think it's important I clarify this. I was against the plan because it goes far beyond the original NAP and the proposals that would have had a devastating impact for the agri-food sector. The reality of NAP, Minister, was your carrot was too small and your stick too big. The agri-food sector must be part of that solution, not treated as the problem, and for that reason the UUP will be voting against this motion. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, Loch Nay is not a problem that can be caused by scapegoating one sector. It demands a multi-departmental response, which has been lacking of late, and a clear strategy that has buy-in from all stakeholders. Thank you.
Eva Finnegan.
Sinn Féin is deeply concerned by the return of the blue-green algae in the Loch Nay and other waterways. This pollution has severe environmental, economic and social consequences. Its continued presence harms biodiversity, threatens public health and is a hammer blow to our eel fishing communities, who have already suffered losses of income over the past 2 fishing seasons. At the outset, I want to reiterate my party colleague Declan Kearney's call for supports to be provided to the eel fishing sector, who have been affected by the current eel fishing ban and have received no support to mitigate these losses. In July 2024, Sinn Féin agreed to the Loch Nay Action Plan at the Executive, a plan containing 37 actions, many of which have already been implemented, with others earmarked for delivery. The Action Plan is not a complete solution in itself, and there is no quick fixes. However, it does provide a clear and practical pathway towards addressing the environmental breakdown on the loch and restoring it to its natural beauty. Amongst these actions is the Small Business Research Initiative, which has given businesses the funding opportunity to innovate, research and bring forward solutions to actually remove the pollution from the loch and restore it for future generations. In April 2025, John O'Dowd, as Finance Minister, reiterated Sinn Féin's commitment to that action plan by allocating an additional £5 million towards tackling the pollution and safeguarding the loch for many years ahead. On the Nutrient Action Programme, let me be clear. Sinn Féin supports the principle of a strong nutrient action plan that protects water quality and that tackles pollution, but we want one that is workable, deliverable, fair and based on just transition principles and works in conjunction with farmers. The establishment of a new stakeholder group to bring together communities, farmers, fishermen and environmental bodies is a step in that direction. This is a welcome development, but it is also an admission by the Department that there should have been more of an effort on the Minister's part to properly engage farmers, fishermen and communities and the outset when developing these NAP proposals. Equally, the Department's acknowledgement that there needs to be more detailed economic impact assessment of how NAP proposals would affect farmers, underlying the need for greater engagement so that the impact on the family farm incomes is fully understood. However, let us be under no illusions. Whether NAP was agreed or not before June, we would still have experienced the blue-green algae in the loch during the summer. So, while it forms part of the solution, it is clear that actually restoring the loch will require not only short-term actions, but also a range of long-term measures to have meaningful impact. Part of that solution must be an end to the Earl of Shaftesbury ownership of the seabed. This is something Sinn Féin has long called for, even before the presence of this algae. Ownership of the loch should be informed by those communities who live beside it and have been guardians of it for generations. And at a practical level, the transfer in ownership would help to better regulate and implement environmental protections pertaining to the loch. In the past, we have seen how the current arrangements have resulted in regulation falling between stools, with agencies not taking responsibility or not having sufficient responsibility, while the loch has suffered the consequences. I welcome today's debate and the opportunity to once again set out Sinn Féin's unwavering commitment to addressing the issue on Loch Nay. Let us together work constructively with the Minister, the Executive and most importantly with local communities to ensure that step by step, day by day and bit by bit we undo the environmental damage that has been done to the loch and restore it for future generations. Gur míle agah.
Tom Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, situation facing Loch Nay and some other watercourses throughout Northern Ireland is one which requires a common sense approach, an approach that is balanced, an approach that is rooted in reality. And I have no doubt that everyone around this chamber this afternoon will be in agreement that to effectively tackle the source of this pollution affecting our waterways will require a collective effort. But it is foolhardy for the Minister and others in this House to be of the mindset that to put extreme environmental policies in place which would have devastating consequences for our agriculture industry is a way forward to resolving this blue-green algae problem. To put extreme environmental policies in place is not a quick fix. There is no short-term fix to this problem. And the Minister did say in his statement on the Loch Nay Action Plan, he says, I must be clear, there is no quick fixes. It will take many years, if not decades, to substantially recover. Such is the depth and complexity of this problem. And while we do give our full support to rigorous enforcement action against deliberate polluters into our waterways, I want to be crystal clear in this House today that we will not allow agriculture to be the scapegoat or to be treated as the sole culprit in this issue, as has been the order of the day from others around this chamber. And I want to pose the question to the Minister today. What serious engagement have you had with Northern Ireland Water over the colossal amount of raw sewage which is going into our waterways on a daily basis from Northern Ireland Water's own sewage plants, and from individual septic tanks. What assessment have you and your department carried out into the damage this is causing? Perhaps you can also inform this House what sanctions you propose to place on Northern Ireland Water to curb this daily flow of raw sewage into our waterways, and what plans do you have to take enforcement action against them, just as you and your department take against other individuals found guilty of polluting, and rightly so. But what you take against other individuals for polluting needs the same action needs to be taken against Northern Ireland Water.
This is a colleague for kindly giving way. I recognise his concern for the farming community, and he has rightly been an advocate for the farming community for quite a number of years. But does he agree with me that the fines that are in place are no deterrent to those polluters, regardless of who they are or what sector they come from? They need to be increased. Members, next minute.
Thank you. Well, again, that's something that can be open for discussion. But our farmers are not only the custodians of the countryside who put the food on our tables, but are the backbone and keystone to our rural economy. And they have a deep passion for the environmental sustainability of the land that they farm, and take extreme care around watercourses that run through them. In previous years, they have had no objections to working with the department and implementing sensible and common sense solutions to help improve the countryside and the environment. However, it is totally unacceptable for the Minister to seek to impose the NAP proposals upon an industry without proper consultation, and which saw over 5,000 signatures from all across Northern Ireland been presented in this House calling for the withdrawal of this consultation and serious engagement with the farming community to bring forward workable plans to which all could buy into to help improve and protect our environment, which we all cherish. Farmers are not only want to, but must be part of any plans brought forward for the improvement of our environment, otherwise it will be counterproductive. The NAP proposals as being pursued by the Minister are not the answer to addressing this blue-green algae issue. What we do need is a cross-sectoral, multi-agency response, and therefore today I call on the Minister to do the right thing by scrapping his ideology NAP proposals, and let us work with the relevant agencies and industry on a more pragmatic way forward for the protection and continued improvement of our water quality throughout Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Owen Tennyson. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And by this stage, we all know that Loch Nay is dying in plain sight. For the third summer in a row, toxic blue-green algae has enveloped its waters. That putrid green sludge has suffocated wildlife and upended key parts of our rural economy. But the ecological crisis in Loch Nay is not seasonal. It finds its roots in decades of inertia and neglect at this Assembly. We know the causes: nutrient runoff from agriculture, sewage and septic tanks. We know the consequences in terms of biodiversity loss, livelihoods being upended and real public health risks. And crucially, we also know what the solutions are. Those solutions, however, require tough decisions and real political leadership, both of which have been in short supply in this chamber, from the DUP and Sinn Féin in particular, since the Assembly returned over a year ago. Despite repeated promises and commitments and talk of the need for collective action on Loch Nay, time and again we have seen responsible environmental stewardship sacrificed on the altar of political expediency, with key reforms resisted that would upset powerful interests. When the Minister brought regulations to remove the cap and cross compliance penalties for repeat polluters, the DUP and Sinn Féin opposed it. When the Nutrients Action Plan went out to public consultation, both parties supported a motion advocating for it to be scrapped. Such posturing stretches credulity to its elastic limit. And I note Sinn Féin's environment spokesperson welcomed that a stakeholder group has now been set up. And I hope that does amount to a turn on the page and that there can be a more collective effort going forward. But that isn't what this Assembly voted for. This Assembly voted to outright scrap those proposals, and the Minister will not be adhering to that request. Mr Kearney said that proposals demand consensus for a situation of this gravity, and I don't disagree with him. But consensus was reached within the Loch Nay Action Plan that was agreed at the Executive, which made clear that a nutrients action plan would have to be taken forward. He said that this is above party politics, and that is a convenient defence to hide behind when you have aligned yourself with the DUP to block key environmental action, having promised your electorate you would clean up the crisis in Loch Nay. And I would ask Sinn Féin members in particular to reflect on that. For the people of Northern Ireland are not fools, Mr Speaker. They know that you cannot deal with agricultural runoff without a robust NAP. They know that you cannot tackle pollution without hiking fines on repeat polluters, and they know that you cannot clean up Loch Nay with photo opportunities and warm words. And despite the lack of support that we have seen in this chamber, some progress has nevertheless been made. Northern Ireland's first environment strategy has been agreed with a focus on improving land, air and water quality. The Loch Nay Action Plan is now in place, and a number of key actions are moving forward or have been completed, including the Small Business Research Initiative and the new task force, which has conducted over 300 site investigations already. We now have a crucial opportunity to step forward collectively and go further. We often hear criticism, and we've heard it again as part of this debate, that the focus is too often on agriculture and not on NI water. And I agree that there is an inherent unfairness that NI water gets a bye ball for pollution incidents. But the Minister has stated multiple times he wishes to proceed to scrap the SORPI arrangements to ensure that that is no longer the case, and that NI water faces the same fines and penalties as other polluters in our society. But we cannot deny the fact that 62% of the nutrient pollution causing the blue-green algae blooms in Loch Nay comes from agriculture, and so we have to work with agriculture to set a more sustainable course. We also need to see action from the Infrastructure Minister in terms of bringing forward an expert-led review of NI water with a view to finally stopping wastewater sewage pollution. Support is also required to hike fines and penalties further, and to introduce the long overdue Environmental Protection Agency, which this Assembly has dithered on in previous mandates. These are not niche environmental issues, Mr Speaker, but they are matters of social justice. The communities who live around the loch deserve clean water, sustainable livelihoods, and a government that doesn't just talk but takes action. I hope today that we will move on from this habit of passing non-binding motions, wringing our hands at the crisis in Loch Nay, and actually take the action that's needed to deal with the crisis. Thank you.
Linda Dillon.
And I thank the members for bringing this motion to the House today. I want to start by addressing one of the final points that was made by the previous member, the Alliance member for Upper Bann. Work with farmers. That's exactly what we need to do. Work with farmers, not farmers alone, but everybody. But they have to be included. They have to be part of this. They're an essential part of it. So I don't think we can ignore them and move on and do things without bringing them with us. And I think it's very important that we work together in order to address that. So protecting our environment and safeguarding Loch Nay is a critical priority for Sinn Féin, as I hope it is for all of us, including our farming community. And I declare an interest, as I did earlier, as somebody who comes from an agricultural background, not a highly productive agricultural background, so certainly don't think we add in any way to any pollution. But I also have a husband who's an angler and who loves the rivers, like every other angler out there and every fisherman, and wants to protect them and look after them. So I do understand the importance of this issue. And like many of you, I find the return of the blue-green algae this summer deeply disturbing, with the devastating environmental, social and economic consequences. It threatens the biodiversity, the wildlife, the safety of our water and the livelihoods of those who depend on the loch, as previous speakers have already alluded to. And this is personal to me because I live 5 minutes from the loch shore. I live 5 minutes from the Washing Bay, and I've worked very closely with communities right along the loch shore in my local community around Lough and Brocka to support the development of really, really excellent facilities for local residents and for those who come to visit. and they are right on the shores of what is an amazing natural resource that must be protected. And we all need to work together to make sure that that is exactly what happens. And I appreciate the information that the Minister provided us with this morning on plans for the potential Shared Island programme. I think that is positive to improve the water quality of Loch Nay. As we all know, rivers do not know or recognise borders. So we must ensure that we have an all-Ireland approach to protecting all of our waterways. So, as what outlined earlier by my colleague Declan Kearney, there must be the maximum cooperation between the Minister and the Government in the South to seek and implement actions to protect the Lough. Loch Nay is central to life on this island. It sustains local communities and rural economies. It supports fishermen, farmers, tourism operators and those who live around its shores. The pollution crisis on the Lough has multiple causes, which have all been outlined, and I don't deny any of them. That did not occur overnight, and I understand that it will take time to fix the problems, but we do have an executive action plan that we must all work together to implement to deliver our vision of a healthy, sustainable Lough that will be there for the generations that come after us, for our children, for our grandchildren. And there's an onus on all of us to act for the health of our environment and for the future of all of us who rely on this vital resource. So this shouldn't be a blame game, and it should not involve ignoring science or data to chase votes. The reality is that it will take all of us, government, local communities, farmers, fishermen and environmental groups working together to solve the issue. Everyone must have a say, everyone must genuinely be listened to, actively listened to, take on board their ideas, take on board what they're saying. These people know what they're talking about. We need to listen to them. Progress has been made through additional funding secured by the Finance Minister John O'Dowd earlier this year to fund the initiatives such as the Small Business Research Initiative that harnesses innovative science-based solutions. Science-based, evidence-based. We need to have a focus on that. And I welcome the Dara's Minister's commitment to a stakeholder task and finish group to bring the farmers, the agri-food sector, environmental groups and government together to develop evidence-based and workable measures. This must include those who look after and protect our rivers that run into the Lough, as well as, and in particular, I am going to again declare my interest, those angling groups that look after those rivers. And I know that the member that spoke before for West Tyrone has an interest in that as well. It is crucial that farmers are supported to make changes in a fair and realistic way. Just transition principles must be applied, ensuring that the costs do not fall disproportionately on those potentially least able to bear them. We need to bring everyone with us. Forcing measures that are unworkable or unaffordable does no good for anyone, and it is ultimately counterproductive. Finally, it is essential to remember that the Lough is not just a body of water. It is the heart of many communities. It is the heart of my community.
Time's up.
And it provides livelihoods and sustains biodiversity, offering huge potential for economic opportunities.
Morris Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, and you'll be pleased that most of the points I have were covered already, and I'm not going to repeat them. But toxic cyanobacteria blooms, especially since the summers of 23 and 24, and this year have depleted oxygen levels in the Lough to such an extent it's blocking light, it's leading to fish kills and decline in aquatic biodiversity. But it's not just the ecosystem in Loch Nay that appears to have collapsed. Without wanting to cross into territory of colleagues or repeating anything that has already been said, I will narrow my concerns to the river Bann, the only river for spawning salmon and white trout into the Loch Nay system. Recreational angling and water sports businesses along the river Bann have been severely impacted. Some operators forced to close entirely due to unsafe water conditions and customer cancellations. Not to mention the blue flag beaches of Benone, Port Stewart and Portrush along the tidal stretch of the Bann at the bar mouth. But I would like to ask questions. It's okay to highlight what's wrong, but what are we doing to fix what's wrong? How many buffer zones and wetlands and hedgerows and trees have been established to filter nitrates and phosphorus before they reach the water since it was first discovered as a crisis in 2023? What rewilding or reintroduction of key ecological players like invertebrates to rebuild the food web has happened since 2023? Has any exploration of invasive species control such as zebra mussels taken place since 2023? I could be wrong, but I would assume that one zebra mussel can filter at least 1 litre of water per day, removing valuable food plankton from the water.
Would the member give way?
Yeah.
I thank the member for giving way, and would he also agree with me that another point, and we talk about irrigation and the need to oxygenate the water to stop blue-green algae, but the lack of dredging of our rivers has hugely impacted the flow of water in and out of Loch Nay, affecting both the rivers that he talks about.
Where's next amount?
Thank you. Thank you for the intervention. Yes, I have mixed views on river dredging, so I don't want to drop into that territory. So has testing for cyanotoxins in water been extended to fish to help gauge ecosystem health and inform public warnings since 2023 or earlier? What long-term ecological research and data baselines have been established to track recovery and inform adaptive management? How many of the 37-odd measures agreed in July 2024 have been implemented? What extra funding has been afforded to the Minister to roll out regulation, infrastructure and community engagement? Minister, I fear the situation is verging on irreversible if that point has not already been reached. I agree with the Minister that this ecological disaster needs addressed and addressed as a matter of urgency. I call on all parties in this executive to explore extra finance and to address this destruction. It's not just farming practices but sewage discharges, including illegal pollution and septic tanks. Mr. Speaker, words are nothing but empty vessels. It is time for action and not talking. And because there is no action, in my opinion, I cannot support the motion.
John Buckley.
Speaker, the issue of blue-green algae is not new, as I have mentioned earlier, and it is happening right around the world. My colleague, Ms McElveen, has set out the case for why we believe that the Nutrients Action Programme proposed by the Minister is an existential threat to Northern Ireland agriculture, risks jobs, cuts livestock, penalises farmers and destroys the last remaining Indigenous industry for Northern Ireland. In a moment. Words matter. Absolutely, words matter. And that is why I can't support this motion today, particularly when it expresses regret at the misguided support for a motion calling for a public consultation on the Nutrients Action Plan programme to be withdrawn. I will in a moment, Mr. O'Toole. So, Mr. Tennyson and I rarely agree in this chamber, but there was points in his speech that it was absolutely fundamentally correct. And that was that this House passed a motion calling for the NAP proposals to be withdrawn. I would like to know today, Mr. Speaker, do Sinn Féin support the motion today that expressly calls regret upon that motion? Is anybody prepared to answer? Because I have not heard it from Sinn Féin. But make no mistake that if Sinn Féin support today's motion, they will have deliberately and callously put the dagger in the back of the very farmers that they said in this chamber in a previous occasion were under huge threat from the Minister's proposal. They may not credit me with one thing, or with many things in the Alliance Party, but one thing they can: I will be consistent on this matter. Mr. McAleer, a member for Mid-Ulster, stated in this place that Mr. Muir's proposals were not fit for purpose. Quote, Muir must start again. The member for South Down, Ms. Mason, they are unworkable and would seriously harm family farms in South Down. That is exactly what you said when farmers asked us to stand up and speak up for them. If you support this motion today, you will have done a 180 degrees U-turn on the very position that you outlined in this House. If that's the case, that's a huge betrayal of the farming community. Is it any wonder that trust is at an all-time low in politicians, when politicians come to this House 1 month and say they'll stand up and protect them, and the very next month or months after, weasel words, hedge their bets. For a second time, I'm going to say it again, will Sinn Féin support this motion today? There's 8 Sinn Féin members in the chamber right now. Will they support this motion today? If they do, they will grossly betray farmers of all creeds and all backgrounds in Northern Ireland. Nationalist farmers, Republican farmers, Unionist farmers, other farmers, whatever type of farmer. If you support this motion, you fundamentally, and I will not, I will ask, the Sinn Féin member has asked, will I take an intervention? And I will, and I hope she will clarify, will she support the motion today or not?
No, but she will clarify the farmers that she knows are pig farmers, sheep farmers, cattle farmers. They don't tell me their creed or their voting affiliation before they speak to me. They are farmers.
I thank the member for the intervention. They're absolutely farmers of all creeds. But right now, Sinn Féin have failed on the third occasion to clarify, will they support a motion that expresses regret at the very position that they expressed in this House months previously. That is a gross betrayal of the beef farmer, of the pig farmer, of the dairy farmer, of the hill farmer, of the sheep farmer. Sinn Féin are talking out of both sides of their mouth in this very debate today. And that is where my criticism lies. That if they're not prepared to stand up and speak out for farmers and not speak out of both sides of their mouth, who can those farmers place their trust in? Because the body politic is damaged day and daily by farmers that are by politicians that are prepared to tell voters one thing and do the exact opposite. This motion makes no reference to serial polluters like NI Water, who have dumped millions of tonnes of raw sewage into our waterways and into Loch Nay. Not one single mention. Its default position is to go after the farmer. Perhaps this House could collectively agree on a motion that would take on NI Water and those that have polluted it for years with raw sewage, rather than defaulting to the position of blaming the farmer each and every time. The farmer's watching. What way will Sinn Féin vote today?
Malone.
Just a maybe start. Last night I was, I think, the only MLA that attended a meeting in Moortown in Kinturk Cultural Centre. And this is exactly the sort of stuff that people were saying they didn't want to hear. Ping-pong and back and forward on ideological grounds. You blame, he blames, she blames. And no disrespect, Johnny. The message was very clear last night from that meeting, unanimously clear, from the 100-odd people that were in that room. We are the ones, and I'm a lifelong resident of the Lough Shore myself. I've represented that particular area and that Lough Shore area for 32 years. I know and respect the views of the people that I spoke to last night. They're the ones who are, one man told me he was thinking of moving out of his house this year, this summer, because of the stink and the smell that was coming off that lough. There were wildfowlers there who are afraid to take their dogs out to the lough on the first morning of the shooting season. And then there are families, young people there last night who are deeply, deeply concerned about the quality of the water supply for themselves, for their families, and for the very animals in the agricultural sector that we're talking about. So that was a very clear meeting. We don't want arguments. We just want action. We want you to get on with it. Now, during the summer, we had the closure of the eel fishing, the brown eel fishing. Now, for Loch Nay, it's a symbol of economy, but it's also a cultural symbol of the resistance of Irish fishermen who took it to the courts to establish the right to fish their own loch. Now, it's a crying shame to see that industry starting to evaporate before our very eyes. And that too, there were fishermen there last night, and I hope to hear from the Minister of some support that in this stage can come the direction of the fishing industry. It's a crying shame to see that happening on our loch. That cultural symbol of Loch Nay, of the island, is disappearing. And anyway, so everything we're seeing, everything the public are seeing, demands action, but it must be the right kind of action. Collaborative, it's a complex crisis that requires partnership, innovation and shared responsibility across all sectors. Now, later on, and I'll ask the Minister to clarify, is he getting support from his executive colleagues? Are they ponying up and saying, here's the money. Here's the money to support the farming community. Here's the money to support new methods of farming, on-farm practice. Here's the money for the fishing community. Here's the money for other methods and innovative measures that will be required, scientific and otherwise, to try and reassert the value, ecological and environmental value of Loch Nay. Sure.
Would my colleague agree with me that it's also important, those who have said that NI Water are a critical part of this, and they should be supporting inside the executive a plan for funding NI Water, which we haven't got at the minute?
Totally, and we need to hear from NI Water what their proposals are and what the departmental drive for those proposals are, both investment and also scientific, because that came up last night as well, about the methodology of monitoring the water supply and monitoring what is being ingested by humans too. That definitely came up at that meeting last night. The only way to address this is by drastically reducing the excessive levels of nutrients, phosphorus and nitrogen in the loch. Over 60% of the phosphorus in the water originates from agriculture, a third from wastewater treatment facilities and septic tanks. Now, on the issue of agriculture, and I need to emphasise this point, much has been made about farming here, and God knows those of us who try to support and work with farmers, we do our simple best for them. And that is why this Assembly, this Executive, needs to step up to the plate and support those farmers who are willing and committed to conserving our environment. I have to mention one thing, and this is fact. Moy Park, owned by a multinational US company. This is not a local company, right? Profits rose by 151% in 2023. How much of that 100? Can you name any farmer whose profits rose by 151% in 2023 or any other year for that matter? Not a pup's chance. Not a pup's chance. However, meantime, hundreds of breaches of legal limits of environmental pollutants by that same company. Please, please, please square that circle for me. Square that circle for me. Now, our approach recognises the urgency of the environmental situation, but it acknowledges the realities on the ground. In addition to the necessary upgrades to the wastewater and sewage network, we've already spoken about that, any sustainable policy must be co-designed and must not be imposed. That's the only way we can get lasting change. It must include key issues such as collaboration, education, support and financial incentivisation. And again, that's back to the Minister to advise if that support is forthcoming or it's just empty words.
Mr McNulty has requested to speak for a minute, he said. So we're tight for time and I will use the grace period, but I want to get all of those who had their names down. No, you're over. Thank you for your contribution, but it's over. Mr McNulty.
I speak as someone who proudly comes from a farming background. I miss milking the cows, I miss horning calves, I miss covering the silage. I've experienced the transition from hay to silage. I miss testing cattle and dosing cattle. I've brought calves to market in the link box in the back of the tractor. I miss all of that. I have a visceral recall of being on the Loch Shore as a kid and being in my uncle Barney and Auntie Rita's house, and first tasting the silver eels and experiencing the rubbery taste. It's a memory you can't forget. Unbelievable. I remember the sense of pride they had in their local produce, the sense of pride they had that this is a delicacy which is transported and sold across the world and even in France. I was mesmerised by that fact. Eel fishing plays a vital role as an ecological, economic and cultural ecosystem that survived and thrived around the Loch Shore. Eel fishing forms a neat part of the community consciousness, and it needs to be protected. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr McNulty, you're good to your word. Timothy Gasson.
Much, Mr. Speaker, and to ensure harmony at the opening of my contribution, I will first look at what we all can agree on. We all can agree that Loch Nay is of huge value to the people of Northern Ireland. We can all agree that as the largest freshwater lake in the British Isles, it is vital for wildlife, fisheries and the wider community in general. On that, we are all agreed. Equally, no one in this chamber can dispute that the blue-green algae issue that was first cited in the Loch in 1923 is a very serious problem and one which we, as legislators, must address. However, as at this juncture, I believe I will part company with the environmentalists, because there are all too many in this House and outside it who are looking for a scapegoat for what is in reality a complex and multifaceted problem. The issue is real, but the narrative to always blame the farmer is not. We hear the mad environmentalists, both inside this chamber and out, lament that the farmer are always to blame. We always hear about the ecological disaster of biblical proportions. We hear about the horror stories that the Loch is dead and that the algae kills all that lives within it, even though this has been a recurrent problem for many, many years. But don't forget, Northern Ireland Water, who dump a reported 200,000 tonnes of raw sewage into the Loch each year, tell us that the water is safe to drink, and let's face it, the eel commercial fishing, that has largely been replaced by those now fishing for trout instead. That shows me the Loch isn't dead. This crisis is being used to drive an environmental agenda. Let's look at the facts. Firstly, an overlooked factor is the issue of Russian zebra mussels, an invasive species which, since around 2005, has been reshaping the character of Loch Nay. These filter-feeding invaders have exploded in population over the last 2 decades. They strip out plankton from the water, disrupting the food chain, and by concentrating phosphorus in the sediments, they fuel the algae blooms which we are trying to control due to the sunlight now being able to shine through the cleaner water. Many ask who brought the zebra mussels to Loch Nay in the first place. Nobody can tell us who. Secondly, we have the elephant in the room, which I've already mentioned, one which, when I first came to this House, the Minister was keen to ignore. That's the issues related to sewage, storm overflows and trade effluent. When I first raised this point in the House shortly after my arrival in this place, Minister Muir told me that he did not want to get into the blame game. My question and the Minister's response is on record, and if he wants to dispute that, it's in Hansard for all to see on the 1st of October 2024 in this chamber. The story when I raised it again on the 4th of September was similar. I trust we can all now agree that the discharge of untreated sewage directly into rivers and Loch Nay, carrying phosphorus, organic matter and bacteria, all of which exacerbate algae growth, needs to stop. Industrial trade effluent adds yet more nutrients to the system. Again, that is an aspect of this whole issue regulated by the Northern Ireland Executive through Northern Ireland Water. Let's not forget that the latest algae blooms correlated with COVID, when we've seen a sharp increase of people using cleaning products in their house? Could that be a factor? Has that been something we've considered? Before we look at the farmer, therefore we need to heed the words of Scripture which say, "Physician, heal thyself." But let's concede for the sake of argument that the parties which want to see agriculture in this province driven to the wall through their NAP and the Climate Action Plan are correct. Let's not forget that it's the same party, the Minister, that has now kept agri-research out of the NAP stakeholder forum. That those people who don't support their mad net zero policies are really approaching this from a different place and dispassionately. Among those parties who supported the Growing for Growth, that is something you need to reflect upon. All them parties were happy to support Growing for Growth when it suited, and now want to turn their back on the farmer.
Having taken all of the relevant factors into consideration, I've decided to apply a grace period of up to 15 minutes to accommodate the members that are left. I would remind you that if you give away to someone, you're not getting an extra minute. Sherry Carroll.
Speaker, Loch Nay is one of our most precious natural resources and wildlife sites. It's a source of 40% of the North's drinking water, and it's supposed to be protected under local, European and international law, but in reality Loch Nay is a public health hazard and a toxic death zone for local wildlife. And despite safeguarding Loch Nay being a key priority in the programme for government, the Executive's anti-promises simply aren't cutting it. Executive approval was finally secured for Loch Nay Action Plan last summer, and 23 of the plan's 37 points have not been implemented yet. I mean, there's snail's paces, Mr. Speaker, and then there's this. But it's no surprise that the parties who continue to subsidise billionaire polluter corporations aren't acting in the interests of the Loch. But more recently, the Minister developed proposals for a new, as has been mentioned, Nutrients Action Programme aimed at tackling pollution at Loch Nay. It was a bit of a positive action. It wasn't far enough go in a direction where we needed to go, but it would have made somewhat of a difference, I think, in the Loch. What we had from other parties in this chamber, Mr. Speaker, from these modest proposals, they were too radical for Sinn Féin, the DUP and the UUP. And I think that they have fallen in line behind the Ulster Farmers Union, who are, in this case, certainly dead set on business as usual. They're defending big corporate polluters and not representing the interests of most farmers. Agricultural pollution, Mr. Speaker, is just one cause of the Loch Nay crisis. It obviously is multifaceted. Another is sand dredging, which scars the bed of the Loch. 1.5 million tonnes of sand is suction dredged from the Loch each year. It takes the ecosystem decades to recover. The Loch bed is supposed to be a protected nature reserve for plants, fish and diving birds, and instead the Executive allows it to be plundered. Fishermen have been sounding, and fisherwomen, the alarm about sand dredging and the harm to fish nurseries in an already fragile Loch. The SLP supported this position in 2020 with our Minister, and they still haven't walked back their support for it, for sand dredging, after supporting it in 2020. Saving Loch Nay is not an impossible task, Mr. Speaker. The solutions are clear and always have been, and it shouldn't take decades to save it. We don't have decades to save it. They've been identified by the likes of the Save Loch Nay campaign, Friends of the Earth, and many, many more communities around the Loch shore. The state of the Loch is a permanent physical reminder of our urgent need for an independent EPA. The Executive is remarkably poor at protecting our environment, and the NIEA hasn't done the job in regards to Loch Nay, and it's clear that it's failed to regulate pollution, protect wildlife and communities. As Friends of the Earth put it, Mr. Speaker, quote, "We have the crime scene but no police to hold the criminals to account." What an apt description of what's been happening in the last couple of years. Without the ability of an independent EPA to fine and punish guilty factory farms and agri-food polluters, nutrients and agricultural runoff will continue to flow into the Loch and kill it. In the past decade, Mr. Speaker, the Shaftesbury estate of Loch Nay made over £245,000 in profit from sand dredging. That's pocket change for an English aristocrat like Lord Shaftesbury. But the fact that an absentee colonial landlord is profiting from the destruction of our loch is absolutely outrageous. He needs to hand back the loch to the people here, and he shouldn't be paid a penny for it. It's our loch, it's not his family's loch. And if he doesn't hand it back, the state needs to step in to requisition it into public ownership with community management. A proper crackdown, Mr. Speaker, on industrial farming, factory farming and intensive agriculture is long overdue. More than 62% of phosphorus that causes toxic algal blooms comes from agricultural sources. And also part of this demand means properly funding NI water, which would of course transform the loch and people's lives. But this executive, and in many cases the opposition, sees the local ecosystem as something to exploit, not protect. And as the most basic bare minimum, the Minister and his executive colleagues need to get behind efforts to clean up this mess ASAP, rather than supporting lobbyists for the rich and powerful corporate polluters. Then maybe this executive can finally put planet before profit. Thank you.
Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your grace on the time. We know Loch Nay is one of our most important natural assets. It provides almost half of Northern Ireland's drinking water. It supports wildlife, fishing, farming, and it underpins businesses, tourism and recreation across the region. Although inevitable, the return of blue-green algae is deeply concerning. And it's not just about the environment, it's about people's daily lives. In my constituency, recently businesses at Benone and Castlerock have spoken to customers staying away because of the warnings. Families are unsure whether it was safe to swim, to bring children to the beach, or even let their dogs near the shore in case it would poison them. Local charities in my constituency see to it have found that the blooms make their clean-up work on the ban more difficult, and many people want reassurance that water coming out of their taps is safe to drink. We have been given that reassurance, but public confidence will only last if we see the source of the problem being addressed. And we know the sources. Too many nutrients are entering the loch, from wastewater treatment, septic tanks, industry and from agriculture. And I agree with Mr McCrossan's point around the fines in relation to this. In my own constituency, someone was recently convicted of pollution into the water. This was the second time because the fine probably was cheaper than changing the way he does things. And we need to address that. It's not good enough. Climate change and invasive species then also make this condition worse. Wastewater, however, is where I think this government must take the lead. The Northern Ireland Audit Office has highlighted that years of underinvestment have left our system under strain. Phosphorus levels in our waters have worsened over the last decade. The Office for Environmental Protection has also warned that Northern Ireland is not on track to meet its water quality obligations, pointing to the lack and pace of urgency in current plans. Compare that with England, where every storm overflow is now monitored, data is published and regulators can impose penalties. Republic of Ireland, where most urban wastewater has now nutrient removal and performance is regularly reported. Northern Ireland, as usual, is behind. And as others have said, part of the answer lies in how Northern Ireland water is funded, because unlike other regions, it depends on the block grant. So its budget rises and falls with the wider political context and pressures, and there are many. Households do already contribute to their water charges through regional rates, but the money is not ring-fenced in a way that water revenues are in England and Wales. And government must be honest about how we close that gap. Realistically, it would be very difficult to ring-fence that money from the regional rate without consequence, because if that money is directed into water and wastewater, then it has to be found elsewhere, or cuts will have to be made. But if we are serious about fixing this problem, then that's a conversation we cannot avoid. Septic tanks and industry also contribute to the problem, and stronger oversight is needed there too. Agriculture is part of the picture as well. Farmers themselves do recognise that nutrient runoff is an issue, and they know that they have a role to play in fixing it. And many are taking steps, not spreading when the rain is forecast, using low-emission spreading equipment and adopting better practice. But they do tell me that they feel blamed. And sadly, this motion blames them as well, because it does talk to an earlier motion that wasn't misguided. It was a fair reflection of what farmers are feeling across Northern Ireland. I heard a story where a farmer took his own life, not necessarily because of this issue, but because of the compounding pressures that are being put onto them, not least by the Labour government across the water, but also some of the proposals that are being put forward here. That's desperately, desperately sad. They must be treated as partners. They want to be listened to, and they want workable measures because, like others have said, they care about the environment too. It's part of their job. It's who they are. Otherwise, if we don't listen to them, we're going to create a whole new crisis. It may not be for various ministers in this executive, but it's one that we should be really concerned about as our biggest industry in Northern Ireland. We should have published a timetable for wastewater upgrades across Loch Nay and the ban system so that we can see what is happening and when. We should expect full transparency on overflows with proper monitoring and public data, just as is the case in other parts of the UK. We need stronger enforcement around septic tanks and industry because they too play their part. And we must work in partnership with farmers, supporting good practice that many are already showing, and measures that are practical, understood and fair. Because right now we're at an impasse and we're doing nothing. And this isn't going to fix the Loch Nay issue, and it's certainly not going to help our farmers. So I would certainly appeal to members across this chamber, let's work together, let's listen to one another and let's not blame, because this is an issue that will not be fixed this year, next year, maybe not even in the next 10 years, but we need to start somewhere.
Well, Minister Muir, you've got up to 15 minutes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to speak on this important motion and to reaffirm my commitment and that of my department to the protection and the restoration of Loch Nay and its wider catchment. It's been truly heartbreaking to witness scenes of a loch yet again this summer being suffocated by human-induced blue-green algae blooms. This decline in the eel industry, as was all been talked about today, shows the very real and tragic impacts of this ecological crisis. We've seen a rise in blue-green algae blooms affecting not only Loch Nay and its catchment, but also affecting beaches and bathing waters along the north coast. It concerns me greatly that there are 163 confirmed reports of blue-green algae from 78 unique locations across Northern Ireland as of the 4th of September, with the blooms being reported from 2 new locations since the 28th of August. The thick layer of blue-green algae in and around fishing quays has disrupted the operation of commercial fisheries. These thick build-ups will also impact on recreational angling, and the advice is for extreme care when working and fishing around algae blooms. The Loch Nay fisheries are an important part of the local rural economy around Loch Nay and must be protected in the long term. The closure of the eel fishery is an ongoing concern, and while other fisheries have been able to continue, I am aware of the real impact that this has had. This is historic what's happened, and eel fishing is part of our culture, heritage and the communities around the loch, and I am working with eel fishermen representatives to see how my department can support them, and we are doing that, and I think it's important we provide that support. These issues that have been on our TV screens yet again this summer, the historic issue in terms of eel fishing being terminated, must focus minds. And I would urge all members in this Assembly to focus not on the next election, which many seem to have already been focused upon, but on the next generation. I ask members to look at the loch, look at what's been reported, and realise the status quo is not an option. The programme for government, which was published a number of months ago, is a contract with the people of Northern Ireland. There's a promise within that to protect Loch Nay and the environment, and it must be fulfilled. And this issue is quite fundamental to this executive and to these institutions, because politics is about leadership. We must be capable of following through and taking the difficult decisions needed. You can't govern by soundbites, social media graphics and photo shoots. The time ahead for Loch Nay is absolutely fundamentally critical, and this is the biggest test of this executive since restoration. And ultimately, this test is about who is up for governing and who isn't. I'm up for taking those difficult decisions, and if they come forward to me from other ministers, such as the Infrastructure Minister, in relation to wastewater infrastructure, I'm not going to be found wanting in supporting that. I am very keen to work with people, and as Minister, we are writing to all the party leaders, asking for a meeting with all the parties in this place
to discuss any issues they have and how we can work together in regards to this. Fundamentally, we've got to work together and we've got to show people of Northern Ireland that hope and delivery can come from this place. I'm confident it can, and I want to engage with people and find a way forward in relation to this. On the positives, and I've talked about the fact that I am hopeful that we can turn this around. The Loch Nay Report and Action Plan is underway. 14 of the actions have been completed and 22 are underway. Some people say to me, why do I say to people that this is going to take decades in the fixing? And it's important that in all our discussions around this, we're firmly wedded in relation to science and evidence. And I've seen some stuff in recent weeks which I despair with, because the denial of science fundamentally undermines people's trust and confidence in politics. And people of Northern Ireland deserve better than people to deny those issues. The sediment is heavily full of phosphorus, and it will take about 40 years for that to be released. So that's why I say this is decades in the fixing. But what we can do is we can make a start, and we need to reduce the nutrients going into the loch. That's a fundamental issue. There's too much nutrients going into the loch, and we can turn this around. And I've been talking about this in the last number of weeks, and I'm going to outline this a bit more today. There's fundamental decisions coming down the road here, and I'm going to set out what they are, and I'm really looking forward to engaging with other political parties about what we can do to turn this around. And I think we can, but people need to come together, and we need to work together, and people need to support me in relation to them. So the first one is in relation to environmental protection. If there was ever an example why we needed an independent environmental protection agency years ago, all I need to do is list Loch Nay, Maboy, the state of our precious landscapes like the Mournes, the Sperrins, Belfast Loch, and the ongoing declines in wildlife and biodiversity. I think it's important that we take action to strengthen environmental governance. So people say to me, what does that look like? That's why I asked an independent panel to look at it. They came back in an interim report in June, and they recommended as part of that an independent environmental protection agency. Their final report is due in the next number of weeks, and I'm going to take that to the executive, and I'm going to look for support so we can strengthen environmental governance. Because the current situation at the moment is not sustainable. We're the only part of the UK and Ireland that doesn't have an independent environmental protection agency, and that can't continue. What more environmental disasters do we need to tell us we need to establish it? The expert panels came back, they're doing a lot of good work, we'll get the final report, and we need to proceed in relation to that. In relation to the Nutrients Action Programme, of which this motion refers to, I was extremely disheartened that the Assembly supported the motion back in June, calling for me to withdraw the consultation. I was really, really disappointed at that. To me, consulting and getting people's views is a fundamental part of government. The consultation closed on the 24th of July, and I want to thank everyone who took the time to respond. There was 3,400 responses, so thank you to everyone who responded. And further to that, I have announced, and people know this, that my intention to set up a stakeholder group to go through the responses and any other suggestions and find a way forward so that we can go to a further consultation and we can get final proposals agreed. This group consists of representatives from farming, agri-food, environmental groups and also the department. The group met informally for the first time on the 27th of August to discuss the remit of the group. This was an extremely constructive meeting, and I want to put on record here my profound thanks to people coming around the table and wanting to focus upon solutions. The leadership that's been shown by the Ulster Farmers Union around this has been amazing. Agri-food want to work together in relation to this, and environmental NGOs want to do that. So can I just ask people, put the politics aside, support the group, let them do the work, let them come together and let them bring forward proposals that we can get agreed so that we can find a way forward in relation to nutrients management in Northern Ireland. But what's fundamental to this is we need to support farmers in Northern Ireland on this road. That's why I've met the Finance Minister and I'm asking for a significant increase in the Just Transition Fund for Agriculture. What does that mean? What that means is, for example, in terms of Sustainable Farm Investment Scheme, that we're supporting technologies for farmers to use on farm, which will reduce nutrients that are going into the loch and also deal with issues like ammonia. So I need the funding to be able to support farmers in doing that. I also need
to funding in relation to advisory support. There's 4 pillars around this: education, incentification, regulation and enforcement. I need to support so we can have on-farm advisory support. And that's something I'm engaging with the Irish Government on, because frankly we don't have an awful lot of money in Northern Ireland because of the UK economy situation, and I will engage with the Irish Government because the situation is very clearly an all-Ireland situation, and I think there's good positive work that can be done around that. So that's what I've outlined in relation to the Nutrients Action Programme. I'm committed to working with people. Some people have said to me, who's in the group, who's not in the group. I want to be in the group. Everyone wants to be in the group, it seems. But I have to find a situation where we're having a group where we don't have too many people, that we can actually make progress on this. So I've made a decision today to finalise the membership of the group, and it will include the Northern Ireland Food and Drink Association and also Rivers Trust. And I think it's important I include them as part of the group. And also we'll set up a subgroup in relation to science and research, and that'll include AFBI and Ag Research. So I'm committed to bringing people together, and we're working at the moment to get an external facilitator in relation to this. So there's good work being done. People provide leadership. People are coming together. We don't all agree. They have a robust exchange of views, but let's come together and let's find a way forward. But here's the rub. I'm sitting and I'm working night and day to deal with nutrient pollution from agriculture. The lack of action in relation to wastewater infrastructure is a major issue. Farmers see a situation where any water get a separate regulatory regime, they get a special deal, they get a permission to pollute, and they don't think that's fair. And I've been on the record before about this, and I'll say it again. I agree. That needs to end. And I need support in the executive to deal with this, because we can't have a situation where one major corporate polluter is given a separate special deal in relation to this. Also, we need credible proposals to deal with wastewater and sewage pollution, and I will support the Infrastructure Minister if she brings forward proposals in relation to this. Ultimately, we have to make a decision here whether we're prepared to govern or we're not. I'm prepared to support action in relation to this, but we have to deal with sewage pollution. It's about a quarter of the problem, and it is not credible that I continue to work with farmers in agri-food, but we do not see progress in relation to that, and we have a separate regulatory regime. The other issue is in relation to climate change. We've had the warmest summer on record. Now, is that not clear indication that these issues, in terms of what we've seen in Loch Nay, are related to climate change? And I am very clear that climate change is the biggest challenge of our time, and it's having real impacts on our society, particularly in relation to Loch Nay. To deny the reality of climate change is mad. Hear, hear. And to be honest, we'd much better sign up to science and evidence than Nigel Farage. So, as far as I'm concerned, I will continue to take action in relation to climate change, and I will continue to seek support in relation to this, because we owe it to communities around Northern Ireland. It's not optional, it's a must. We must take climate action. There's legislation, but there's also an imperative, and I think it's crazy that we would not invest in renewable energy, for example, and expose people to the price fluctuations as a result of dictatorships who own fossil fuels and subject people to the perils of fuel poverty. The last issue, and people have talked about this in terms of fines and reviewing that. There's a Fisheries and Water Environment Bill that we are considering. We're going to go out and consult further in relation to this. We've done stakeholder engagement in relation to that, and we need to have a proper regime in place in relation to regulation and enforcement, and we're going to consult in relation to that bill. It is a consultation. We have done stakeholder engagement. If we see a motion back here saying pull the consultation, I will despair. All I'm asking is for people to give us their view in relation to the bill, so we can to have stronger regulation and enforcement. Because I just don't think the situation at the moment is right. Some of the fines are pitiful, and some of the prosecutions are not taking place. So we need to deal with that. But it would be much better if this didn't take place in the first place. So that's why we're focusing on education and incentification. And I want to thank the Irish Government for their engagement with me in relation to supporting us in regards to that. In conclusion, I just want to say a few things. There is hope here. There is hope through this, but this is going to require difficult decisions. And this place is known an awful lot of time for telling people what they want to hear, rather than actually taking those tough decisions and doing it together. And I have a hope and I have an ambition, and it's for other people to decide whether it happens, that we can go to the shores of Loch Nay next year, not saying that this is fixed, not saying that we won't see a repeat of these things, but saying that we've taken the tough, difficult decisions, and there's going to be real action. There's no quick fixes for this. There's decades of neglect. It cannot be turned around quickly, but it's important we take the difficult decisions to address this issue. I want to commend everyone who's engaged with me thus far. I look forward to engaging with party leaders over the time ahead. We hope to be able to make progress in regards to this, but what's happened in recent months was an abdication of leadership. We need to draw a line in the sand, and we need to decide to people we're prepared to take difficult decisions on this, and we're prepared to move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Call Daniel McCrossan to wind up the motion. You put up to 10 minutes, Mr. McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say this was a fascinating debate. Not only did we manage, some members in this House managed to sectarianise the debate by labelling farmers under the religion, but also we had the gospel cited. Nigel Farage also made an appearance. So there's been quite a mixture of opinions shared today. But let's be very, very clear. From the outset, what is happening at Loch Nay is nothing short of an environmental disaster. It is an emergency that has been years in the making, caused by weak enforcement, failed leadership, and an executive more interested in managing headlines than fixing the problems we face. Some executive parties come before the cameras promising everything, particularly in the run-up to an election, talking about the urgency of Loch Nay, responsibility that is needed, leadership that must be shown, and then, when the election dust has settled, they walk through the doors of the chamber in here and look the other way. They vote against an attempt to block consultations that will allow feedback to the Minister and the Department to make an informed decision about the appropriate way forward. They chose politics and virtue signalling over the environment, scaremongering and Trump's fake news over fact. That is the reality of how this executive functions. And indeed, the DUP have talked about farmers for a fair bit of this debate. And all of us recognise the vital and important role that farmers play in each and all of our community. But let's be clear. It was the DUP that stoked the tensions of the farmers and wound them to the hilt about this consultation. So much so that a lot of the things that were being said weren't entirely or wholly accurate. The consultation has went ahead, and the Minister was right to ignore the petty politicking of some parties in this House. But let me reaffirm something as a rural constituency MLA. Farmers are the backbone of our rural economy and of our rural community. They face massive challenges, absolutely, since the bonkers Brexit that your party and the DUP supported. They deserve support, they deserve fairness, but they deserve honesty from the DUP, which they're not getting. But they also know, and perhaps better than anyone, that a poisoned Loch Nay helps no one. Farmers understand that sustainability is the only way to ensure the next generation can continue to live and work off the land. This isn't a failure of just the farming community. This is a multifaceted, complex mess where many people have contributed to this disastrous situation. So it's not about pointing the fingers at farmers or even NI Water. It's about taking action to resolve the crisis. This crisis is not theoretical. It is not distant. It's choking the largest freshwater lake in these islands with toxic blue-green algae. Human-induced blue-green algae. Fisheries have been forced to close, tourism businesses collapsing, families told not to swim in what was once a beautiful loch, not to walk dogs near it or touch the water, wildlife being wiped out. This is real. This is happening. And unless the executive wise up and take action, this is going to be your legacy for future generations to learn about. I won't. I've got a lot to get through. And yet some executive parties do in the face of it. What do they do in the face of this? The DUP, Sinn Féin and the UUP lined up to vote against the Nutrients Action Programme consultation. So let's be crystal clear. It's a consultation. And anyone that doesn't understand the definition of it shouldn't be in this House. It was not a law. It was not a regulation. It was not a policy. It was a chance for farmers, for communities, for scientists, for business owners, for everybody to have their say. So what is so terrifying about listening to people? Something some parties in this House do not do well. What is so threatening about consultation? But instead of engaging, Sinn Féin tripped over themselves to get into the lobby with the DUP and UP to collapse that process. That was not just a mistake, that was a shameful misjudgment, particularly given that the First Minister lives in a constituency that is directly affected by it. This is a major betrayal of the public who depend on us to show leadership. And while the virtue signalling continued, the Sinn Féin Infrastructure Department are content to stand back while raw sewage continues to flow into the Lough. 18 months after the return of this Assembly, we have had no solutions or any plan put forward. That's not acceptable, it's indefensible. And it shows the wider failure of an executive that refuses to act as one, refuses to govern with urgency, and refuses to face up to its responsibilities. So, Mr. Speaker, delay is not neutral. Every week we wait, the algae spreads further. Every year we delay, the damage deepens. This is not a short-term inconvenience. If Loch Nay collapses, it will be a generational catastrophe which this executive have done very little about. Jobs, tourism, wildlife, heritage and livelihoods will be destroyed. The question to the executive parties is simple. Do you want to be remembered as the executive that sat back while the UK and Ireland's largest lake died before our eyes? Or do you want to be remembered as the executive that took responsibility, took the tough decisions and showed courage and saved it? For the SDLP's part, we will not stand quietly back while others play politics with something so precious. We will not allow Sinn Féin, the DUP and the UP to pretend that they're acting in the public interest while they look and vote the other way. This House and the Executive should be demanding immediate action from the Department of Infrastructure and the Minister to stop sewage flowing into the Lough. This is an action within the gift of power of Sinn Féin and the First Minister, because today, after this debate, the First Minister can go to the Finance Minister and ask her Sinn Féin Finance Minister to fund her Infrastructure Minister for NI water. That's a good starting point. Take action. Don't just speak about it, do something. And also, while that conversation is happening, please tell Minister O'Dowd to respond to the call by Minister Muir to fund his department to resolve this problem. Sticking plasters will not work. We also need proper sanctions in place that will deter those polluters and ensure diligence at all times when they're on their land or when NI Water is instructed to stop pumping sewage into this loch. Colleagues, this is not about left or right, unionist or nationalist, as some would have you believe. This is whether government works. This is whether it fails. And right now, on Loch Nay, this executive is failing miserably. So, I say again, no more promises in front of the cameras to our ministers in this Assembly, no more hollow words and no more excuses. If you've committed in your manifestos to solve this problem, then you need to do something about it. And as the opposition, we are going to ensure that your feet is firmly held to the fire in that regard. What is happening in Loch Nay is unforgivable, and people can dress this up whatever they like. And I would say, Mr. Buckley gave a first-class performance. If this Assembly ever collapses again, he won't even need to apply to the West End. He's guaranteed a job in the London Palladium for what he did in here earlier on. The reality, I'll give you the reference. The reality is we need to act now and deal with this very serious crisis. People are counting on us. It's not just about those who are contributing to the problem. It's about the wider impact it's having on all of our communities. That has been referenced here today. People cannot live in their homes. My God, is that acceptable in today's age? No, it's not. We can all take steps to resolve this problem. And I am imploring the Executive to work together, to use the powers and functions you have within your own control, and to resolve this problem now before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. 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 Clear the lobbies. The question put in 3 minutes. Members resume their seats. The question is that the motion on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Colin McGrath and Sinead McLaughlin. Tellers for the noes are Jonathan Buckley and Tom Buchanan. Clear to the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Doors. Order. Members resume their seats. Clerk, read the result.
74 members voted, 45 members voted aye, 29 members voted no. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. The motion is carried. Unfasten the doors. If members would take their ease before we move to the adjournment debate. Well, that's yours.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, item 7 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, the Speaker has given leave to Diane Dodds to raise the matter of the future of the service at South West Acute Hospital. Before I call on Diane, I'd welcome everybody in the public gallery, and thank you for coming to the Northern Ireland Assembly tonight. I realise many of you have travelled a long way, and this has probably been slightly later than you had expected it to be. But I do say, welcome, this is your assembly, and I'm glad to see that you are here. Diane, could you open up the debate, and you have up to 15 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And can I echo your words and welcome everyone from Fermanagh today. It's a long way up the road, but we'll be discussing a lot of long journeys as we go through this debate and try to make some progress. At the outset of the debate, can I just say that my colleague Deborah is extremely disappointed that she's not able to be here today. She is a passionate advocate for Fermanagh South Tyrone and the South West Acute Hospital, and I'm sure that we do wish her all the best at this difficult time. I was talking to Deborah today, and she also wanted me to put on the record her thanks for the way that she has been treated. She is very grateful for all of the work, and that is from the local community midwife right through to the hospital consultants. And it just does show that sometimes in this House, and the Minister is going to smile when I say this, but it does show that sometimes we do focus on things when they are wrong, or focus on the things that really need fixed or are urgent. But there are everyday people doing tremendous work in our hospitals. Emergency general surgery at the SWAH is not just a local issue. It is also a regional one. And it is also one that has deep significance for how we transform our services and the basis on which we proceed. For families in Fermanagh, the South West Acute Hospital is not just another hospital option. It is the only acute hospital which is accessible within a reasonable time frame. And for anyone who knows the geography of this most westerly part of Northern Ireland, travel time from somewhere like Lough to Altnagelvin is almost 2 hours. For those in Fermanagh, distances are long, roads are challenging, and alternatives are not as feasible as for those in urban areas. And this, Minister, is the stark reality of rural healthcare. As if this was not enough, the Western Trust is proposing a permanent hospital service change. based on the premise that the current arrangements at Altnagelvin are suitable and coping well. But they're not. The Royal College of Emergency Medicine released figures for emergency waiting times on the 28th of August this year. They show that patients waiting in ED in Altnagelvin wait between 19 hours and 89 hours. That is 4 days before admission to a hospital bed. And I think we should, at this stage, acknowledge that Altnagelvin is also a hospital under huge pressure. Minister, you often talk about health inequalities, and rightly so. But I hope that we are not insisting on creating another health inequality for rural communities in Fermanagh and indeed the general population of the west of Northern Ireland. Rurality needs to be taken into account in the design of services and indeed in the transformation of our services. It is a fact that we desperately need transformation of health services in Northern Ireland, but this is a case where we are trying to transform services on the back of collapse and a lack of consultation with local people. And indeed, concerns about the consultation process into emergency general surgery at the SWAH has also been expressed not just by local communities, not just by local political representatives, but also by the patient-client council that are set up to represent and express the needs of local patients in local areas. In December 22, the temporary removal of emergency general surgery at the SWAH was brought about due to unplanned collapse in services. And many, and myself included, would argue that this situation has been compounded by the fact that in June 22, the former Health Minister Robin Swan published the Northern Ireland Review of General Surgery in Northern Ireland, which established regional standards that hospital must meet to continue with both elective and general surgery. SWAH could not meet those standards and therefore could not recruit, leading to a further crisis in staffing at the hospital. The Western Trust is now completing a consultation into the closure of emergency general surgery at the SWAH. At the same time as this process from the Western Trust, the Department of Health and you, Minister, have been consulting on a hospital network plan. This consultation was launched in October 24. I think I looked at the date today, was the 1st of October 24. And we have yet to hear the outcome of the consultation process. Are you, Minister, still pressing ahead with the hospital network plan to change the SWAH to a general hospital? 11 months after the publication of the plan, we still have no clear indication of what services will be under the roof of the SWAH in the future, or what your plan is likely to look like. In the middle of all of this, Minister, you intervened via the local newspaper, which I have huge respect for. My father-in-law used to write copious letters to it every single week. I know you're laughing, but it's true. There was no communication, and you intervened asking for a sustainability plan for the SWAH. No communication with elected representatives, despite the fact that Deborah Erskine and others were in direct communication with you before this intervention. Now, many have viewed this intervention as positive, and people in Fermanagh rightly want to know how these two processes correlate. Consultation into emergency general surgery, the hospital network plan, and the sustainability plan. How do these all work together? Which will come first? A decision on emergency general surgery or the reconfiguration decision? And Minister, so many have travelled from Fermanagh today, and others will be listening to this debate. And I hope that in your response to this debate that you have answers that the community in Fermanagh are so keenly awaiting. They deserve to know what health services will be provided for them in this part of Northern Ireland. I also want to just very quickly look at another key report into the issue of removing emergency general surgery at the SWAH. The RQIA report expressed concerns at ambulance waiting times. Patients triaged at the SWAH may need to be blue lighted to Altnagelvin or elsewhere, and concern was also expressed about the use of private ambulances which are not regulated. Double ED waits were also identified as a problem. Patients waiting in Enniskillen and then facing more waits at Altnagelvin. And I've outlined the extent of those waits in my earlier part of this contribution. When I asked the people who put together the RQIA report, I asked them why, if we are looking at doing something in terms of emergency general surgery at the SWAH and taking that to Altnagelvin, were these processes not ironed out before this was decided? And I think today we need to know, have these processes been improved? Why has it taken so long to identify these? And again, is the system now more efficient? I know that many in the Western Trust and the Western Trust officials who briefed the committee would like to tell us that they are, but many of the testimonies from those who have experienced the services do not indicate that this is the case. And I think that these are really important issues that our community in Fermanagh deserve to know. Many from within the local Fermanagh community have joined together to express concern about healthcare provision in the area. And I have heard my colleague Deborah talk for many times about the issues of community pharmacy, about access to GPs and the difficulties that there is in bringing this all together. And the local group, SWAH, has produced a roadmap which could be considered for the SWAH. And again, Minister, we are keen to know if any of the recommendations in that roadmap will be considered. Members of the local business community have also expressed their concern. They are local employers who point out that the provision of services is key to attracting the right workforce and achieving a regionally balanced economy, something that we talk about very, very often in this chamber. And they are calling for a proper conversation on healthcare provision in Fermanagh. Finally, Minister, we are all concerned about waiting times, but the reality is that 2 brand new operating theatres in the SWAH have never been commissioned. Will the SWAH now receive fair funding from the elective surgery framework and be able to take its rightful place in the drive to increase elective surgery and drive down waiting times? All of the 5 theatres and 312 beds should be used in the mission to eliminate the scandalous waiting times in Northern Ireland. And this matters to all of us. Minister, this is an important debate for constituents in Fermanagh, but it is also an important one for all of us in Northern Ireland. It points to almost a dysfunction in how we operate services in Northern Ireland for people. The number of consultations that we have ongoing, the interventions that we have, and the clear lack of process that a community can follow, or even that a community can feel involved in. The South West Acute Hospital is a fabulous facility. It is delivering vital health care to one of the most rural populations in Northern Ireland, and there should be a proper process and a proper level of access to health care for all in Fermanagh. And this will include sustaining services and outlining what those services should be for the hospital there, including emergency general surgery. And Minister, finally, you have an opportunity to clarify this situation today. There are many people who are watching this debate and waiting to hear of the way forward. And I hope that you will take cognizance of rural populations, deliver appropriate services appropriately staffed. Safe, sustainable service is not an outrageous demand. It is something that our population, and in this case, rural communities, deserve and should have. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dan. And before I call on the next speaker, I'll remind the speakers have approximately 7 minutes to speak on their particular points when they come through. Can I call on Anya Murphy? Anya.
And as I take to my feet, I would like to put on record and wish my constituency colleague Deborah Erskine and her husband all the very best as they prepare to welcome their new arrival in the coming weeks, and obviously would like to welcome the members of the Acute Services as they join us here this evening. Cancollier, when emergency general surgery was first suspended in December 2022, the Western Trust highlighted that it was a temporary suspension. However, in the months and years that has since followed, the actions of the Trust, or lack of action in some cases, has given a very different impression. The recruitment of surgical consultants on quote trust-wide contracts indicated the suspension was being viewed as anything but temporary. Since then, the Western Trust has shattered public trust, ignored repeated calls for increased community engagement, and failed to develop a roadmap. They failed to develop a roadmap or any clear vision in relation to the reinstatement of emergency general surgery. That in itself is an indictment of how this issue has been mismanaged to date. We recently, of course, had the extraordinary and deeply troubling situation when the Health Minister had to ask the Western Trust to pause the consultation due to ongoing concerns regarding the credibility of the actual process itself. An intervention from the Minister which I want to welcome and have welcomed. My Sinn Féin colleagues and I have been consistently making the case from day one that there is a fundamental difference between service transformation and service collapse. True transformation must be rooted in partnership, in co-design, and in a clear roadmap, and vision for services. What has occurred to date does not resemble transformation at all, but in fact a hollowing out of services that have left patients, families and frontline staff in limbo. Rural patients, of course, are entitled to the same level of care as those available anywhere else on this island. Yet today, we now have patients in Fermanagh facing over a 2-hour drive to Alkmaar to access emergency general surgery. Les Cancollier, this is not equitable, it's not safe, and it falls short of the principle of healthcare parity. If we are talking about genuine healthcare transformation, as many of us have done in this chamber over recent years and recent months, then we need to be ambitious. And that means looking at services on an island-wide basis, where services are planned, funded and delivered on the basis of patient need. We've already seen how resources can be shared on a cross-border basis to the benefit of all patients, such as cardiac services in Derry and cancer care in Dublin. Expanding this cooperation will help ensure that rural communities in Fermanagh and Tyrone are not left behind, but instead they benefit from the full-scale capacity of an all-island health system. SWAH has incredible potential. Its geographical location places it in a position to be able to treat patients right across the northwest region of Ireland. Fully commissioning unused theatre space and additional bed capacity needs to be and should be explored. Les Cancollier, our community has invested in SWAH. The people of Fermanagh campaign for it, they cherish it, and they depend on it. RQIA, as well as constituents, have rightly highlighted outstanding issues with patient pathway, double ED waits and delayed transfers. There are a raft of outstanding issues that still have to be addressed. The recent pause that the Trust has taken must focus minds. For far too long, a haphazard approach has taken place by the Trust, and it's past time for the voices of frontline staff, patients and the community are listened to and respected by the Trust. past time that confidence is rebuilt and past time that services are restored. Gurmila Melbourne.
I call on Diane Armstrong. Diane.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I join with others in sending my very best regards to my constituency colleague Deborah Erskine. Welcoming a new child into the family is precious, and I sincerely hope she experiences a really healthy and happy remainder of her pregnancy. I welcome this opportunity to speak on the future services at South West Acute Hospital, an issue that goes to the very heart of healthcare in Fermanagh, Tyrone, and indeed right across this region. The South West Acute Hospital is one of the most modern and well-designed facilities anywhere in Northern Ireland. Purpose-built, state-of-the-art, and deliberately built with the long-term in mind, it remains a hospital with an enormous potential. Too often in our wider public sector estate, we talk about crumbling buildings or outdated infrastructure. As the Minister has seen with his own eyes on many occasions, the SWAH is very different. It is a hospital that still has the space, the equipment and the flexibility to provide world-class care. And that is why I look forward to the Trust and the Minister coming forward with further proposals for even greater utilisation. And I know the Minister has specifically identified the uncommissioned theatre capacity as an opportunity he expects to see utilised. The hospital has lots of potential to do more, and already, thanks to the effort of the current Minister, levels of elective activity in the SWAH have never been as significant as they currently are. But of course, a hospital is never just a building. Its greatest strength is its workforce. The support staff, doctors, nurses, midwives, allied healthcare professionals who dedicate themselves every day to caring for patients are the backbone of this institution, and we owe them our gratitude. They are skilled, they are resilient, and they deserve our admiration and, most importantly, our support. Understandably, there is a lot of concern about the future of SWAH, about the services it provides. The Trust's initial decision in 2022 to temporarily suspend emergency general surgery in response to staffing challenges left a number of unanswered questions and concerns. It also didn't help that whilst commitments were given at that time, particularly in relation to the pathways, regrettably not all were properly delivered upon. So that's why the Requiem review ordered by Robin Swan last year was an important step forward. Like other MLAs from Fermanagh South Tyrone, I expect I'm not alone in receiving some absolutely harrowing accounts of the experiences of some patients. And I pay tribute to the various campaigners here today, and you're very welcome, for locally who have been asking patients to come forward and relay those lived experiences. And also to SWAH for the production of the roadmap, a set of proposals that could be part of the solution. It's also important that other critical voices such as Neagh are heard and listened to in this space. Whilst the Requiem report earlier this year did make a number of recommendations for action, which I was pleased to see were all accepted, there is still scope to make further improvements. The pathways are still challenging and double ED waits are still happening. And so it should be obvious to absolutely everyone how another consultation would have needed to be handled more carefully, sensitively and diligently. Unfortunately, what was presented to us by the Trust in early July was the exact opposite of this. Instead of building confidence, it eroded it. Instead of empowering staff and communities, it alienated them. A case in point was the decision to try to hold only one public engagement event in the middle of the 12th fortnight. These obvious blunders all had real consequences. It has left the local community even more anxious and frustrated. The overall process in the early summer was, in the eyes of many, not a genuine attempt at engagement, but a box-ticking exercise. That is not how healthcare planning should be done. So that's why I welcomed the Minister's highly unusual but important intervention on the 16th of July. His request for a vision plan must be the starting point for a serious strategic conversation about how to restore confidence and set out clearly the role it hopes to play in years to come. SWAH is an incredible hospital. It is a facility with huge potential to meet both local and regional needs, and the Trust need to grasp the current opportunity. This is the type of vision the public want to see. It is what the staff deserve, and it is what patients need to see. Moreover, it's what local rural residents need. I genuinely hope the Western Trust can provide the requested vision plan, and as an MLA, I stand ready and willing to help in any way I can. Mr Speaker, let me be clear. The South West Acute Hospital is not a problem to be solved. It is an opportunity to be embraced with its facilities, its dedicated workforce and its entirely loyal community. It has a long and secure future ahead of it. And as public representatives, it is our responsibility to make sure that future is secured for everyone in Fermanagh and South Tyrone. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Diana. I call on Daniel McCrossan. Daniel.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I too would like to echo the words of colleagues across the House in offering our best wishes on behalf of the SDLP to Deborah Erskine and her husband on what I hope to be a very positive news story in a few days or weeks' time, and I wish her well in that journey. I also want to welcome our friends from Fermanagh and Tyrone. You're very welcome to be in this assembly. Remember, this is your assembly, and you have helped bring about this important discussion today. I am also grateful for the opportunity to speak in this particular debate and on the future of this important hospital. And just to be clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, the SWAH is not just another hospital, it is a lifeline for rural communities across my constituency of West Tyrone and Fermanagh, and of course the rest of Tyrone. And indeed it also is a lifeline for parts of Donegal, Cavan and Monaghan. Many people receive important treatment in this vital facility. But at a cost of $276 million when it was first built in 2012, with single ensuite rooms for every patient, it is a state-of-the-art facility opened barely a decade ago. It is quite shocking that we're discussing its future when it is so young in terms of its build. To allow it to be hollowed out, downgraded, or
agree with me, and I wonder why a member for South Antrim is here today. The reason I'm here, actually, it doesn't only have an impact on the west of the province, it's got an impact on all of the province. So I'm sure the member will join with me in agreeing about the impact, because if they're not in the SWAH, they're coming to the east of the province or they're going north in the province. So it has implications right across for the delivery of healthcare, and I'm sure the member would agree with that.
Absolutely.
And Daniel, you have an extra minute.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I appreciate the intervention by Mr Clark, and he is right. Whatever action is taken in relation to the SWAH will have a consequence on other health facilities throughout Northern Ireland, and we're already seeing that play out, particularly in Galvin, and I use that as a reference because that's my closest hospital, and I've seen the huge crisis that it faces in terms of dealing with the demand on its services. In December 2022, the Western Trust suspended emergency general surgery at SWAH. We were told that it was a temporary move, which has now unfortunately dragged on for almost 3 years. And we're now told it will become permanent, which has come as great disappointment to so many people. Patients in urgent need of surgery must travel 2.5 hours to Galvin, or indeed, as Mr Clark has referenced, other medical facilities. This is not just inconvenient, it's unsafe, and it defies NICE guidance, which requires a 45-minute response to major trauma. And also, for those travelling to Galvin, they have to, if they were leaving from Balleek today, or any part of Fermanagh for that matter, they'd have to travel down that treacherous A5, already quite stressed. Maybe they couldn't get access to an ambulance because of the demand on that particular service, and are having to navigate very difficult road conditions. When you put the full picture together, it's quite complex and actually extremely frustrating and worrying for those who are worried about their loved ones in that particular emergency situation. So just to be clear, the human cost is absolutely real, and the removal of services from rural communities is being felt acutely in places like Fermanagh and Tyrone. There's a number of examples that I could use. There's a gentleman that has spent 6 months in hospital after being shuttled between these two hospitals. A young mother traumatised after being forced to leave a newborn baby to travel to Galvin Hospital from Fermanagh on a number of occasions. Another gentleman in his 50s, wrongly treated, and unfortunately during the transfer his health and life situation was endangered. These are not just statistics, they're actually real-life examples of the real-life effects of what is happening. And these are families whose lives will never be the same. The Trust claims patients can be safely transferred, yet even the RQIA has criticised the so-called double ED process, where Fermanagh patients present at SWAH only to be sent on to other hospitals such as Galvin. And Galvin, just to be clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, is an absolute crisis zone at the best of times. There's no quiet moments anymore. There's no winter pressures. There's all year, 24-hour, 7-day-a-week pressures in our emergency departments. And it is inhumane that we are asking our healthcare staff to work in such a crisis-filled area where they're supposed to be treating patients with dignity. I can safely say from what I've witnessed in the emergency departments, there's very little dignity, unfortunately, there at present. And it is clear that the emergency department in Lough is in crisis. I know the Minister recognises that there is an issue there, and he has committed to looking at it in various pieces of correspondence with me and other MLAs, but it is unacceptable and needs to be dealt with. Patients are waiting for days. We used to say hours and find that that was unacceptable, but patients now are waiting for days on hard seats, sometimes days waiting for a bed. Families are left in limbo. Staff, as I've said, are stretched to breaking point. And it is not a safe alternative for SWAH patients, and certainly not for those in trauma situations where minutes literally matter. Ambulance cover is stretched, with Category 2 response times averaging 68 minutes against a 15-minute target, and geography makes the risk even greater. From Newton Butler to Altnagalvin is 2.5 hours. The difference between life and death, quite literally. That is why SWAH must be treated as a rural hospital with a trauma lens applied. But this debate is not just about emergency surgery, it's about the future of SWAH in itself. And this hospital has 2 operating theatres, as colleagues have pointed out, with 92 ensuite rooms that have never been properly and fully commissioned. With investment and a clear plan, SWAH could be a hub for elective surgery, cutting the longest waiting list in the UK in Northern Ireland, while still retaining emergency surgical capacity for its rural population. I welcome the Minister's recent intervention, and I do appreciate it very much. The Minister always speaks his mind, and that is what I respect about Minister Nesbitt in the role that he has, and it is a difficult job. But we can't allow the future of SWAH to drift. The Minister needs to intervene now where trusts are failing. Thousands of people have marched, attended meetings, cross-community support has been secured, and the message from Fermanagh and Tyrone is clear. Save this service now. And let's be clear, the Trust, Western Trust, does not start and stop in Derry. It's a huge rural catchment that is under immense pressure. We need to do more to ensure that our rural communities have access to these vital services. I want to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, that those people in this gallery are the reason we're here today. If SWAH is saved, and I hope it is, Minister, it's down to the work of those people who have worked tirelessly for the last number of years to raise the important challenges that are faced and that are defending and fighting for every single citizen in Tyrone and Fermanagh.
Thank you very much indeed, Daniel. I call on Gemma Dolan. Gemma.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak on the future of services at the South West Acute Hospital. And I too want to thank my colleague Deborah Erskine for securing today's adjournment debate and to wish her and her husband Robert all the best on their imminent new arrival. I also extend my thanks to the Minister and the members of SOAS for joining us for this important discussion this evening. For the people of Fermanagh and South Tyrone, SWAH is not just a hospital, it is a lifeline. It provides essential services to families and patients who otherwise face long and difficult journeys to receive the care that others in this region take for granted. That's why the future of services at SWAH must be safeguarded, strengthened and invested in. Therefore, in my remarks today, I will touch upon a number of vital services within our hospital. Firstly, on emergency general surgery. This is not an optional service. It's a vital, life-saving provision. A viable, resilient health network demands that EGS returns to SWAH. As others have said, since December 2022, emergency general surgery has been suspended from SWAH. Initially described as temporary, yet the Western Trust has advanced a public consultation that risks making this suspension permanent. This was not a consultation in any meaningful sense, it was fundamentally flawed. So much so that the Health Minister stepped in to advise the Trust to pause it. However, since then there has been radio silence from the Western Trust. There has been a failure to properly engage with the people of Fermanagh and Tyrone, ignoring the urgent needs of those who rely on SWAH in emergencies, and no credible plan for service restoration. Support for that view is growing, with groups like the GAA, businesses and hoteliers declaring the process deeply flawed and lacking legitimacy. We will continue to hold the Trust and the Department of Health accountable for this process. And now, rather than talking about what the Western Trust are trying to take away, let us celebrate and build upon what we already have. As most of you know, I gave birth to a baby girl in March last year, and I was so proud to have her in SWAH. And I can say with hand on my heart that I received the best care and attention during that entire journey, and I will be eternally grateful to every single staff member that I encountered. Bringing a child into the world should be one of the most joyous occasions in a family's life, but it is also one of the most vulnerable. It was for that reason that I have sought assurances from the Trust on several occasions that there are no threats to maternity services at SWAH, and on each of these occasions they have confirmed to me that they remain entirely committed to a full maternity provision at the hospital. Equally, stroke care is an area where minutes can mean the difference between life and death, or between recovery and lifelong disability. Thankfully, the stroke unit at SWAH has been long renowned as top class, and although the 2019 Reshaping Stroke Services consultation threatened it, the staff of the stroke unit are still punching above their weight, receiving results of A and B from the SNAP audit, and in 2023 it was deemed the best stroke unit in the North. Now, we have touched on this already, and we all know how much the health service is under pressure, and one of these serious pressure points is A&E. The A&E department at SWAH is a Type 1 consultant-led unit providing 24/7 urgent care to our area. And although emergency general surgery is temporarily removed from the hospital, it's important that everyone knows that A&E is still fully functional. Yes, it is under pressure, and you should not attend unless it is a medical emergency. But despite this, every day, our doctors, nurses and support staff demonstrate professionalism, dedication and compassion. Lashkin Corlia, the future of services at SWAH is a litmus test. It is a strategic investment in the health, social and economic infrastructure of the West. It has the potential to contribute so much more than it currently does to our health service, north and south, across all disciplines. If we build SWAH's surgical and medical capacity, it will solidify its position for the future. Our communities deserve safe, local and high-quality care. SWAH must remain a hospital that not only survives but thrives, and it must be equipped to provide the services that our families and patients so urgently need and deserve. Gura mai agah.
Very much indeed, Jim. I Colin Gildrew. Colin.
Last can Corlia agus Tafacha Road, Guji Nadini, Alig and Shaw.
And I wish to welcome everyone here this evening.
Feeling from the people of Fermanagh and South Tyrone as reflected in the attendance by so many people here who have travelled so far to be here today. I would also like to join with colleagues in wishing Deborah and her husband and her young baby, new baby, all the very best in the time ahead, and our thoughts are certainly with them. As local representatives, we can clearly see the strength of feeling that exists in our community about the ongoing issues at the SWAH. We're now approaching the 3-year anniversary of the collapse of emergency general surgery, and I think it is important to reiterate that this was an unplanned collapse of a service as opposed to any type of planned transformation. I have met with SWAH on a number of occasions, and I want to acknowledge their dedication and commitment to seeing emergency general surgery restored to the South West Acute. I also want to thank and acknowledge the very many patients, community groups, business leaders and constituents who have contacted me and shared their experiences with me and with other colleagues on this issue. It's a very concerning picture that has emerged of patients having to travel sometimes up to and over 2 hours to Altnagelvin in Derry, only then to be told that they must join the back of the queue again, thereby enduring the notorious double wait. We all know the issues which are facing many of our EDs, with media reports regularly shining a spotlight on the grim reality of people languishing in pain for hours on end, sometimes without even the dignity of a hospital trolley, as well as pressure on healthcare staff and the moral hazard that they experience day and daily. Patients in Fermanagh and the surrounding areas fully deserve to have equal access to life-saving healthcare, and the Minister should be doing everything in his power to make this a reality. And I reflected just on what Trevor said earlier, and I have to say I fully agree. We absolutely have to look at this on a bigger picture. I have heard in relation to South West Acute at times reference to Manchester models and London models. The reality is we are not tasked with providing services to that type of demographic, and we have to design services for the demographic we have. It's as simple as that, and we have to make it fair and equal and world leading. The hospital in Enniskillen was hard fought for, and I recall the battle to get that hospital there to serve the people of our area. It's undoubtedly one of the best healthcare facilities on this island. That's not disputed, but it has never been allowed to reach its full potential. And that's not a reflection, by the way, on any way whatsoever on the excellent care the staff are providing at the SWAH. Despite all the challenges, the staff deserve better also. Neither the Western Trust nor the Minister has taken responsibility for allowing the situation to develop in the first place or for providing solutions. I have to say that the attitude of the Western Trust has been unhelpful. From day one, they have taken a head-in-the-sand approach and have seemed unwilling to take seriously the concerns which have been raised by so many in our community. We saw this very clearly in their approach to the consultation over the summer, which was so poor that it had to be abandoned. The decision to hold only one consultation event with a limited number of places available was always bound to cause upset and outrage. And the decision by the Minister, and I welcome him attending this debate today, the decision by the Minister to intervene and pause the consultation was very much the right one and very much welcome. What we need to see now is a straightforward way which we can ensure the future sustainability of the South West Acute Hospital for many years to come. We urgently need to see cross-border links being developed as was initially planned for the South West Acute. We're constantly being told the population within the catchment of the hospital isn't big enough to sustain the current level of frontline service. But then those responsible for planning services continue to ignore and isolate the hospital from its natural hinterland counties of Cavan, Leitrim, Monaghan and Donegal. There are strong precedents for cross-border cooperation between North and South. For example, the Regional Cancer Centre in Derry and the All-Ireland Paediatric Cardiology Service, which I have visited and which have both been a massive success, and models which need to be built upon at pace now across this island. Finally, Concordia, we now need to see a proper, respectful, inclusive and productive co-production and co-design process being put in place to allow the people of Fermanagh and Tyrone to engage on the basis of fairness, of equality, to have a meaningful say in the health services being provided for the people of our constituency, and to ensure that those services are providing first-class health and emergency care for all. I will conclude my remarks there, Last Concordia, and thank colleagues for taking part in this debate today.
Thank you very much, Colin. I call on Tom Buchanan. Tom.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I also welcome those from Fermanagh today. Thank you for coming, and I know something of the journey that you have to make when you come to Stormont here, and we're glad to see you, and also pass on my best wishes to my colleague Deborah. Wish her the best in the days to come. And given the nature of this debate and the wide-ranging aspect of it, it is somewhat disappointing that we don't have nobody from the Alliance Party or the TEV actually in the chamber today to take part in this debate either. But I rise today to express my deep concern and disappointment over the temporary removal of the emergency general surgery from the South West Acute Hospital. This decision has significant implications for the health and well-being of our community, particularly for those who rely on emergency surgical services. Given the wide, vast rural area that it is, then it is of deep concern that these services have been temporarily removed and haven't been returned yet to the SWAH. The SWAH serves a large rural population right across the constituencies of Fermanagh, South Tyrone and West Tyrone. The hospital's emergency department is a vital lifeline for many, providing critical care and treatment in the times of greatest need. However, the removal of the emergency general surgery services undermines the hospital's ability to provide comprehensive care for the patients in this large rural community. The decision to temporarily remove these services as a result of staffing shortages or other operation challenges. However, such a decision should not have been taken without, first of all, a clear plan being put in place to mitigate the impact on patients and the local community. The people in the southwest quarter of Northern Ireland who are serviced by the South West Acute Hospital deserve much, much better than this. They deserve a healthcare system that is reliable, that is accessible, and of the highest quality, and therefore the temporary removal of this vital service falls far short of that standard. And I urge the Health Minister today, who I appreciate has a very extremely difficult job of work to do, not only to review this decision, but to work with the Western Trust and the hospital management to have this emergency service restored again as soon as possible. And I also call on them to ensure a comprehensive plan is put in place so that patients receive care that they require without undue delay. And we have heard today from other speakers with regards to the patients and the extra travel time it is for them, the detrimental consequences that can have for them and have on their health. And therefore, we cannot allow this to continue. As a rural elected representative representing the rural constituency, we cannot allow this situation to continue. And Minister, this decision highlights the need for a long-term strategic plan to address the staffing shortages and operational challenges that is facing our health system today. We need a sustainable solution that prioritises the need of the patients and ensures that our hospitals are fully equipped to provide and deliver high-quality care. I remember back to 2009 whenever the work on the South West Hospital began, and when it was opened then on the 26th of June 2012. And prior to that commencing, there were, for a few years, there were discussions around the whole delivery of acute services in the west of the province and what that looked like, how that would be developed. And at that time we were given assurance after assurance and guarantee after guarantee in meetings that the South West would be a fully acute, fully equipped hospital, and that it would be working across the trust with the hospital in Omagh and the hospital in Antigalvin, and it would be utilised to its full potential in order to deliver the best quality of service for the people in this area. However, to date, we know that there are still 2 theatres that haven't been utilised. And these hospitals, neither the hospital in Enniskillen nor the hospital in Omagh has been allowed to be fully utilised to its full potential. And that is a retrograde step, even something that the Trust has allowed to happen, I believe, rather than seeking to...
could the member draw the remarks to a close? Unfortunately, we didn't quite start the clock on the right time. But you've reached your time limit as agreed by your Chief Whip.
Well,
and regrettably, I'm not going to be able to allow Alan in because we've got one other speaker and we need to get the Minister in before the end. So I need to call.
The only other concern that we have with this is we must fight to keep this fully acute status there. And there was a problem some time back with the neonatal unit, and that's something we have to fight to keep there within the hospital. And
thank you, Tom. Thank you very much indeed. Colin.
Deputy Speaker, and I welcome this opportunity to talk on this important issue and thank Deborah for bringing this matter forward, and I of course wish her all the best as she moves in the days and weeks and years ahead. I'm sure that one bit, because I'm absolutely certain that Deborah will be watching this, and one thing that she will be doing is probably sitting now going, at the end of this I will be able to click this off and I don't have the 2-hour journey, 2.5-hour journey home back down to Enniskillen, and that will bring a bit of joy. But what does that speak to us about journeys that people have to make? And I commend the people from the Save Our Acute Services campaign, SOAS, for them all making your way up to here. But we could multiply by 20 the number of people here for the people across Fermanagh that have to travel up to Derry, to Altagalvin every day to be able to try and get services or to visit family or to get treatment. And that is not something that is a very short journey to make. And something that I was going to reference in a little while was that journey for places like Balik and Newton Butler and others all the way up to the Altagalvin taking up to 2.5 hours. For the city dwellers, because sometimes our rural community gets forgotten about whenever it comes to health services. For the city dwellers, that's the equivalent of living in Belfast and having to go to Dublin to get your treatment. And that is something that nobody in Belfast would accept. There is no way that they would say for emergency treatment in that moment of your life, whenever it's life or death, what are we going to do? Belfast, we're going to send you all the way down to Dublin, or the people in Dublin all the way up to Belfast. That distance would not be acceptable, but yet it is what we are asking people in Fermanagh to do. And as I say about that rural issue, because I think the same issue of my own constituency, although not the same distance, but what has happened in the Down Hospital that was similar. It's a rural community up into the Mournes, down into Kilkeel, where people are left with great big massive distances that nobody that would live in the city with their 2 or 3 hospitals on their doorstep would ever even comprehend having a journey that they would have to make. So I think what we're asking for in a lot of this is just a bit of equality. It's about spreading the services in a way that recognises that people do live in rural communities and that they do need to be able to get some of the services that they require. So I hope that through this debate, the Western Trust will recognise that it's not acceptable for people in emergency journeys to have to go that length, and I hope that that is something that can be revisited, and I hope that it is something that can be checked out. And another important aspect of this, and we saw it in play in many other examples, and the Down Hospital in my area was a great example. You remove the anaesthetist, then you're not able to have the emergency surgery. Remove the emergency surgery, suddenly the emergency department isn't viable. Remove the emergency department and suddenly many, many aspects of the hospital isn't viable. And that's why this issue is critical to these people up here and to the constituency of Fermanagh South Tyrone, because if it doesn't have all aspects of that fully fledged hospital, then what happens is that it gets chipped away, and we will be back here time and time again to make the arguments for other elements of the service. I know we're really pressed for time. I've made the points that I want to make, and I know that we all want to hear from the Minister, so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neagh Conn. Minister, and you have 10 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much, and thank you to Mrs Dodds for stepping in for Deborah. When Deborah arrived here, I think very quickly she established a reputation for being a respected and a very effective member of the Legislative Assembly. But tonight, of course, the focus is not on Deborah the politician, it's Deborah the wife, and I want to wish her and her husband every good wish as they prepare to welcome their first child and start that family. If I may indulge me, I'm going to start with a general point. When I first stood here 15 months ago as Health Minister, I said I wanted to be judged, and I wanted to judge myself on are my words and my actions delivering better outcomes. Better outcomes for patients, better outcomes for service users, better outcomes for the 70-odd thousand glorious staff who deliver health and social care. I was also very encouraged that everybody, and I mean everybody who came up to me said, if you're going to make the big difficult decisions, we will support you. That's not always the case once we get into the nuts and bolts and the specifics. And one of the things I regret, and I'm encouraging people in health and social care to fix, is sometimes a change has been allowed to be perceived in the public consciousness as not delivering better outcomes, but as a cost-saving measure. And I am not interested in doing that. But I do have to accept that in recent years, health's proportion of the overall executive budget has gone up from 46% to over 50%, and that direction of travel is not sustainable. It's not sustainable, because every pound we spend in health is a pound not spent by the other departments on tackling the social determinants of health inequalities and ill health. So we all have to work together. And I was very pleased Mrs Dodds acknowledged that sometimes we rightly, and it's our duty to put a focus on what is wrong and what goes wrong in health and social care delivery, but sometimes we don't put a focus on what goes right. And of course, in the majority of cases, on a daily basis, thousands of appointments, diagnoses and procedures go very well for people. I don't prescribe or buy into the idea that the health service is broken, but I do know many of the pathways to access health and social care are broken, and I think that's an important distinction. So, moving to today's debate, I'll attempt to address some of the points raised. The SWAH, the South West Acute Hospital, serves a significant portion of the Western Health and Social Care Trust population, which is approximately 300,000 people, a very significant proportion of our people. The population of Fermanagh and Ober Council is estimated at 118,000 from the 2021 census. And from taking up office, I've had the pleasure of visiting the SWAH on various occasions. A few weeks ago was the most recent one, when I talked to some patients and staff. I visit many hospitals and healthcare facilities. I always get a sense and a feel just walking in the door. Is it a good feeling? Is it, maybe it's the air being sucked out of me? I always get a really good feeling in the SWAH, a really modern, a great facility. But I say this often, to deliver healthcare, you need buildings, you need beds, you need equipment, you need medicine, but all that counts for nothing if you don't have the right staff, qualified and motivated. And that's where the problem began with this issue. We talked about the extra theatre and bed space. It has the potential to do more, and I absolutely want to see it doing more. And let's remember, and I think Diana Armstrong made the point, it's never been busier. It's never been more productive, and it has the potential to do even more because of those two uncommissioned theatres and beds. So I'm very keen to do more at the SWAH, but let me move to the specific of emergency general surgery. So in November 2022, the Trust made the decision to temporarily suspend EGS. That was for patient safety reasons and, due to issues of staffing challenges. Now, I understand the concern caused by the Trust's decision. I consider the protection of patients from adverse clinical outcomes has to be my most important duty. Has to be, to make sure patients are safe. Now, the decision was taken at a time when there was no minister in post, and the Trust stated their ability to safely staff and operate an emergency 24/7 rota for surgical care was inadequate and unsafe. And I stress this point to remind members of the genesis of that decision. Subsequently, the Trust ran a public consultation exercise on the temporary suspension, and the findings were published in July 2023. The strength of local feeling and indeed opposition to the suspension was clear. However, in lieu of the inability of the Trust to stand up safe services and satisfy the clinical general surgery standards, the reconfigured Altnagelvin-led service remained in place. So members have mentioned RQIA in 2024. They were alerted to some concerns. They came from clinicians, so they had to be listened to. Clinicians within the Trust were concerned regarding the robustness of the pathways up to Altnagelvin. The Department of Health team asked RQIA to conduct a robust investigation and report back on their effectiveness and sustainability. We got that report in the spring of this year. The outcome was presented at the Health Committee by RQIA officers on the 13th of March, alongside a response from the Western Trust. And essentially, there were 10 recommendations for the short and medium term to be made in regard to further refinement and improvement of the pathways. And while most of these have been achieved, some remained outstanding and needed to be strengthened. And the Strategic Planning and Performance Group, the performance management arm of my department, works with the Trust on a monthly basis to monitor progress and provide me with assurance that matters are being adequately addressed. Now, Mrs Dodds said that there was an issue at Altnagelvin, that it too was under pressure. I would say to her, every single hospital in the health and social care network, every single facility, every single worker is under pressure. So our hospitals right across the region, they're facing challenges and pressures. And indeed, we're not an outlier. This is the position right across the UK. But a small population of 1.9 million means specialist services are innately difficult to fund and maintain on a region-wide. You can't put them in every hospital. And I've made this point about the network. We have to come to realise not every hospital will offer every procedure. And in terms of safety, if the procedure you need is being performed by your nearest hospital once a week, but 20 or 30 miles away, the next hospital is doing it 10 times a day, 5 days a week, where are you going to go? Obviously, it's going to be safer to go to where it's done more frequently. I've got a lot to get through, so I'm sorry, because I do want to make some responses here. Mrs Dodds normally asks me about 5,000 questions. I'm going to answer 4 of them. I've done Alton-Gelvin. You talked about an awareness of the implication of rural healthcare delivery. I just assure Mrs Dodds we do rural impact assessments as well as equality assessments. The SWAH roadmap is interesting. I think you were wondering what my view of that was. I don't think it would be appropriate, because I don't want to be confused for the chair or the chief executive of the Western Trust. They have to make this decision, not me. I will be the person who signs off or does not sign off on the decision they come to. But that's that. And the 2 uncommissioned theatres and wards, yes, we're looking at them in terms of dealing with our waiting lists initiatives. Now, Mr McCrossan very kindly said I'm a man of plain speaking. He's now about to become a victim of it. Because you did say, in terms of this is a brand new hospital and it's shocking we're discussing its future. We're not. Not as to whether it has a future or not. It has a future. We're only discussing one, albeit very important, service. So what I want for the SWAH and for everyone else is any patient who goes there to get safe and timely attention and treatment, and to be allowed the basic courtesies which are absent, particularly in our emergency departments, of holding on to your privacy and holding on to your dignity. And so I want to finish, Mr Speaker, by just welcoming all the people who have come up for Fermanagh, and I applaud you for your continued interest and determination to do what you think is right for yourselves and for your community, and I promise I will try and do my best for you. And may I just finish by thanking you for coming up, welcoming you here, and wishing you a safe journey home.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. And before I conclude the debate, may I pass on to Deborah and her family in particular, and I will be in contact with her, because it was only Friday when I saw her last, and she was definitely sort of blooming and happy to do that as well. To those in the galleries, please drive safe home tonight, and to those of you who have got long distances as well, please drive safe home, and thank you very much indeed for the debate. The Assembly is now adjourned. Thank you.